Hello, my beautiful people. How is everybody? I try to give as much of a heads up when I'm not going to be here as possible, but lately with my health, it's just very touch and go. Everything is very touch and go. My energy levels aren't great. I'm not getting great sleep, and my pain levels are through the roof. So bear with me. I'm doing the best that I can. On a good note, my the graphic is wild, right? I love it. I love it. I take a lot of time with my thumbnails, honestly. I do. I take a lot of a time with my thumbnails. And if you didn't see the thumbnail, I think upload it here so you guys can actually see it. I know. I'm gonna get to that, girl. Don't you worry. I'm gonna get to the setup in a second. Oh, thank you for being here. So the graphic I used for my thumbnail, if you didn't see it, if you weren't looking, was this. This is our graphic for today for our thumbnail, because this is what it is, right? This is what we're dealing with here. Is this fool? Okay, this absolute fucking fool. I did. I have to really give the shout out to Lorelei Snow, who got the popcorn machine. Danny had me put it on there. One of my viewers, one day, she was like, just put, we were live. She's like, you need to put that popcorn machine on your list. And I was like, yeah, I'll put it on there for y'all. But I never thought anyone would buy it because it's very important. We have popcorn sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's lots of shenanigans happening. But so Lorelei even went and got us, my husband had been kind enough to get us kernels so that me and the kids could use it before, before like the day it came or the day after it came actually. But she had gotten us extra kernels, the movie theater butter. We have our pink popcorn bags. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, pink popcorn bags. And our scooper, because this part of the scooper actually opens the bags like this. And then the popcorn goes in that way. So you just scoop it in there like this, and it opens up the bag, and then the popcorn goes in. So the kids love it. I think we've used it like 6 times since it came the other day. And we might need to make popcorn later for some of these shenanigans that are happening here. Because there's lots of shenanigans afoot that we need to talk about. I don't know if I'm you guys' favorite, but y'all are my favorite. Let's just put it that way. Y'all are my favorite. Even on and I've had a really rough last 2 weeks, and I tend to keep a lot of things to myself, because, well, there's a multitude of reasons, but I'm one of those people that really hates fucking asking for help. It's like the bane of my existence. I mean, Deirdre and Amy had to basically like force it for me when I was moving because I desperately needed help, right? And they basically had to like do it for me to get me to even then I was like cringing, like cringe level cringing, every time anyone said anything about it. And so I'd rather help someone else than ask for help myself, but it's been a really rough 2 weeks and I can't afford to have, 4 or 5 days off. I have, a family to feed. And so like I would like my health to cooperate, although it's not. And sometimes I get frustrated because I'm like, I get tired of being sick. Let's just put it that way. I know I look, if you're watching me on a screen, you're like, oh yeah, she looks fine. Like I might look fine, but I'm not. And so my health, lets me know that every morning, when I have to pull myself out of bed in the morning to get around and I'm hobbling around the house in pain. And, with the side effects of some of the medications, it just wipes you completely out. And so, I'm doing the best that I can right now, but I knew these next couple of weeks were really going to be bad with the medication switch. So, it's a lot, it's a lot. But we say thank you to Lorelei because we absolutely love our popcorn setup and the kids absolutely love it. They love it so much. They love it so much. We've made it so many times now since it's come. And yes, it is easy to clean actually. I've cleaned it like 4 times, 5 times. And that metal part where the popcorn goes in, all you do is pop that part out and you just wipe it down with, soap and water and then water. You can't like put it into it. You have to like wipe it down with paper towels and stuff. But it's super easy to clean. Super, super easy to clean. And then, you can just wipe the door down or whatever and clean out the bucket in the sink. So I know poor Benny sent me a message this morning, or a text message this morning, and was like, I was going to have to start, calling you and making sure you're alive if you didn't pop on today. So I'm thankful that you do check on me, Benny. I appreciate you, my friend. I do. Cheesy popcorn. See a lot. So I have 2 in my home that are lactose intolerant. So I love cheese, but I miss out on it a lot because a lot of the stuff that I have to make for the kids and for my husband's lactose intolerant, and my little is lactose intolerant. So me and the 2 older ones are like, what? We love cheese. Like, you guys are hooking it up for us. And I have heard about this trick about the macaroni box, and that I'm gonna have to try that for me and the older 2. So for me and the older 2, I think we would love that. Hi, Nina. Speaking of Nina, okay, I'm gonna throw this out there. I am really disappointed in the way Sparkly has gone, and there are a couple things that I want to make clear. One is that Leah is a very good friend of mine, and if you come for her, then you're coming for me. Let's just throw that out there. All right. And I have been apprised of things that Sparkly has said about Nina that simply aren't true. That Nina makes fun of disabled people. I am disabled. Okay. Nina has never treated me with anything but respect and kindness in the same way that I would treat her. And so that's just not true, right? Something about racism, which is ridiculous. I'm not white. So again, like, this is, I might look white, but I'm not. I'm a mix of white and Spanish, Congolesian, West African. I'm a weird mix. I'm a very strange mix, and Irish, actually. My mother was a weird mix, and my dad was just Irish. So I am a weird mix for sure. But those things said about Nina simply aren't true. And Nina and Sparkly had done spaces a lot of times together, right? And so I just want to throw it out there, like, that's just not true. It's simply not true. Nina has never ever treated me with anything but the utmost respect and kindness. And most everyone here knows that I'm disabled. Thank you, New Hampshire, dude. It's nice to see you here. It's nice to see you here. I'm gonna pop it on, Benny, and we need to watch it because I feel like it's too much nonsense, right? Too much nonsensical nonsense, she's now a YouTuber. She's Sparkly Rabbit. She was a person who did spaces a lot, and I had been nothing but kind to Sparkly, and she had been nothing but kind to me. But I'm really disappointed in the way that she has sort of turned towards Aiden's, after knowing the digital harassment and the just torture that Aiden puts people through. How you could sort of not switch sides, but how you could back him in any way, shape, or form. I feel like it's just disingenuous. I feel like more it's about launching a YouTube channel, attention, and money from a cult. And I'm going to throw this out there. Listen, there's nothing more that relieves stress in a family that's low income than making sure your finances are where they're supposed to be, right? When you have to worry about putting food on the table every week, it's fucking stressful, dude. All right. It is fucking stressful. There's nobody probably out of the creators at the moment that would benefit more than me from just, hopping sides and trying to take money from Aiden's audience by like pandering to him, right? I could make a ton of money, and probably weekly I wouldn't be holding my breath about how I'm going to do this or how I'm going to do that, or, whatever. Like, for instance, my daughter, my kids are actually with my sister. My youngest sister, who turned 30 yesterday, has a disease called AP deletion. So instead of like my sister-in-law has Down syndrome, so that's an extra chromosome. My sister has AP deletion, so it's like a missing tip of a chromosome. So she turned 30 yesterday, but mentally wise, she's about 10 to 12 years old ish. She's high functioning in the aspect that she can, she can cook, she can clean, she can do her own laundry, things like that. But like handling money, living on her own, like she has to be prompted, right, to do things. And so my other sister, the one who's going to have the brain surgery soon, her and her fiance and her kids took my sister who's just turned 30, because my sister who just turned 30 saved a little bit of money for her birthday for whatever they were going to do. And they went to Six Flags. So they got a hotel in Connecticut, which is 20 minutes from Six Flags in Mass, because it's like nearby, and they needed one that was pet friendly. Even though you don't need a pet friendly hotel to have a service dog there, a lot of times they're uninformed and you don't want to have to fight and argue with them. So it's just easier sometimes to just get a pet friendly one, so you don't have to argue with the uninformed person at the front desk if it's a service dog, so it doesn't matter, so whatever. So they got that hotel, and they called to see if my kids wanted to go. And I said, well, how much is it going to cost? Because I don't have that extra, money. I think it was $50 for my little's ticket. And then my sister was like, she got a room that has like a kitchen or whatever, so I'm going to cook food and stuff there, other than when they're like at the thing. So I'm like, okay, fine. So me and my husband literally pinched every penny together in the last couple of days and just gave that money, which is probably biting into the budget of, the next couple of days of basics. But my kids don't get a huge, option to do these kinds of things. So my kids are not home. So they're with my sisters. And so my husband says last night, he's like, well, what are we going to do? And I'm like, what are we going to do? What? He's like, what are we going to do with ourselves? There's no kids. I'm like, that's a damn good point. Cause that doesn't happen. Right. The kids are 24/7. So, just it being us, we're like, he's like, well, we could like get dressed and go out, but we don't really have the money to do all that. Because yeah, think about it, we don't have a car, so then we'd have to Uber or Lyft there, and have to pay for dinner, drinks, whatever. So it's like we don't have the extra to do all that. And at least by today, I'm hoping I make a couple bucks. I'm going to send it to my sister because they're going now. Let me know if any of you guys know this bakery. It's supposed to be some famous bakery called like Pete's Sweets, I think. And monthly they change their theme. I think this month it's SpongeBob. I've never heard of it, but my sister, who's 30, who's got the brain of a child, is super excited, and they're going to that bakery tomorrow, and an arcade that's like right near there. And so I'm gonna send an extra couple bucks if I make it, to my sister for my kids to get whatever they wanted at that bakery. Because my sister, for some, like, that's, that was part of what she wanted to do for her birthday, was to go to that specific bakery. It's like a themed every month. I think next month they said it was gonna be like Jurassic Park or something. But so a lot of it, you think about, like, there's no one that would benefit more than me. Then, but it's like, that's fucking blood money. Okay. Let's just throw that out there. It's fucking blood money. Okay. To sort of shuffle over to the king harasser side, it's, in my opinion, okay, and this is just my opinion, nobody has to agree with it or not agree with it, but you are essentially showing people that it doesn't matter what he does or doesn't do to any one human being or the people that you know that he's done it to, that money and attention is more important to you, right? And a lot of this is what the sewer cult does. And so it's like, I said this to Nina this morning, I'm starting to lose faith in humanity at this point. Like, is there a line where people realize that they should have some ethics or boundaries or, just common sense, a conscience, a fucking conscience, where it's like, yeah, the money's nice and the money would be nice and it would relieve a lot of fucking stress. But at what expense? That money is blood money. It's tainted. It's a bad karma money, right? That's what it is. If these people think you support Aiden and that's why they're throwing money at you, right? Like, it's tainted. It's on the backs of people who have been digitally fucking tortured, digitally harassed, lied about, and then harassed in real life and lied about in real life, right? It's at the expense of other people's torture. It's blood money, okay? I don't want it. It's fucking blood money. I mean, I'm sorry, but like I believe in karma and I believe in the universe course correcting, and I believe that like if you do that kind of shit, like bad karma is going to come for you, right? You put good karma in the world, and good karma comes and eventually, or gets sent to someone else, hopefully. But you put bad karma in the fucking world, and what's going to come? Bad karma. Like that's essentially fucking blood money. Okay, it's blood money. I can't. Yeah, I can't. I just listen. A lot of us told her a long time ago when he agreed to do a spaces that he was only agreeing to do it. Even that time he popped on, right? She wouldn't really let me or anyone else talk to him, and I was sort of like stopping him from gaslighting and sort of doing what he does. And of course, like she didn't really want anyone else to engage with him, which is like, okay, we're all on the space though. Like we are all on this spaces. Why not let us show people what he does, how he gets away with it, and then show like people in real time that like not everyone is okay with the shit that he does and the way that he does it, and that we're willing to step up and say this is not okay, right? This is not okay. And so for me at least, I'm like disappointed because everyone told her, and I mean everyone, like the only reason he would want to come on with you is to make you look foolish, number one. Number two, he only does it to people he realizes don't like realize they're being gaslit. So if he says something nice and he makes like a backhanded comment, he uses your first name 100 times in a row, like it's literally to be an ignorant asshole. He's not being quote nice. When you mistake that as nice, he knows that you're buying into his bullshit, right? And in my opinion, it's the only reason why he would want to do an interview like that is because let's be honest, you think he's going to agree to do one with me over here? Yeah, fucking right. Because I'm not going to let him gaslight. I'm not going to let him lie. I'm not going to let him sit there and ask a question to answer a question, or say that something's not relevant when it is relevant because he doesn't want to talk about it, or pretend that he didn't hear the question. A lot of the times he'll do that whole like, oh, what'd you say? What? Huh? I don't understand. Like, so he can think up an answer because he can't think up an answer on the spot and he needs a second, right? But if you pay attention, you'll watch him do it over and over and over and over. And he does that because he can't think of a good answer at the time, and he knows the real answer would get him in trouble. So, yeah, and I don't know what the fuck is going on over there. It's just weird. And that's the other thing. Like, not only is that so wrong, but I'm going to throw this out there. Leah personally knows my daughter. My daughter has a terminal illness, for those of you that don't know, a rare disease that less than 200 people on fucking planet Earth have. Okay? Leah has spent an extreme amount of time talking to my daughter, taking her under her wing, giving her advice on her service animals. Like, for her to like say that is fucking wild. Hold on one second. I sort of throw out there, I'm so sick of utility companies in the state of Massachusetts. Like, it's fucking absurd. Like, shame on Eversource, shame on the fucking utility companies. Like, the amount of people I have to help weekly with the bills and false charges, and like, it's fucking a lot, right? Like, a lot. Like, shame on them. Shame on fucking them. Massachusetts, do better, right? Do fucking better. Vote, people. That's all I have to say about that is vote. But sorry, I needed to take that. But because as you guys know, outside of what I do here, I do help other people for free in all sorts of different situations, homelessness, domestic violence, things like floods, fires, getting help people need for that, helping older disabled people, get Social Security, or find, a housing lottery, things like that. And, IEPs for kids, all sorts of shit that I help people with. And lately I've just gotten a more high volume of people who needed help with a lot of the same stuff. And so sometimes I feel like I don't get a second to stop, breathe, because I need them to know, like, I'm not ignoring them. For me, I always answer the phone. So if I don't answer your call, that probably means I'm either sleeping, I'm in an appointment, or my phone's on silent and I forgot, because I don't, like, I always answer my phone calls. And if I don't answer and I'm in one of those things, you might want to call me back, because I am not good at remembering to, like, check that you called after it registers in my head that you're calling, and I'm like either on a call or in an appointment or whatever. I forget to go back and be like, oh, recall. So if, like, I don't answer, just call me back. Ask Leah, just call me back. Just gotta call me back. But to even say that Leah would make fun of anybody's special needs child is fucking just wild and wrong, at like the highest level. And I have, real life experience with that. So that's just fucking crazy. Fucking absolutely crazy to say something like that, I mean, that's the thing, though. When you know something isn't true and you're just saying it, it just kind of, I don't know, it really burns me the wrong way. It really does. I don't like that behavior. I'm not okay. Hello. With saying shit just simply isn't true. And I understand why these people do it. They're pandering to an audience of people who, give more money than the other audiences. And it's like, at what expense? You have to decide as a human at what expense that's at. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, bad karma, blood money, no thank you. Like, no. There was a couple people that sort of gave that sort of heads up, Ruthie, I think, as well, that like something was very not right. And Leah as well, a while back, saw something that just was not, right. It's like $8 for like one, at least here in Massachusetts, it's like almost $8 for 1 pound of ground beef. It's fucking insane. Hello, Justice. I was just about to talk about you in a second. Well, I think some of these people just like attention in general, Aiden always. I was just about to talk about that. Yes, I did get your email, and I am going to talk about that in a minute. I read it in the middle of the night because I had been waking up because of the pain in my legs. And so that was something I was actually going to talk about yesterday, but I wasn't here yesterday, obviously. I just couldn't do it. That's the person we're talking about. She's the one who has the Sparkly Rabbit out. Was that a new one? A new account, you mean? I did get your email. So Justice sent me a good email about, you guys remember Daryl, and I'm sure you guys heard of this, the guy from Storage Wars, right? Who was found dead 2 days ago from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Him and his son Brandon were on Storage Wars for many years. I liked them. They're pretty cool. He looked like the biker dude. He had tattoos. He's a bigger guy. He had sort of spiky blonde hair in the beginning, and he got, less and less hair, obviously, over time. But him and his son Brandon were on Storage Wars. And what we found out about Daryl, hello, LTG, was that he had been cyberbullied before his death. And that's really fucking sad. And it's like, this is the shit. This is the shit. Okay, this is the shit that I scream to the world all the time. Like, this is the shit that's gonna fucking happen. What the fuck are our authorities waiting for? You're waiting for another Michelle Carter situation, or another Daryl situation, or that 11-year-old girl in Texas that unalived herself from cyberbullying. Like, that's what the fuck we're waiting for. We have cyberbullying laws. There is a federal cyberbullying law. When are our authorities going to do their job? You know, I just don't understand it. I don't fucking understand it. But that's the thing. I feel like I'm going to keep my self-respect and my integrity over a few dollars. Like, yes, okay, yes, money always helps, no matter who it is, right? But you need to have some fucking self-respect enough to know that that's blood money. That's on the backs of other people's torture, other people wanting to unalive themselves to make the lies stop, to make the harassment stop of their families, friends, and loved ones over lies, so that Aiden can cover his own ass and lie some more, so that people don't know the things he's doing behind closed doors. That's a good question. Quit. Can they? I mean, I have a weakness and a strength that, as a human being, I just care about other people, even if they're strangers to me. I can't make that disappear. Sometimes it's a strength and sometimes it's a weakness. I can't just make it go away, right? I can't just not care about people just because some people are shitty. But do people take advantage of people's kindness? Yeah. Do they take it as a weakness sometimes? Absolutely. I mean, I've helped plenty of people. And out of, all of those people, it's a very small subset of those people that are either ungrateful or just are using others to get, what they want or need in a way that benefits them when they didn't actually need it. So it's a very small subset. You have to understand that, like, even if there's 5 people out of 100 that are using your kindness as weakness, there are more people that deserve that help and need that help and are grateful for it, And so I keep that in the back of my mind. Happy Friday. It's just sad, Well, that's the thing. It can't be about free speech, because Aiden doesn't give a fuck about anyone's free speech. He cares about his own. That's it. That's it. Well, that's the thing. You're allowed to defend yourself. And this idea that no one's allowed to defend themselves or like they're bad, I'm sick of it. I'm sick and tired of it, because how much are people supposed to take before they're allowed to defend themselves? Like, let's be honest here. Like, how much? I don't understand. Like, how much is one supposed to take before they're allowed to defend themselves against the lies? I don't get it. There's nothing wrong with defending yourself. I don't think that people should have to allow lies about themselves. I let a lot of that shit fly. I do, because at one point I was just defending everything, and then I realized I don't give a fuck what the cult thinks about me, right? There are people who know me in real life, like Benny and Leah. Like, there are plenty of people here on my channel that know me in real life, and so it's like, do I really give a fuck what a bunch of people who I will never see, who will just believe whatever they're told, think about me? No, not really. No, not friggin' really. I don't. Not even, not even a little bit. I don't. I simply don't. Also, Benny, I forget. Oh, it was Kylie. She had asked me if I have heard you speak, and I was like, oh, me and Benny are friends. We've talked on the phone for hours, so I've heard him speak 1,000 times outside of Spaces. Yes, she loved listening to you speak, so I thought that was pretty cool. I'm glad you did too, my friend. Well, that's the other thing. Why allow blatant lies? Well, no, he cannot. He cannot stand someone that can call his bullshit. And that's part of why he would never take an interview with someone like me who could stop him when he's gaslighting and be like, whoa, 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 you're saying this, but that's not what you said, this day or that day. It's just fucking weird. You did, because you're a kind human being. That's fucking why. That's why you did it, because you're a kind human being. That's frigging why. Oh, no. A new roof is very expensive, Salty. So I am sending you all the good juju and all the good luck that it works out and they get that roof up for you quick and lickety split, and that there's no complications when they do it. Because getting a new roof is a whole. My dad, my biological dad, used to build houses, roofing being part of that, obviously framing being part of that as well. But my husband also worked on roofing for a while way back in the day. And I used to get really nervous that he was up there, even tethered. I was just nervous. Like, he doesn't like to be tethered. And so I'm like, you're going to fall off a fucking roof and, fuck yourself up, dude. Like, no. That's because he's a respectful human being, Nina. I could literally hear in my head Benny calling you Miss Nina, because he's just a respectful human, He's a respectful human being. I just actually said to Nina right before the show, maybe we should do a Spaces later. I haven't done a space in a long time. I have not done a space in probably 2 months or so. Oh, thank you, Barely. I appreciate that. Venmo is, yes. I know I'm bad at remembering to do this, but if you do want to support the channel, there are a bunch of different ways, and I do have one donation here. And yes, my link for debit or credit cards and Apple Pay is at the top, pinned into the chat. It's also in the description of the video. And then we have things like Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. We have an Amazon wish list, as you can see from our pink popcorn machine that Lorelai got us, and all of the aesthetics that go with it, because I'm really loving this aesthetic. I'm not going to lie. This is the best thing ever. I have pink popcorn bags to go with my pink popcorn machine. Okay. Now we just got to get like a pink cotton candy machine next to it, and now we got like a whole sweet treat. My oldest daughter said to me one time that she wanted one of those, I don't know, it's like a little tiny, like 3-shelf thing. I think we're doing a movie night. She must have been like 10, maybe 11. And she was like, yeah, Mom, we should get one of those shelves. And then you go to the Dollar Tree and you get like the dollar boxes of candy that you used to be able to get at like the movies for like $4 or $5. She's like, back then, she was like, we need to get one of those little shelves. But now they actually sell like a little three like standing shelf thing you could put on something like this, that you can put like candy on. It's like a candy shelf or whatever. I was like, that is fucking hilarious that they actually have those. I mean, they have all sorts of shit that you would just never think they would have. There are quite a few things lower than making fun of a special needs person, but Aiden has no problem doing that. No problem doing that at all. He at one point tried to insinuate that like my child isn't sick or doesn't have a rare terminal illness, and then a lot of people had to like quietly tell him, like, bro, you're barking up the wrong tree. Like, anybody who's known her family or knows her knows that her child was born with that disease and has been literally fighting since the day she was born. So like, you're barking up the wrong tree insinuating that at all. And so that was the one and only time he tried to insinuate that. But he had no problem trying to go there, that's for sure. None at all. But he'll do whatever to just try to, make you not credible. And that's his thing, Well, so I haven't seen it yet, Freeze. I haven't seen it yet. I have not seen it yet. I have not seen it. And so for me, this is more about the victims, right? Because I have talked to so many of them and seen what he has done to so many of them. I have sat there and listened to them cry and listened to the frustration and seen the frustration in their faces, in their eyes, in their emotion. And I'll always be there for them. I know how I felt. I know how other people felt when they had to deal with him and his cult's ongoing harassment. It's just not okay. So I have a $20 one. I don't want to put your real name out there, but it says hearts. We'll just call you Steph. Thank you, Steph. I appreciate that very much. I never want to put somebody's real name out there. It makes me nervous. It's like a safety thing for me. It's a safety thing. Oh, New Hampshire dude, thank you. He sends $50 and says, send some cash with the kids, parent. I get all the feels. I believe in you. That is my line. I appreciate you. I want them to be able to get what they want from the bakery. That SpongeBob bakery. I've never heard of it. What did I say it was called? Something Sweets. Yeah, it's near Six Flags, and it's SpongeBob themed this month. But I didn't see the interview yet. But that's what he does, right? Well, yeah, there's not going to be anything you're really going to learn. I do, and sometimes it's like one of those things where you know it's a weakness, but you also know it's an asset. And it's like, you can't change who you are, right? I can't change caring about people. I will never change that. I can't change that. Like, I like to make someone else's day brighter, right? So, like, if I knew someone was going through something, like, I'm that person that will, like, just send something to your house, whether it's like a bracelet or like cookies, or like, I'm that person that like just sends something and has them bring a note that says like, you're appreciated, you're thought about, you're not alone. Like, I think it's important, right, for people to know that like they have support. And coming from someone like myself who doesn't have a ton of alive family, um, when you're going through shit and you don't have that support, or you don't have those loved ones um, to turn to because they're all passed away or gone, it's rough, dude, right? And so we have to have each other's backs. We have to be there for one another. And even if people don't say it, because I'm one of those people that like doesn't, I'll keep a lot to myself when really I should be saying like, guys, I need some help, right? Like, I keep a lot to myself. And then what happens is I end up, venting and exploding at some point. Um, because it's just it's so much, at once. But what we need to do is learn how, as a community, to sort of read when someone's struggling and get together behind the scenes and say, clearly this person needs us. What can we do? Because I know myself, and I know in the ways that I've tried to at least make other people's lives brighter, even if it's just for a minute or a day or an hour, it matters. It makes a difference. And I want, I guess, other people to start realizing that there are plenty of people out there who give a fuck less about you as viewers, as people who take in the information. Like, Aiden wouldn't piss on his viewers if they were on fire. If you give a fuck less about a single one of them, he probably doesn't even know a single one of their names, emails, anything. Okay. That bothers me. Right. And I know maybe I'm one of a few that it bothers. I don't think it bothers a lot of people. For me, it bothers me because, again, as a person who likes to connect with my community, I happen to like people. Right. Even though people have shown me a lot of shitty, right? I've seen a lot of ugly and a lot of just bad karma, bad juju, bad people behaving badly in the last 3 years. I've dealt with a lot of cyberbullying and harassment that I continuously deal with daily, because I don't shut up and go away, right? But I think we also need to recognize when these people wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire. What has Aiden ever done to help another human being that wasn't going to benefit himself? He isn't going to. It's simply not going to happen, right? He doesn't know how to do anything unless it's going to help himself. It's sad. The whole thing is fucking sad, See, that's the thing is I can take my kindness for weakness. You can try, right? But just know that once I help you and you do that, I'm just never going to help you again, right? That's my boundary. That is my boundary. And I will pretty much help about anyone. But what I'm not going to do is deal with that kind of behavior. So if I help you and then you treat me like a piece of shit after I've done nothing but bend over backwards to help you and be kind to you, then you can go kindly fuck yourself. And it'll be your loss. That's the thing. There is nothing that I wouldn't do to help someone within the bounds of the law and ethics, right? Like, I know plenty of tips and tricks to help someone, right, in different situations. So I'm someone you would want on your side, not someone that you wouldn't want. So if you take my kindness for weakness, I'm just never going to help you again. I'm never going to help you again. It's not even that I'm quick to forgive. It's that I can understand that not everything is black and white, right? And it has nuances to it. And there are reasons for certain things, Sometimes you have to give them that leash to sort of pull themselves on, you have to, I appreciate you, my friend. Well, that's the other part, is a lot of them are just lying. I mean, Jess lies more than she, more than she does 2 shows per day, But I mean, I don't think it's bad to have a cult-like following. I think it's a problem when your cult does things like harass other people. Like, I even put in my descriptions now, right? As if I don't say it enough on my own show. Like, do not harass people. Don't do it, right? I even put that in my fucking descriptions now because I believe in that, right? When you have a audience that is willing to go and harass people just because you said this person is bad and you say their name or their phone number or whatever, like, that is dangerous. That is fucking dangerous. That is a serious, serious issue. You know, a very serious fucking issue. I mean, I think you'd have to know what cyberbullying is by now. Just saying. Like, if you don't know what cyberbullying is, I mean, I feel bad for you. Like, it's common sense. It's bullying via cyber. You know. Oh, pink popcorn bucket. I didn't think about that. Well, I think that's why we have the bags, right? Because then, I mean, yeah, you could the pink popcorn buckets clean out, but like, they're so cute. These are so cute, you guys. They're so cute. I can't stand, and it comes 100, so we have plenty of them. You know, it is kind of like the Salem witch trials in a way, right? Someone points a finger, everyone magically believes that has to be the truth because the sewer turtle said so, and then off they go harassing someone into oblivion. You know, it's crazy. That's fucking crazy. It's a crazy topic though. We're talking about, you know, Daryl Sheets from Storage Wars, right? And he was 67, okay? 67 years old. Let's see. There was a clip from one of his that was shared from TMZ by one of the people on Storage Wars, Renee, I think. He speaks out on Daryl Sheets' death, alleges cyberbullying, and there's a video, I think it was on TMZ that I watched, that he had a guy really tormenting him lately in cyberbullying, and he says, just because you watch us on television doesn't mean you know us. Also, it doesn't entitle you to bully someone. You shouldn't cyberbully at all. As a matter of fact, if you have somebody in your life that thinks it's funny to cyberbully other people, may that be a celebrity, athlete, or a little girl at school or a schoolmate, slap them in the back of the head. Make them become a better human being because you never know what demons somebody faces. And that's such a true statement. I don't think I could have put it better myself. You know? It is. I mean, you have to be. It's exhausting to keep up with. You know? It's exhausting. It's fucking exhausting. Cyberbullies are everywhere. So, yeah, so here's the thing that I actually heard right before I got on here, that they made a song about Nan. Like, what the fuck? I don't, like, again, what the fuck do you target her for? Because she doesn't support bad fucking people anymore. There's no other reason other than bury the I'm going to call the feds and they're going to come through your window, Lewis, and the sewer turtle and Jimmy. Like, at what point do you say, okay, now I am just being extra, right? At what point do you say, maybe if I just leave this person alone, they don't have to say anything about me either, because all they've done is defend. Like, it doesn't click, you know? The threats, like the amount of threats alone that I've gotten, death threats, family threat, like Pete Sweets, that's it. Thank you. Yes, Pete Sweets. I had to ask my sister 3 times what it was called yesterday. And it made me think, because when I was a kid, we had an ice cream truck, and the guy who ran its name was Pete. So that's how I remembered is him. I have to look it up myself to see what they have, but I thought that was pretty cool. But that's the thing, right? Like, what in the actual fuck is going on? Like, why? Like, why? Now, we're going to watch it. I haven't seen it yet. I have not seen it yet at all. Not even a little bit. No, the Shield Project is something I started. And so it does not have a website yet. It is right now a process of in the process of starting. What's to be curious about? This is the thumbnail. Here's the thumbnail. Here it is, folks. That's the thumbnail. Nothing really to be curious about. There it is. That's the thumbnail. That's the thumbnail. Yeah, Daryl Sheets is just a sad part of it, you know, a sad part of all of this. It really makes me sad. He apparently had been dealing with some cyberbullying before his death, is what supposedly that's what's being reported. His friend talked about. I want to find that clip because to me it's important. Like hearing the friend speak on it, who was on the show with him, trying to find the clip. Actually, you know what? If I probably just do it this way, I can probably get it. Yeah, I mean that's supposedly part of what happened. Well, that's the thing, dude. Right? Cyberbullying also it doesn't just stay cyber, guys. It doesn't just stay cyber. Hi, Pat. It doesn't just stay cyber. Okay, I can attest to the fact that they pull it into your real life. Like these people don't care. They have no boundaries at all. And so they literally will send threats to you, where you work, your office, your friends, your family, and it's nuanced. Okay. I just don't get it. I don't get why anyone would want to be in that world of supporting that in any capacity. And if you are, you know, sort of pandering to Aiden, you're supporting that, in my opinion, and that's deeply disturbing. It's just, it is. It's disturbing. So there's still an investigation. I'm trying to find the clip of his friend talking about the cyberbullying. Is it somewhere? It is still an active investigation. Oh, here it is, right here. Here's the clip. I'm going to play it. Of course, they give us stupid goddamn. I can't. But that's something they're looking into now. You know, it's sad. It is a way to induce drama, and it gets personal very fast, and it's fucking sad. I've lived it. I live it every day with these people, and it's like, you know, not everyone can handle this shit. Not everyone. We're not built to handle that kind of fucking shit. We're not. Okay, we're not. We're just simply not. Political cartoons probably could. That's a good question. How long does he have to respond to the lawsuit? I think it's 30 days, I believe, the original response, but I'd have to check. It might be 21. It's civil is a little bit different. Yeah. Well, see, don't quit on yourself, the Swerve Show. I don't know you personally, but believe me, I've thought about it quite a few times. And then I remember that if I do, these people don't have a voice anymore because there's not a lot of us, you know, actually speaking up because of the amount of harassment that I get for speaking up for Aiden's victims and other victims of this exact behavior. I deal with a lot because of it, a lot. But that's what they want. That's why they do it. Ultimately, their whole point is to squeeze any support from my channel, make sure people don't donate, make sure people don't support, you know, shit talk as much as they can to make sure people don't bother to go check out the channel or support it in any way. And then hopefully at that point, I just disappear and go away because I'm not, you know, bringing in any money or covering the cost of running a stream or whatever. And they've done that to so many people at this point, it's beyond count. I just have a very strong, like, if you want to bully me like that, then it just makes me it makes me mad enough that I turn that anger into, you know what, go fuck yourself. I don't just give up like that. You know, I've been through a lot in my fucking short 39 years of life. And to give up would be to give up on every last one of the victims that I had to listen to bawl their eyes out and know every sick thing that these people, including Aiden, have done to these people's lives, to damage and ruin people's lives, alter their lives, their incomes, their families. Like, I'd be giving up on all the hard work I've done for them, for myself, and for everyone else that could be a future victim of his if I did that. And so I sometimes have to keep that sort of in the forefront of my mind, that if I do that, then I'm throwing away all of the hard work that I'm doing, not just for people now, but for any victim or future victim of anyone doing this behavior. You know, I remember when he did that. I've played that before quite a few times, although it's very triggering, you know, very triggering. He didn't quit. I'm so tired of him saying he fucking quit his teaching job. You were walked out by the Dudley Police Department, bro. Nobody who just quits their teaching job gets walked out by the fucking, like, stop it. He signed an NDA. He signed an NDA, and that is why he keeps claiming that he quit, because he knows that they can't come out and be like, he didn't quit, we fired him, because they both signed an NDA. But the fact that he's even talking about it right now, like, technically they could say, like, you broke the NDA by even speaking about it at all. But I mean, he's a fucking liar. I mean, I don't know. It depends, I guess, on what kind of cartoons you're doing, I guess. Yeah, cyberbullying is not fucking satire. It's not a joke. It's not funny. It's not cute. It's just not. Let's play this clip. I think it's important to listen to what Daryl Sheets, his friend, said about the cyberbullying and just about Daryl in life, you know? Yeah, there is so much in life, you know? Okay, 20 days. Thank you, Julie. I appreciate that. I knew it was like 21 or 30. It was around there somewhere. Appreciate you for looking that up real quick. I agree, Rando. I agree. You can use satire and entertainment, but it's not a fucking excuse. You can't be a satirist and destroy lives with lies. You know, it's fucking crazy. It's absolutely crazy to think that is okay. It's got to stop. It has to stop, right? Oh, because they didn't want to talk about how he used the district computers to post his Turtleboy blogs. Like, they probably could have been sued by a lot of the students, like families and stuff, and they would have probably lost a lot, which is probably why I'm guessing they had him and they agreed to also sign an NDA on that. It's because there was a lot of stuff sort of going down over there. Yeah, I mean, they had a lot that were still polite back then. I remember my grandfather was a big paper reader, you know? It's extremely sick. It's disgusting. But that's why they did the NDA. Yeah, he says he quit and you were fired. It's the complete opposite. Actually, Leah quit and he was fired. He got fired. Bottom line, he did not fucking quit. He can write it 100 times over. It doesn't make it true. All right, you know. Yeah, Panda. Unfortunately, yes. Unfortunately, yes. All right, I'm getting off track. Let me play this, and then we'll talk more about what we were just talking about and the whole interview thing that she did with Aiden. That was exactly what I thought it was going to fucking be. At least according to those of you that watched it. I haven't seen it yet. But I do have people who watch stuff like that for me, because sometimes I can't stomach listening to him lie so much. And according to what people who have told me said, it's what I thought it would be. Oh, shit. Where's the... Oh, there we go. I was going to say, why is the phone...
Dude, unfortunately, he's not an easy... What's up, guys? He's not an easy video to shoot. Unfortunately, Daryl Sheets took his own life. So he passed away. I know a lot of you guys think we hated each other because we competed a lot on the show. And, you know, we had our moments, we had our run-ins, but that's because we were both competitors, right? We were both competitors. We're the biggest threat out there. So deep down, me and Daryl were friends. We talked every now and then. He's a very hard worker that cared more than anyone I've probably ever met about their family, about his son, about Zoe, pretty much people in his life, right? So rest in peace, Daryl Sheets. Also, I know Daryl would want something positive out of this. So he had a guy like really tormenting him lately on cyberbullying. Guys, just because you watch us on television doesn't mean you know us. It doesn't mean you know what we're about. Also, it doesn't entitle you to bully somebody. That's not us, that's anybody, that's any athlete, that's anybody. You shouldn't cyberbully at all. As a matter of fact, if you have somebody in your life that thinks it's funny to cyberbully other people, may that be a celebrity athlete or a little girl at school or a schoolmate, slap him in the back of the head. Make him become a better human being, because you never know what demons somebody faces and what they go through and what you might push them through. And I also highly encourage law enforcement. Daryl has been posting a lot about the guy that's been cyberbullying him and tormenting him. And I really hope they look into that guy and it's just not a pass, because it's just not right, guys. Be better.
Be better. I don't know how many times I've said that. Be better. Be fucking better. You know? Be fucking better. It's beyond insane. It's bonkers at this point, you know? Well, yeah, I don't think she's confused. And I mean, as far as I understand, she's not like, she doesn't need money. It's just weird, you know? Yeah, right? Exactly. Exactly. Like, I think that's why I use myself as an example. Like, I could sell my soul and then I probably wouldn't be stressing out weekly, you know? But it's about fucking self-respect. It's about knowing what victims went through that you've talked to, and being one yourself. You should damn well know what he does to people, right? Yeah, well, it's the currency of what comes from his viewers, where they just throw money, and attention, viewers, numbers, like all of it. No, I don't. If that's what it takes, right? I don't want it. I don't. It's blood money. It's fucking blood money. It's absolutely blood money. I have to hope that what I do is enough for my viewers to support my channel, right? In whatever capacity that they can. That is the best that I can hope for. What I'm not going to do is I'm not going to sell my soul to the devil for some of Aiden's followers to throw money at me to pander to him or anyone the fuck else. It's unacceptable. And it's a slap in the face to every person that you've spoken to, okay, that is a victim of his, and you know the shit that they went through, which is why I think it's so disappointing when it comes to Sparkle, because she damn well knows what people went through, you know? You have to have some self-respect, some fucking boundaries. You have to. You fucking have to. You simply have to be better. Be better than he is, you know? Well, I mean, he's got 2 lawsuits in this last week, right? That's a huge hit. It's good. And you have to remember, he doesn't really care about much other than his own pocket. So, right, this for him is the worst week, because he's now got 2 civil lawsuits he's got to deal with that he's probably going to lose both of them. And it's going to really hurt his pocket. Yeah, I agree with Panda. We also need to have a system that's willing to do their fucking job in the meantime. And right now, that's not happening, right? I knew what you meant, my friend. I knew what you meant. But you have to remember, we're talking about a very narcissistic, egotistical man who plays victim 24/7. The only way that something is bad for him is if it hits his pocket. So 2 lawsuits that he knows now of in the last week that's going to hit his pockets pretty bad. That's a bad week. That's the worst week ever for him. You know? He's not responsible for anything other than hate, division, harassment. Like, he's responsible for all the bad that came with any of this. He's not responsible for anything good that happened to anyone out of anything, because he doesn't think about anybody but himself. He's definitely ignorant. I know he knows he's going to jail. He plays it off like he's never going to go, but when he's by himself, he's sending people messages who he thinks are his friends, panicked about going to jail. All right. He does. He actually does enjoy cyberbullying. That's half of the problem, is that he actually enjoys harming people, because that's what narcissists do. Is if they hurt other people, then they feel good about themselves for 1 second, 1 second. And so because they often are very insecure and feel very shitty about themselves 24/7, the only way they get any joy out of anything is by shitting on other people. And then they have to come up with a reason on why it was acceptable for them to do that. And his whole thing is, oh, I'm making them better people by shaming them. Yeah, see, the problem with that is when you're paid $5,000 to do a hit piece on someone and you're lying, you're just saying shit that simply isn't true because you were paid $5,000 to say it. You're not a fucking journalist. You're a joke. You're a joke. You're a joke. Even being bullied as a kid. Like, I teach my kids that if you see that, you stand up for that person, you say something, you don't sit there, you don't watch it, you don't film it, you do something. Don't be that kid that does nothing. Don't be that kid that watches a kid get bullied. Don't be that kid that watches a kid sit by themselves. You go sit with that kid. That kid might be shy. That kid might have a lot of things going on at home. Like, that kid could be your best friend for your entire life. Don't let someone sit alone. How would you feel? You know, like, I teach my children these things because I'll be damned if my kid goes into school and starts bullying another kid thinking it's acceptable. Absolutely fucking not. Well, Aiden takes great pleasure in trying to cancel people because that's the way he gets his quote power, is from his viewers. You know, that's how. That's exactly how. There are people who need to be canceled, right? Like, Aiden's one of those people that need to be canceled because he's harmful. He hurts people. But, you know, I agree that she sold her soul at this point. I don't get it. I don't understand why. You know, why? What does it benefit you other than money and attention? You know? Well, see, but you could recognize if you did it, right? Like, and apologize, and you're friends now, though. So it's like, I try to teach my kids to be better, to be fucking better, you know? Well, that's the thing. Eventually, she's going to say something he's not going to like, and no one is going to feel that at that point, right? You decided that the exposure, the attention, the money, the whatever is more important. You know, come on. I was always kind to everyone. I played sports. So I was essentially a sort of jock. You know, I played soccer, did cheerleading, volleyball. But I also was in foster care in high school. So I bounced. I was in 4 different high schools, unfortunately, 2 of which, though, I grew up in, thank God. But I can't imagine just being a shit human to people. I was never one of those people. You know, I would talk to anyone, still do. You know, you don't allow that kind of fucking behavior as a human. Just as a human, on a human level, we shouldn't be allowing it. You know, we shouldn't be allowing it. Yeah, of course. You know, well, that's the other thing. Like, you get up, some of the people who are just assholes, you have the right to say fuck off. You know, well, you're here, it's okay if you're late. Well, see, here's the thing. He might pretend he's happier than ever now, but those consequences are coming, raining down on him. And so what he pretends in front of a camera is not reality, you know, behind the scenes. You have to remember that. That is not what reality is in his life when he shuts the camera off. When he shuts the camera off, okay, he puts his head in his hands and he cries like the bitch boy that he is. Well, to be fair, you're right. It's going to hurt his writer's pockets. But no, ultimately, when he loses those lawsuits, the writers aren't even going to be able to give him enough money to pay those. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's like, he is like, the government, the courts have a way of making sure you pay that. And if they have to put a lien on your car, a lien on your home, sell all of your assets, like, they will make you do it, or they will do it for you. Like, that's the bottom line to enforce it. And it doesn't matter how much money. They could even put a caveat that you can't raise the money online. You can be banned from raising money online. You can be banned from even going online in certain cases. Like, imagine if it is in a criminal case, part of that is you're not allowed to fundraise and you're not allowed to go online. Then what's he going to do? You know? And if I'm any of these people that he has harassed into oblivion, the only way that I'm coming to any conclusion with it is those are the caveats, right? Like if people get together and sue him as like a whole, like one, you know, sort of big lawsuit with a multitude of other victims of his, I've always said that if I was going to be a part of something like that, part of that would be if there was ever going to be like a settling, the only way I would settle and not take that to trial is if there is a fund specifically made for his past, current victims, for them all, because there are so many of them that can't afford to hire a lawyer to fucking sue, right? And they deserve to be compensated for the harm that they've endured as well, right? It for me, like, there would be no, you know, making any deals on a settlement other than there's going to be a fund for the people who are in this suit, and then there's going to be a fund for people who are not in this fucking suit that can only be given to his other victims, you know? Well, that's the other thing. They're less likely to give more after they realize that this civil lawsuit isn't going to get justice for John O'Keefe in the way that he's claiming, because that's not the way a defamation suit works. And I saw that Nan actually made a post, okay, about like this, and was like, Jess Machado said something about it. And Nan was like, imagine thinking that. That's fucking idiotic. And people didn't get it, especially the writers. They were like, why wouldn't you want justice for John O'Keefe? It's like, are you guys fucking idiots? That's not what she's saying. What she's saying is a defamation lawsuit is not going to get justice for John O'Keefe, especially Aiden's, because it has nothing to do with that at all. What's in front of the court is, did he defame these people? They're not going to be asked, like, this isn't a trial for people Aiden thinks committed a crime who are never charged with a crime. That is not how a defamation suit goes. So this thing that he's selling to his audience of, oh, this is going to be, you know, another trial for these people, and we're going to, you know, get justice for John O'Keefe. Like, no, that's not how a defamation suit works, and he knows damn well it's not, because he said the same exact thing I'm telling you now about Karen and her defamation lawsuit. That it's not going to get justice for John, because that's not how the fucking thing works, right? It's not in front of the court. There's no question about any of that. The question is, did he defame these people and cause harm? Period. There is no getting justice for John O'Keefe in a defamation lawsuit against Turtleboy. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Then he says this, and y'all are going to support it financially. Why the fuck would you support something financially that has nothing to do with justice for John O'Keefe? It has nothing to do with that. It's the only way he can get these people to donate at this point, you know? Hold on, guys. Hold on. Weird, sorry, I heard some like weird noise, and I'm like, what is that? What in the actual fuck is that? Agreed, you know, a lot of kids who are bullied have like a lot of issues going on at home, and then it makes it even worse. Or maybe they just don't fit in, right? Not everyone fits into some cute little box, you know? Like, I'm kind of a nerd. I'm kind of a nerd. I like information. I'm a bit of a nerd. I don't fit into a cute little box, you know, and I never will. That doesn't make it okay, you know? I don't get it. So, shout out the coach that I was bullying one of the students for being weird. So, listen, nothing wrong with being a little weird. I think we're all weird in our own ways. You know, I don't disagree with you that some might, you know, that some might. Thank you, Michelle. But no amount of money is going to be able to help him. You know, like, people actually believe that is fucking wild to me. Yeah, he flat out says you guys will pay for it. I've never donated cash to any defense fund and would never give money to pay for anyone's legal fees. I think it's pretty wild. Well, that's the thing, right? If he really wanted, like, he could get a lawyer for his criminal stuff for free, but not for the civil. Not for the civil. You know, that needs to be paid for. Well, that's the thing. You have to have enough respect for yourself. And he'll turn on her eventually, and she'll have to learn the hard way, I guess, you know? especially when you bring the charges upon yourself as Aiden has. The fact that they fall for that is just fucking crazy to me, you know? Well, you know, they're not going to change, right? We know that. But yeah, getting justice for isn't getting, like, John isn't getting justice from a defamation lawsuit that has anything to do with Aiden. Like, that's just simply not true, you know? It's just simply not fucking true. And that's the other thing is narcissists are never truly happy or satisfied with what they have. They want more and more and more and more. Yes, he's not happy. He's miserable. He's lonely. He knows he fucked up, right? That, like, what he shows to the public when a camera is on is not reality behind closed doors with him. Okay? I don't know how anyone would buy what he's selling at that point, you know? I believe he's feeling the pushback about what people are saying about him. Well, what people are saying about him. Well, let's hope so, because the fact that he is actually trying to get people to buy into this whole, like, I'm getting justice for John and you guys need to help pay for this movement, like, is fucking wild. He's not getting justice for anyone, dude. It's a defamation lawsuit that has nothing to do with John specifically. It is not going to get justice for John. You know? It's just not. It's just not. It's just simply not. You know, he got a sippy cup injury, not bullying, just reporting. I mean, he could if it's not held accountable. And I'll tell you this much, right? I'll give you, thank you. I appreciate that. I'll put it this way. I've done, and other people like Ashley have done some very deep diving and a lot of conversations with Alphabet, the company that runs YouTube. Okay, Google, YouTube. And there is a lot of things happening behind closed doors that people simply just don't know about, right? And there was a lawsuit last month where YouTube and Facebook were held civilly responsible for putting profits over people, right? And part of that is when your whole legal team at Alphabet has been given the documented information that 99 or 98 point whatever percent of the time Aiden is breaking terms of service, including cyberbullying and harassment, and it's being reported. There was over 45,000 reports as of February on his YouTube channel. He has made over $5 million since 2020. Okay. What they have made off of him in ad revenue is unclear. What they've taken from his portion is a little over $1 million, closer to 2, but like over $1 million. So they're making, right, money off of him, making money off of him. So why would they take down all of his content if they're making all that money, you know? So they're putting those profits over people, you know? I heard he had 30 days to take down all this stuff again. So he got a cease and desist, okay? So I know the inside information on all of this. And I will tell you this much, I'm allowed to say this, that people like the lawyer, you know, or the DUI guy keep saying that, like, the lawyer that took this case, Maddie, just took it magically. All of a sudden, he just magically took it. And what I can tell you is that's simply not true. Maddie's firm, I knew probably over a year and a half ago that this was going to be the lawyer that was going to cover the civil suit against him, the defamation suit against him. And I was very excited about it because, well, you guys know the history, you know, record-breaking billions of dollars he won in the Alex Jones lawsuit. For Sandy Hook, for the parents of Sandy Hook kids that passed away. So he had gotten a cease and desist and he didn't do anything, right? So I guess, you know, he's gotten a lot of cease and desists. So he essentially probably thought it was just a joke. And then he got the 30-day notice, right? So he got a notice 30 days before the lawsuit's filed that it's going to be filed, and then it was filed, right? So he knew ahead of time that this was happening. He obviously took the cease and desist as a joke. I would love to see what attorney even takes this case for him. What civil attorney is going to want to take on this lawyer? And I will tell you this lawyer didn't just magically come on the scene. Attorney Maddie didn't just come on the scene 5 minutes ago. He didn't come on the scene 5 months ago. He didn't come on the scene in, a year and a half ago. He has been delving into this for 2 years, around 2 years. Okay. And he has an entire team. It's not just him. He has an entire team of people who have spent countless hours, probably thousands of hours, collecting evidence, monitoring things online, watching, waiting, researching. Okay. So for the DUI guy and the lawyer, and these Melanie Little and these idiot people that have no idea what the fuck they're talking about, take their, information from the sewer turtle. Attorney Maddie didn't just jump on this case 6 months ago or a year ago. He has had it. And he has been watching and watching and watching and collecting and collecting and collecting. He would not have he vetted this case specifically before he ever decided to take it. So make no mistake when I say these attorneys are more than prepared. More than prepared. I would love to hear her commentary on that. Not that she might not want to give that though, but I agree. He should be. He should be. And that might be part of it, right? That might be part of it. Might be part of it. I agree, Monica, right? Like help her pay a speeding ticket. It'll help get justice for John. Like this is the outrageous shit that basically he's saying, right? Oh, my mortgage will that crack the key. I love you guys. Oh, I can't. Well, that's the whole point, right? Is like their attorneys would be smart enough to say nothing, do nothing. We got this, right? And so like these attorneys have been watching this for a long time. Oh yeah, they do actually think that, Monica. They're stupid enough to think that whatever he says is true. Like that's simply not going to happen. He's not going to, and so he keeps telling people like he's going to get all this crazy stuff in discovery and it's going to help get justice. No, he's not. That's just simply not even close to true. Not even fucking close to true. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. That's not what's going to happen. Not by a fucking long shot. It is amazing to me that people actually believe some of the shit that he says, especially things like that. He's not just going to get all this wild shit in discovery, right? That's not going to happen. It's just simply not, right? He's not going to get justice for John O'Keefe with a defamation suit against him. That's just simply not fucking true, and he knows it. But he also knows that's the only way he can rally the troops to give him more money to fight this civil suit and to find a decent enough attorney, even though no decent enough attorney is going to be able to take this and win. Like they have, if they take this, they know that they're going to lose miserably, And I would bet he's probably already talked to like 30 or 40 of them who have told him to like, take a fucking try to settle, It's not by design. It's not a distraction. It's happening. Like that lawsuit is happening. It's going all the way, Me too, Lisa. And I'm a nerd. I am definitely a nerd. That is for sure. I'm 100% a nerd, Nana said in chat's only that she doesn't think there is much to stand on the witness intimidation cases. I found it a curious take. I think she knows that he's got nothing, like he's screwed ultimately. That's to be debated though, Justice. I think some are, but I also think there are some other judges here in the state of Massachusetts that are quite, the lack of education in things that are nowadays, like digital stuff, online stuff. Like, I'm sorry, but how do we have judges on the bench that have no fucking idea how social media works or how YouTube works? Like, that's just unacceptable, especially if they need to take a case that has stuff to do with this. How do you make a determination if you don't even know half the things you're being told, if you don't understand it, right? That's a problem. And you're right. TV thing is not an isolated human phenomenon. There's a lot of stuff just like this. And he's not the only one that I am aiming to stop from doing this. I'm aiming to stop this from happening on social media in general. And with that lawsuit that happened last month, that Google, aka or YouTube, right? YouTube and Meta, which is Facebook, I'll show you guys, lost okay, it was holding them accountable for the algorithm, okay, that kept people addicted, basically, to social media. Let's see, here it is. Now, what hasn't been sued on yet is part of the stuff that has to do with what we're talking about here, the cyber harassment. And I think that will be the next to come. So in March 2026, a Los Angeles jury found Meta, a parent company of Instagram and Facebook, and YouTube, owned by Alphabet Google, liable for negligence in a landmark lawsuit marking a major legal turning point regarding the impact of social media on youth mental health. The jury determined that the platforms were intentionally designed to be addictive, causing mental health issues in a young user identified as KGM. Details of it, the jury found both companies negligent, ruling they failed to warn users about the dangers of their platforms. Damages, the jury awarded $3 million in compensatory damages and a further $3 million in punitive damages, totaling $6 million. Reasonably split. Meta was found 70% responsible, $4.2 million, and YouTube 30% responsible, $1.8 million. The plaintiff, now 20, testified to becoming addicted to YouTube at age 6 and Instagram at age 9, leading to depression, anxiety, and body dysmorphia. Addictive design. The lawsuit focused on design features like infinite scroll, autoplay, and notifications, arguing they were engineered to keep children hooked. Meta stated that teen mental health is profoundly complex and cannot be linked to a single app, vowing to appeal. They'll lose, in my opinion. YouTube argued that it's a video streaming platform rather than social media, stating the verdict misrepresents its product. Again, that's a losing argument. The broader legal implications. They have called it the big tobacco moment. Legal experts and observers describe this as a big tobacco moment for social media, suggesting it could lead to thousands of similar lawsuits. Over 1,500 additional cases are in the pipeline. Section 230, the case succeeded by focusing on the platform design rather than the content posted, allowing it to bypass Section 230 protections that usually shield tech companies from liability. Then there was a New Mexico ruling, which is where this was. The verdict came just one day after. Oh, no, a separate one. A separate New Mexico jury ordered Meta to pay $375 million for failing to protect children from sexual exploitation on its platforms. These combined rulings represent a significant shift in legal liability for major tech companies, threatening their current business models that prioritize engagement-driven design. Now, I have substantial evidence that Meta and YouTube specifically, aka Alphabet, have used this profit over people, right? Profit over people. So even if you contact the company, the legal department of YouTube itself, and say, hey, here are these instances, okay, of this person committing serious offenses of cyber harassment and bullying, okay, and YouTube does nothing, they can't blame the algorithm and say, well, we had a bot that pushed out the reports, and so we didn't really actually know. Once you have just put it there, right? Once you have just put it there and not taken it back when it's found to be a violation, you're now negligent, especially if it's at 45,000 reports, right? You're saying that the money you're making off that channel is more important than the pain that people are suffering on behalf of this. Never mind when it is pointed out to you in a very broad form and sent directly to the legal department of Alphabet and YouTube that we're dealing with cyber harassment, cyberbullying, and it goes into real life, right? So it's not just online, it's now going into real life, and that's what the intent is, right? You can prove the intent, you can show the intent, you can show this person's already in trouble for this kind of thing, yet they're still allowing him on the platform. They will literally ban people from having a channel for one violation, way less, way fucking less, way less, It's crazy to me. The more mortgages, the more discovery. I answered this already several times, actually. Well, at least you were listening. I answered it. It's internet bullying on social media. Instead of real life bullying, it's internet bullying. And it doesn't always stay cyber. It goes into real life. When people are sending you death threats because the sewer turtle said your name and said you're bad, and then they're threatening your family, and then they're calling you. They're incessantly texting you from fake numbers. They're emailing you. They're emailing your work. They're emailing your children's schools. Like, that's called cyber harassment, cyberbullying, aka torture of people. You know? Like, yeah, no. See, a lot of people don't seem to understand how civil cases work. Aiden has nothing to do with getting justice for John. That's just absurd. You know? Absurd. Who? Have I had who? I've, a lot of Aiden's victims want to remain, quiet because they're tired of being fucking harassed. But I have talked to a few of them recently about maybe doing like one show with a few of them, Turns to cheese. I mean, weird, especially because from what I know of Kelly Reed, and I know maybe some people don't want to hear this, but Kelly Reed actually had the credit card taken from her because she was using the funds on all this wild shit that it didn't need to be used on. Never mind. I mean, Karen used it on wild shit too, but they actually took the credit card from Kelly Reed at one point. There was some tension between Kelly and Karen for quite some time. And so, like, actually what Nan said wasn't false. It was true. And I knew it way back then. So it's weird, it's weird. It's weird that people don't realize some of this stuff, that they just buy into whatever, he says. And just because it's Kelly Reed means she has to be, she can't do any wrong. That's just simply not true, right? I don't think even then he would learn. I don't even think he would learn his lessons if people weren't giving to the con man. I think, again, I think he does the same shit over and over and over. Over and over and over. Yeah, I don't think she wants to deal with those idiots, and they will twist things. That's just what they do, It's just what they do. A cease and desist should stop calling them murderers, basically, and then there's the 30-day, we're going to file, and then they filed. So that's how you have to do it here in Massachusetts. Probably from what I was talking about earlier with just my health just being shit lately, and hence why I haven't been here, and just a lot of stuff. Got a lot going on. I mean, is this for, like, you wasted $2 for this? I mean, thanks. Like, thanks for wasting $2 on nothing. Like, again, you're not, like, if you think you're gonna come here and somehow like do a super chat to like insult someone and I'm just gonna leave it there because it's a super chat, like, you've lost your fucking mind. Like, no, absolutely fucking not. A case is a case. I agree. But I also think there's some ethical boundaries, I do believe that there'll be coverage. That is up to the judge. That'll be up to the judge. The witness intimidation case, I think the judge is going to try to push it forward. I think it's going to be pushed forward, Thank you, Pat. I think I watched this. I think I did watch this. A man used cyber harassment as a cause of him shooting a former client. I think I did watch this. As everyone should. Everyone should read the documents on their own and not just take fucking anyone's word for it. Money orders get money. I agree. It's because YouTube makes money. Human greed is an old-time issue here. I agree. I fucking agree. He's well aware of his, well, that's the thing. He is well aware of his influence, and he does use it to his advantage, but it's to hurt other people and hide his bad behavior. And I'm sure he's not the only one who does that on social media, but at least from the multitude of shit that I know that he's done personally, like, this man is diabolical, like, diabolically disgusting. Absolutely fucking diabolical. You know, like he knows what the fuck he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. But yeah, money. Pat, the answer is money because YouTube makes a lot off ad revenue. Even if he's not monetized on YouTube, they're still making money off of his content, right? And then if he is monetized, they're making even more. You know, yeah, bullying is bullying. Doesn't matter in what way it is. It's shitty behavior. You know, he does. He takes credit for his influence when it's used, and when it doesn't, when it makes him look bad, you know, he tries to push the blame on someone else. Well, it is distraction, but at the same time, it's also the truth. So, like, that stuff happened, right? That stuff happened, and whether people want to, you know, delve into it or not, that's a good point. The fact that he's pushing this whole, you know, I'm going to get justice for John O'Keefe in this, you know, defamation lawsuit against myself. The fact that anybody's buying that right now is fucking wild to me. I don't understand it. It doesn't really make sense to me at all on how that's happening. Hold on. I'm trying to get something up here real quick. Let's see. Where is it? Oh God, you'll see that. You'll see he'll have like a meltdown over it. You know, he needs to have a whole 12 or 24-hour fundraiser. Yeah, they're stealing food from his table. You know, he's not gonna like that. You know, it's weird, weird, weird. Okay, here it is. Found it. So this is a tweet Jason made. Oh shit, wrong one. That's still what I was looking at before. Hold on. Make no mistake, they're coming. They're coming. You know, I can say we because it's more than just me, obviously, working on things behind closed doors. And one of the things I was working on was working with our lawmakers, things when it comes to judges having to have certain education because they're not educated in certain things, and it shows in our judicial system, and it's having a really bad effect because they're not informed, especially when it comes to digital, social media, cyberbullying, DARVO, coercive control. Like they can't, like right now it's a biannual, so that's every other year class, which is like an hour to 3 hours on coercive control. That is not enough for these judges to be informed. It needs to be a mandatory every 6 month DARVO, coercive control, abuse, and abuse that isn't physical classes, and also classes on social media, internet, and the effects of all of that in the judicial system. Because why the fuck do we have judges that simply don't even know what the hell YouTube is at this point? That they cannot make a good decision if they don't even know half of what the fuck how any of it works. Okay. Yeah, he wanted to do a goddamn fundraiser on Mother's Day. I'm like, is this real fucking life? Because he doesn't care about mothers, you know? Yeah, my email address is in the description of the video. It'll say like tips and whatever, and it's also in the bio of my YouTube as well. It might be blown up, but it was also true. So it's like I don't know, you know, why it even was talked about. I don't even recall why it even was brought up. Hey, Beach. But yeah, the fact that he even wanted to do that on Mother's Day just goes to show you he doesn't care about anybody else. He cares about himself. Okay, so this was a tweet that Jason made. Also, make sure you guys hit the like button. I'd appreciate that. I'm, you know, I haven't been here a couple days this week. My health isn't at its tip top at the moment. And so our support doesn't come from the sewer turtle, and it doesn't come from the cultists, and it doesn't come from compromising my fucking morals on behalf of attention and money from the sewer cult. And so all I have to rely on is my viewers, my followers, the people who believe in me and what I'm doing, on camera and off camera. Most of you know there's quite a bit that happens off camera that I do daily, to sort of make sure that the work that we do here doesn't just stop when my camera shuts off and I'm done streaming for the day, right? Like, there's a lot of work that goes into writing things up for our lawmakers and getting it to them and asking for meetings and pulling records and trying to compile things together to show them, like, this is an important issue and action needs to be taken on it now, so that someone like Aiden can never do this to people ever again. So, I don't have any third parties backing me other than all of you. My viewers are what I have. So, we exist to make sure that we fuel what I believe in when it comes to the SHIELD project, and that is getting people together to get this hard work done and make sure that things change so that this can't happen to people again. We have you. Your support is what allows us to do the research, pull the records, keep the lights on, and have independent accountability for independent media here. And I can't do that without support from all of you. And so, we have a bunch of different ways that you can support the channel. We have, super chats and super stickers, which are great, but we have more direct routes, which are our Justice chat link at the top of our chat that's pinned there, and that works for any debit or credit card, Apple Pay, things like that. We do have a Cash App and a Venmo and a Chime and a Revolut and a PayPal and an Amazon wish list. And we do have an email. It's twistedtragedies3@gmail.com. It's in the description of the video as well. Make sure you hit the subscribe, click the notification bell so you get the notification when I'm live and don't miss any updates. And make sure you hit the like button and you share the link. And, I do put a disclaimer in my descriptions now, and those simply say that our commentary is rooted in court filings, independent research, and that we advocate for a respectful digital landscape, and we don't condone or incite harassment of any kind towards anyone, and people are presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. I put it there specifically because it is something important to me, right? It is important to me that people know that behavior is not fucking okay. You'll never see Aiden put something like, you'll never see his audience tell them, all he has to simply say is, don't do that, guys. Please don't do that. You want to know why he won't? Because that's what he thinks he draws his power on. And so he'll never tell his audience not to do these things. And it's sad. But he has the backing of people who will just be brainwashed into believing whatever he says, including that he'll somehow get justice for John in a civil defamation suit against himself, which is absurd. That's just simply not going to happen. So I need all of you guys' help. I need all of you guys' help, because this is when it matters. YouTube takes like 30 to 60% depending on what it is, and they pay out the next month. So anything I make this month, it's getting to be the end of the month, so anything I make on like super chats, super stickers, memberships in the month of April, I will not get until the end of May. It's weird, but you're right. If you use like an Apple device, they take another like 30% or something, which I didn't know until last year. So always give direct to any creators when you can. If you use Apple, they take extra money and they make they charge you extra. It's weird. I didn't know that until last year. Someone actually pointed that out to me. Oh my God, that's so funny. Have a fundraiser on the 4th. May the 4th be with you. That's actually funny. I'm one of those people that, like, again, when I was moving and I needed help with the security deposit, basically Amy and Deirdre had to like forcibly ask for help for me. Like forcibly ask for it for me. Like I had to. They literally had to, because I was like, no, I'm not doing it. No, I'm not doing it. No, I'm not doing it. And they were like, Elise, you need the help. You need the help. Like you need it. And I'm like, I don't care. I'm not doing it. Like I'm cringing. I'm not doing it. And they like had to force it. They had to do it themselves to get me to like, while I was like in a space to like, do it. So I'm great for asking for help for other people. I am fully capable of doing that and making sure we can find help for people who need help for certain things. When it comes to myself, I keep too much in when I need my own help. And so this is my ask of, if you can support the channel, now is the time. Now would be the time. I don't depend on anyone but my viewers when it comes to monetary anything, because I am not willing to do the things these people are willing to do when it comes to lying to your audience. I respect my audience too much to sit here and just pander and say things that might be popular. It can be popular, but it's not, if it's not true, it's not fucking, I'm not saying it. It's not happening. It's sorry, not sorry, you know, sorry, not fucking sorry. It's just not happening. So, you know, oh yeah, if he wanted to do anything like that, he could have, but he's never, again, Corn Dead, as we know, he's never going to do anything that he's not getting something out of, right? He's not going to do that. He's not going to do anything that he's not getting something out of. There's been plenty of times where I've done something here on this channel that I know that's going to help someone else, and it might take money out of my pocket, but it's going to help them, right? And so I'll do it because I'm not the only person struggling, you know, on planet Earth. You know, I know what it's like to be someone who's disabled, who had a career and a very physical job that I can't do anymore. And I know what it's like to have to take care of loved ones on top of that, and to also, you know, you have a family you got to take care of, other kids on top of that. And so I know what it's like to struggle, you know? And so if I can help someone else who needs help, like, I'm going to do it in whatever way that I can. Aiden doesn't know how to fucking care about anyone else. He simply does not. And he never will. Narcissists do not have that capacity to give an actual fuck about anyone but themselves. But Jason made this post that I thought it's a response to Aiden. So I have Aiden blocked, of course, but he says, Aiden replies to someone, and he says, "No, Eileen, you supported Meredith, despite the fact that she put Karen Reed directly in harm's way by sending all of her private signal messages to the bad guys." Now, let me just point out, that's highly not true. Aiden himself is the one who screenshotted signal messages with Karen. He did. No one else did that. He did. And he has sent things over and over and over to a multitude of people. A multitude of people. And then he forgets who he sends it to. And in a second, I'm going to show you guys Jen Altman's tweet that she put up showing that, right? Hi, Marsha. Showing that that's exactly what he does, and then he forgets about it, right? So he says this and then says, you have forever given up the right to pretend you support her or me. Like, he's such a fucking piece of shit. So Jason tweeted, "No, fuck not. You intentionally turned your cult members against Karen Reed and then committed a felony by illegally wiretapping her in an attempt to pressure her to do your documentary," which, by the way, I'll point out that is something that I have said since day one of all of this, that it was to use to blackmail. So she would be in the documentary and he could make the money he wanted. It was all about money. And again, we were right? Because, like, this is what he does. It's a pattern that you can pretty much predict. Then Jason said, "Then you shared the recording with a 21-year-old girl to impress her so you could live out your Peter Pan fantasy of trying to bang a girl whose father is younger than you." Oh God, that's gross. "You have forever given up the right to tell people how to support Karen Reed. Anyone that supports her should see you for the piece of shit that you are." Well, I mean, it's true, you know? It's true, you know? Weird. This one I did see the other day, and I think I replied to this one. He said, I did. I already knew. That's why. Like, this is things that you can basically guess when it comes to him. If you know his patterns and you know the things he's been doing behind closed doors, he does the same things over and over and over and over and over. I bet it is a mockumentary at this point. I don't see what option these documentary makers have at this point other than to make a mockumentary. I really don't. I really, really don't. So I replied to this, actually. I replied to this. Aiden said something to Obach like, "No one's scared of you," or something like that. And I was like, is he fucking for real right now? Like, is he for real? Like, he shouldn't be talking about being scared of anything. Like, this is the man that walks into a court multitude of times and whines to a judge that he's afraid of women half the size of him. Okay, multiple women he has walked into court and said, Your Honor, I'm so afraid of these women, as a lie, like lying, right? So I responded and I said, and with the clip of him throwing his little fucking tantrum.
Can you please go? Can you please go?
Like that, I responded with that clip and I said, Sir, you're afraid of every woman, so you need a restraining order, and you're afraid of your own shadow. Sit the fuck down. Sit the fuck down. Like, come on, stop it. I fucking can't. I fucking can't. Like, nonsense, bro. Absolute fucking nonsense. You know, absolute fucking nonsense. Nonsense. Okay? I can't. Oh, God, listen, that is such a good question. I wish I had the fucking answer to that. But my point was, I responded and I said, You're afraid of every woman, so you need a restraining order, and you're fucking afraid of your own shadow, so sit the fuck down. With the clip of him crying on the floor. Because for him to say to anyone, no one is scared of you, like, shut the fuck up. Shut the actual fuck up. Now, listen, I'm not a mean person, okay? Not a mean person. As you guys know, I'm not a malicious person. The one person that I will waive the right to say you're a giant piece of human fucking garbage and an oxygen thief is him. The amount of lives he has ruined just to hide his own bad behavior is utterly fucking disgraceful and disgusting. And anybody that helped him do it is just as bad in my book. Just as fucking bad. Okay? Just as bad. So for him to talk about anyone, no one is scared of you. Like, Aiden, you're afraid of everything, including your own fucking shadow. According to yourself, sir. I mean, that's what you tell the courts, right? Is you're so afraid. You're afraid of Kate Peter. You're afraid of Lindsay. You're afraid of Meredith. You're afraid of Jen Altman. You're afraid, right? You're so afraid. You're afraid of JLR. You called the cops on him when he was, protesting on a public sidewalk, which you say is personally okay, Aiden. You know? I mean, let's be honest here. Let's be fucking honest here. You run into a courtroom, lie, and cry that you're afraid of women, and you have the audacity to say no one's scared of you to anyone? I don't give a fuck who you're saying it to, but I mean, to say it to Obach is kind of weird. Like, you're weird for even saying that to her. Like, he must feel threatened by her, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that. But no one is scared of you. Like, sir, you are the last person who should be talking about being afraid of fucking anything. You clown. We have music for that, Aiden. Just for you, sir. We do. Well, that's the thing. Like, I mean, I'm sorry, but like, the hypocrisy is there. And it's like, I don't maliciously go after people. I don't do that, right? I simply don't do that. I will defend myself if needed. I will defend the people that I care about if needed, okay? I have no problem doing that, and that is warranted. I don't just seek people out, though. I don't type their name into the search box, go see what they said, and then, attack. Like, that's just not my thing. I don't see any reason to do that. It's a waste of fucking time, a waste of space. Like, I am not wasting my time doing that. I'm also not wasting my time making various sock accounts and making spreadsheets of them, Aiden. I mean, come the fuck on, I know, right? I'm so bad. The panic attack. I'm like insulted that he uses that. Like, it's a panic attack. It's PTSD. Sir. No, I have PTSD. Okay? That is not PTSD.
Can you please?
That is a drunken toddler tantrum. He has 3 phones, actually. 3. But nonetheless, like, this is like, I'm sorry, but it had to be called out. It had to be. It fucking had to be. Absolutely slap the like button and come back. Thank you, Brando. I appreciate that. Right. This is your hero, people. You need to reevaluate all in life if this is the man that you keep believing. If you believe he's going to get justice for John and you need to donate money to him, if you would like to flush your money down a drain, please do. But while you do it, make sure you take a video of it so I can point and laugh. I have a popcorn machine. We can just pop up some popcorn and point and laugh, right? Because you want to flush your money down a drain? I would never do that. I would rather give my money. Say, for instance, I won the lottery, right? Say tomorrow I won the lottery for fucking $10 million, right? Something crazy. I immediately know what I would do with that money. First, I would make sure that my family had a modest home, not a mansion, not 5 homes, one modest home with just a backyard and maybe at a dead end street, because I grew up with my grandparents' summer cottage on a dead end street, and the kids could just play right there in the street, really, because nobody really came down there much. When they did, everyone moved to the side, Like, I am not one of those people that needs like 17 fancy cars. Like, nope, one running car for me, one running car for my husband, and like a modest home, right? I could take a portion of that money and come back to my channel and do giveaways to the people that supported me, right? The people that were here, the people that watched every day, even if they didn't comment in the chat, the people who were here, right? The people that supported me when I needed them to, right? That's called giving back. I have no qualms about doing that kind of stuff. I actually love doing that kind of stuff. Making someone else's day, something that makes my heart happy. And I used to be able to do a lot of that, obviously, when I made more money. I don't make that kind of money anymore, obviously. But one day, if it gets to that point where I'm making decent enough money, that's exactly what I would do, right? Give back to the people who are giving to me. I've never seen him do any sort of giveaway or anything like that, unless he's making money off of it, right? Like, do something for your viewers if you can, right? And smaller channels really, aren't like they can't, you know what I mean? They don't have that sort of income, but he's got plenty of money coming in that he can't even do like a simple giveaway for his viewers. Watch him do it now because we said something. But it's like, at what point is the greed too much? At what point? I mean, this is the man that you believe. He's walking into courthouses and police stations on speed dial, trying to get people falsely charged with crimes they didn't commit so that he can then say he's right and he won to his audience. Not because they did anything wrong, not because they actually committed a crime, but so that he could go to his audience and be like, see, guys, I got them charged because they're bad people and they're not credible and I didn't do anything wrong. That's it. That's it. Oh, Marsha, I always do that. Girl, every time something shows up from Amazon, my heart skips a beat because it's the kindness from you guys. And I don't think I have enough thank yous in my vocabulary to properly say thank you, which is why I usually say thank you like 17 times for just every one thing that comes in. I have to say it like over and over and over because it's all I have to give is a thank you. And it's important to me that people know that it's appreciated and that I'm grateful. And that a lot of the things even on my wish list are not just for like me, it's for the benefit of my household, like for the benefit of my house. And being able to like do things with the kids, like me and the kids have had so much fun with this thing. I kid you not. So much fun with this thing. No worries. Now I know it's from you. See, I once in a while something will come and it won't have the slip in it sometimes because it's packaged. No, I think you have to click right on the link, Vicky. I don't know if there's a way to look it up through your own Amazon. If you click on the wish list, it will pull up your Amazon account. The fun thing about wish lists, though, and this is what I used to do once I found out that you could do this, back when COVID happened, right before COVID, I was making decent money running a small business. And what I would do is I would join like wish list groups on Facebook, and I would, they would have like gifting trains, like then you gift the next person that, commented. And what I would do is I would pick something off their wish list, and then I would add something extra that I thought they would like, because you have to pick something off of their wish list so that it'll go to their address, because it doesn't give you their address. It just, once you pick something from their wish list, it automatically gets sent there, as long as you make sure that like when you're checking out, it says wish list or whatever. But you can add something else into the cart with it, or other things into the cart with it, as many as you want, that are from Amazon, right? That you think the person will like. And so not only will they get something from their wish list, but they'll get a surprise that they didn't know, like something that wasn't on their wish list that you thought they would just love. And I never got someone who didn't like the extra thing that I sent. I used to love doing that because it was so fun that they would get something extra, like an extra surprise that they would like. So I definitely appreciated being able to do that back then, and I hope that eventually I can get back to doing stuff like that because it was so fun. It was so fun to do. just making, I did a lot of the baskets during COVID. I did kids baskets. We did the wine baskets. We did sober people baskets. We did baskets for the medical records department at Social Hospital. I contacted Birchbox at one point, and Birchbox donated birch boxes to the entire ER department in Pittsfield at the hospital there. I had been living out in that area, and this is when I first started getting a lot of my medical, and they took really good care of me. And so it started like during, like right at the beginning of COVID, and I had gotten COVID in the beginning of COVID. They took really good care of me. So Birchbox was doing this thing, and you could nominate a hospital or a area of the hospital to get birch boxes. And so I asked Birchbox, nominated, and asked them if they could send it to the hospital in Pittsfield, and they did. And everyone in the ER department got their own little birch box, which was really, really cool. And I'm glad that they did. So it's like things like that, you know, like taking the time out of your day to like, you see something and you're like, oh, hey, let's get people together to like help this person. Yeah, he did give away tickets to the Wilbur so that he could say he sold it out, you know. It is vile because they'll just say they have to completely ignore a ton of shit to be okay with it. They have to ignore a ton of shit that he's done and pretend that it didn't happen, right? Like that's a problem, you know? That's a problem. But that happens sometimes, Marsha, where something will come, like I knew Lorelai had gotten the popcorn because she told me. But when it came in its original box, it didn't come in like an Amazon box over it because it's already a big box. And so when it comes in that kind of package, it doesn't have the slip with it. Once in a while, that will happen. And then I have to come here and be like, all right, fess up. Who did it? Who did it? You know, who did it? Oh yeah, so I'll tell you this. When he got Lindsay's extraction, he started going through her extraction and texting and calling people who were in her phone who said anything about him, asking them if they had a problem with him and why, and then like making these weird little insinuation of threats. Like that's how far he goes. Like that's witness intimidation, number one. Number two, you cannot go through someone's phone extraction in your criminal case, start contacting people in there, like, and being like, do you have a problem with me? You said this about me in this extraction. Like, what the fuck who does that? That's a little known fact that I've said a couple times, but that's something he did that I have no doubt. That's why he's so angry that when his phone extraction came out, it says like, bro, you know what you did with Lindsay, so you're just hoping someone doesn't do that same thing to you, you know? Like, come on. That's fucking weird, you know? Oh, thank you, Marsha. I appreciate you. Thank you, Vicky. Oh, my cat loves her cat fountain. She loves it. Oh yeah, see that's the thing, right? It's like you have to make sure that when you're in checkout, that's not being sent to you, that it's being sent to their wish list. So always double check because sometimes that happens. I've done it too, Randall, but my cat loves that cat fountain. She loves it. Now I'm aiming for like the thing that's like automatic feeding because like the little bowls they make for cats are so small, so I have to like refill it obviously, probably once a day ish. The automatic would go, like I probably have to refill the water fountain maybe once every week and a half ish. I just refilled it yesterday, so it's, and it wasn't obviously not completely empty. It was getting low, so I refilled it yesterday. But she loves her little cat fountain, and it is so convenient and it's so cute, right? Like, so I'll just come out and just be sitting under a little cat fountain, and not just does she drink out of it, but she likes to play in it sometimes. She'll literally like just bat at the water sometimes, or like sniff around until the water touches her nose. Then like. She loves it. So thank you. She loves it. She also loves her collar. And it's got a collar. She loves that collar. Her little pink collar. It's adorable, But that's the thing is I wouldn't waste my time on any one person because you never know why they choose to. And they can also, two things can be true. Someone can support you and them, right? Like people have their own reasons for doing whatever it is they do. I wouldn't waste my time either. But he has wasted plenty of time literally messaging people who was like, I thought you were a supporter of mine. You once gave to me. What's the problem now? And he tries to get them to believe his lies and suck them back in. Like, that's what he does. It's fucking wild. It's wild. Anybody would do that. Have a good day, Beach. Oh, I did so many baskets during COVID. I did so many. I did sober people baskets. I did kids baskets. We did the wine baskets. I did like so many different kinds. My aunt, I only have one aunt, and she has no kids, no spouse, and she worked in the medical records department during COVID. And so like the ER was getting like free pizzas, and people were bringing them all sorts of shit for the ER and the doctors and the nurses down there. And here's the medical records department. They have to go back and forth between the ER every day, getting records, going back and forth, blah, blah, whatever. They are essential personnel. They're working, and they're completely forgotten about. And so I was talking to my aunt, and I think there was like 25 people or whatever it was in her department. And we had a lot of small businesses in the area donate things that they made, cups, pens, all sorts of things. And then whatever money was donated, we bought like scratch tickets and other things. We made the bags for men and women. And they got calendars, they got scratch tickets, they got, masks, they got all sorts of little things, bath and body stuff, headphones, like all sorts of stuff. And so there's a video somewhere, I think it's on my YouTube somewhere, of bringing, or maybe it's on my Facebook, bringing the medical records department the stuff, dropping the stuff off there at the hospital, because you couldn't go in at the time. So my aunt had to bring out like this rolling cart, and I had to like load it up for her and her coworker, and they brought it up. So, but I asked her to take a few pictures for me of them opening them. Of course she did. So, and I wanted to make sure I got not just the day staff, but any night staff. So I had my aunt count how many people, and I made extra just in case anyone was forgotten. And they just appreciated it, They appreciated it a lot, because they had kind of been forgotten, medical records. And I didn't want them to feel forgotten, I didn't want them to feel forgotten. I wanted them to feel like they were also important, and they were also seen, and they were also appreciated. So, and they did. And that was the goal. Even if it makes someone happy for just one moment, right? Even if it lets them breathe for a week, a day, a month, it's important, He was asking people to comment. They didn't find out. So many people didn't hear about the case through him. They heard about it through someone else. But what I will say is, what people don't realize is a lot of these people, heard about it, like not through him, through someone else, but that someone else heard it through someone else who heard it through him. So it's like a lot of the misinformation that came out with the case ultimately came from him. Regardless of who they heard it from, it came from him, But that's funny. He's definitely scared. He's definitely scared, What? This video? No, I had to remind him that he's a bitch boy. Sorry, I had to do it. He loves to just shit on other people, shame other people, lie about other people. But if he's going to sit there and do this shit, then I'm going to remind him that he's a bitch boy. Bottom line, bottom line. Oh, I'm sure he did ask the lawyer, and it helps the kid. I didn't know that. I love that. The kitty kitties. I love that. I'm not surprised that Runkle agreed. He's been simping Aiden shit for a bit now, a bit. And I've called that out, regardless of if people like him or not. It's the truth. The truth is a lot of these quote law tubers have been simping because they get money from his viewers. It is what it is, It is none of his business. It's none of my business why people choose or not choose to, it is, they can support whatever the fuck they want. It's unfortunate, and that's the other thing. He's got plenty of people, so I don't know why he's like grasping over a few. It's weird, Ugh, gross. I can't. See, this is what I've been calling out for a while. It's unfortunate, but like, it's the truth. Like, even people who like Runkle, you have to acknowledge that like his shit when it comes to Aiden is not okay, right? The simping for Aiden, the sort of backing him when it's wrong, when they know it's wrong. It's simply for benefit purposes of themselves. And it's like, where do you draw the line as a human being? Where does the line get drawn? All right, we need to see a little bit of this quote interview that Sparkly did with fucking Aiden. All right, we need to, because I can't. I just can't. I can't. I freaking can't. I haven't seen it yet, but from what I understood, oh my God, she didn't actually title it Dr. Turtleboy, the man, the myth, the legend. I can't. See that right there? You lose my respect. I'm sorry, Sparkly, but like, come on, you damn well know what you're doing here. Like, if this, you're not going to call this simping for him, okay? Like, I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me. The man, the myth, the legend, one-on-one with Sparkly. Like, how in good conscience can you say this shit? I mean, let's hope he might personally not like him, but he has backed him up on some things. And I'm like, why? Why do that? You know, why? It just doesn't make sense to me. Why? Well, that's, you know, oh yeah, he caused so much damage with his misinformation, you know, and the amount of evidence is is a lot. Let's put it that way. Let's put it that way. I'm honestly scared to even like do this. Oh God, if one of your fucking viewers is Valerie, like then I'm sorry, but like this is like gross. Let me check out this. Oh God, all the cultists, people making fun of Meredith, you know, people making fun of Mike. Like, I mean, come on, is this real life? Like, is this real life? Like, these are the people. Like, these are the people you want as viewers? I can't. Yeah. I think he talked about one time, there was something he brought up in I think it was a lawyer, you know? Yeah, I believe it was a lawyer, you know, on Megyn Kelly. That was completely not true. But he said something about Aiden that was like, oh, you know, basically saying that you'd want someone to do what he did. And it's like, no, you wouldn't, you know? No. I guess not. I thought originally it was supposed to be a space. I can't watch these people in the chat, like just because they're cultists, right? But like, I'm honestly scared to see what happened here. This is fucking 2 hours. All right. Is it right away? Is he on right away? Oh my God, he is. All right. I have not seen this. Okay. I've not fucking seen this. I've not seen this interview. So you guys are getting my reactions as it's fucking happening. You know what? As a matter of fact, I think this requires a level of popcorning. I feel like some of you probably have seen it. I'm guessing some of you haven't. But I feel like this requires a level of popcorning because I just don't understand. I'm not quite understanding how you could have him like and then title it that. The man, the myth, the legend, the fucking serial harasser. Like, I'm sorry, but it's like this level of like, I can't feel bad for you when he shits on you eventually, shits on your life and lies about you. Like, I can't feel bad for you if you do this to yourself like this. You know, I can't. I fucking can't, and many other people can't either. It's fucking wild. It is absolutely fucking wild. I just don't understand at this point why anybody would want to do it. But I feel like we have to have a level of popcorning for this. It has to heat up for 3 to 5 minutes before I put this in. But I feel like this is a level of popcorning that needs to happen. Right? We got our oil, our popping oil, and then our movie theater butter. You can't confuse the two. So I can't do the oil until it's heated up for 3 minutes. So we'll watch the first 3 minutes while the popcorn is a popping. All right. She does a dance. Stop. What is she, Ellen? What do you mean? I mean, I guess I could dance, but like, what purpose would that serve exactly? Like, I can just bebop in my chair. I mean, physically, I could do a lot, but like, what, you know, when it comes to dancing, but why? You know? I mean, I might be hurting for the next 3 days for the first 10 minutes doing it, but like, why? Why dance? What is the purpose of that exactly? Like, again, originality too. Like, that's Ellen. Like, Ellen did that. Like, that was an Ellen thing. Like, oh, I can't. I can't. All right. I feel like this is the right time, right? Like, this has to be the right. If there's any time for popcorn, I feel like right now would be it. So we're doing it. I can't watch it. I can't watch it. But we should throw a tantrum. We should pull. That's what we should do. Giving me anxiety, just even the fact that I even like scrolled the first 2 minutes. I mean, that's weird. Why? I'm not understanding exactly why. Also, what's happening here? Oh God.
Hey, everyone. It's Sparkly Rabbit. Tonight is a special night. I'm so glad that you all can be here to join me. We have a couple of awesome mods in here. So that's going to be helpful because we'll probably get a lot of trolls in here tonight. Aiden is going to be joining.
You can pop it right out and wipe it right out and clean it right out. She did 4 dances. Shut the hell up. it's not approachable. It's not sweet. And also like this, I'm cringing right now. You think you're going to get a lot of trolls? You have a lot of trolls right now in your chat. And instead of being like it's the pandering to the cult. Okay. That's the part that I have no respect for. You know the damage she has done to people. And yet here you are entitling it the man, the myth, the legend. Like you lose my respect right fucking there. There's nothing legendary about harming innocent people. Nothing legendary about that. Okay? Nothing.
Us at 6 p.m. So, oh, and there goes Max again. Max, come on. Can't do this all night, all right? Come on. Where you going? Make up your mind. How about, let's go down here. Good boy. There you go. Anyway, so I'm happy to be here with everyone. And put my glasses on so I can read a little bit of the chat. I thought I'd come on a little bit early just to make sure that we had everything in order. And we can get everything organized and done the way that we want to have it done. So
Yes.
it looks like
Yeah, I just bounced them off. It happens.
In good shape here. Causy's going to be my other moderator. And
hold the fucking phone. Hold the stoppage. She didn't say Causy's going to be her other moderator. I can't. You can't make this shit up. I can't. Like, I couldn't. If I couldn't lose any more respect already, like, what the fucking actual fuck are we doing here?
Along with Queen Valerie, and hopefully those are.
She just fucking say Valerie's a moderator. Like, bro, Valerie is the queen pick-me troll. Is this real life? Is this real fucking life?
The only two moderators I will need.
No, honey, you're gonna need a lot more. Like, ew, just fucking ew.
Tonight. Anyway, I have, quite.
Sorry, but if you have buddied up with the queen of pick me and the queen of like trying to make fun of other people while being a fucking hypocrite, just like Aiden, like, where are your own morals? Where are your basic boundaries and your self-respect? I want to know, because at this point, I'm not sure where hers went. It's like disheartening to see this. Like, it just is.
Quite a few questions. The way that it's going to work is I'm going to bring him up and I am just going to talk to him one-on-one. I'm not going to be reading the chat. It's more about the interview. And then I'm going to stay on.
Well, no offense, but the whole point of fucking streaming is a live chat and interacting with your audience. So if you're not interacting with your audience and reading the fucking chat, what is the point? What is the point of doing this, right? I noticed she has her donation options there at the bottom. Like, is this what this is all about? Is it like your need for attention? Because if you stood by your morals and what at least you told me you believed in, is that you knew the shit Aiden did. You knew he gaslighted. You knew he lied. You knew he was cruel. You knew he was mean. You knew that he did shit to harm people. Yet here you are using Causey and Valerie as your fucking mods and calling Aiden the man, the myth, the legend. I'm sorry. Like, what in the actual fuck train wreck am I watching right now?
Obviously, after that, we'll stay on, for another hour. We can go over and talk about what we talked about.
That's the weird part about it. And I think the part that my brain can't grasp, I think you're right, Karen, like the part that my brain can't grasp is a lot of these people, like, as far as I understand, she's a retired nurse. She doesn't need the money, right? A lot of these people, besides her, like, have enough followers that they're not necessarily in need of the money. So why pander? Why lose your self-respect, your credibility? There's no boundary. Like, why do that for an extra $1? Like, again, I get it. The cult brings in more money. They simply do. I understand it. But again, as I said earlier in the show, it's fucking blood money. It's tainted in the torture of decent, innocent people at the expense of Aiden hiding his bad behavior, right? So that he can lie to his audience more about what he didn't do when he did do it, right? Like, that's the crux of it, okay? What in the actual fuck is I mean, I don't get it. Like, you're not lacking in the money department, right? Like, have some fucking boundaries, dude, right? Sell your soul for money. It's like, I don't get it. I don't like, again, there's nobody who would benefit more probably than me, but I mean, where do you have any self-respect at that point? If you're willing to just pander to the audience that gives more money, right? Like, I just have to hope that my audience appreciates enough what I do to want to support my channel. There's nothing more that I can do. If I raise my boundaries and throw them out the fucking window and take my self-respect and my ethics and throw it out the window, yeah, I could probably have a car by now. I could probably have my bills paid for the next 3 months or more and be fine every week. But at what cost? At the cost of innocent people being tortured? No, not fucking doing it. Hi, Kylie. Nice to see you, darling. Not fucking doing it. No, thank you. No fucking thank you. Absolutely fucking not.
So that's the plan for tonight. And again, I'm happy that everyone is here. And I'm sure we're going to get some people in here that,
That what? Can't stand the lies? I'm sure you will.
Anyway, it's going to be a great night. I actually have a new song that I play.
Oh God.
And I'll probably play it again for Turtleboy if he's not listening now. But it's a great song, a new one that I made, and I want everyone to get up and dance. Let's get everything, blood flowing and everything ready to go. Let's get up and dance, okay?
This isn't Ellen.
So here we go with the new song.
What's happening? What am I watching? What am I watching? I don't understand.
Join me now. It's time to rise. Head the truth.
Oh my God. I'm cringing a little here.
With Turtleboy right by our side. Step into the light, let the shadows fall. Aiden Kearney's story, the truth will call. The man, the myth, the legend's voice. In the noise of chaos, let's make the choice.
I can't. It's an actual song about Turtleboy and how awesome. I can't. What the fuck is going on here? Like, what the fuck? Like, what? We're just normal people. Some of these people who have no fucking ethics or boundaries, but like, what? Like, I can't. I fucking really can't. Like, what am I watching right now? I can't. I can't. I fucking cannot, okay? I can't. Yeah, Meredith used to do all that stuff for him. Yeah, I don't know. Meredith used to do all that stuff for him. Yeah, he has to do everything himself, because that's real life. You have to adult and do things for yourself, I mean, this is pretty cringe. I'm sorry, but like, even the rhythm decided to tap out in all of this, okay? Her rhythm ran out the window, okay? I don't fucking understand.
Turtleboy, don't ring, the central phase away. The shells about break, clear the way. No more confusion, we got the cure. A path of light, solid and pure. Truth over lies, let the message fly.
I'm sorry, did I just say truth over lies? Yeah, because the epitome of not lying is the sewer turtle. What?
Sparkly rabbits glow, lighting up the skies. Turtleboy's wisdom, steady and sure. Together we stand, strong and secure. Cross the lines where deception lies. Unmask the fakes and silent cries. In the quest for clarity, we will fight, bringing shadows into the light.
Oh my God, I can't.
Fear, no more disguise.
I can do this too.
Open your
Doing a two-step.
heart,
Get a
open
two-step,
your
and a two-step,
eyes.
and a two-step.
The journey shared. Come
Let's
walk
talk
with
about
me.
liars.
In truth
Got
and
popcorn for this shit.
we're finally free. Over lies, let the message fly. Sparkly rabbits glow, lighting up the sky. secure. So join the quest. Hear the call.
I can't.
With truth
I fucking can't. Literally.
will rise above.
I literally can't. I fucking
Yeah, baby.
Oh boy. Yeah, let's play a song.
What does everybody think about that song?
I think
What do you
it's
think?
horrible. And it lies just like
Did you
Aiden.
listen to the words?
Yep, lies like a rug. Just like Aiden. Great song.
I thought the song came out great. I'm very
Yeah.
happy with it.
Yeah, amazing. Liars lying about lying. Makes sense.
Loved it. Oh, that's awesome.
Mhm.
Yeah, I thought it was a good song. So Turtleboy hasn't heard it, then I'm gonna play it for him.
Fucking can't.
See what he thinks about the song. But I have a lot of good questions that I'm gonna ask him tonight.
I don't know.
Right now, I need to drink my coffee because I'm cold.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I can't. I
So-
literally can't.
I don't know. What do you think? Should I do the shades tonight?
I mean, what? You need shades on inside? I mean, I'd be secondhand embarrassed as well, right? Like if I just made a song all about how awesome Aiden is after telling everyone privately for months how much of a piece of human garbage he is for all the things he's done to people and how you can tell when he's gaslighting you and you know when he's gaslighting you and he can't lie and gaslight you after telling me that a million times and telling Nina that a million times and me trying to explain to her that she can't handle his gaslighting very clearly because we saw it happen in spaces twice. Now we have the pandering. Aiden's awesome. He brings truth to light. Yeah, except never. The man lies more than he breathes. So you make a whole song about how amazing and awesome he is for what? Right? Like, I mean, fuck, dude. At least get a popcorn machine and laugh at yourself. I mean, fuck. If you're gonna have skits, make them good. I mean, this is like, this has to be SNL. I mean, it has to be, right? Like, I mean, this has to be a fucking joke right now. I'm not understanding. Okay, I don't get it. I don't get it. Oh, damn it. Is she putting on shows at the local VFW? You know? I can't. I fucking can't. I don't, like, what? I can't. I don't know. It's a good point. It's a good point. I'm sorry, Marsha. I'm sorry. Listen, I love dancing too, but when you are actively doing this and it's very clear what it's for, because let's be honest, all of this is going to get made fun of by Aiden eventually. Okay? Aiden is going to go in on her eventually and make fun of the dancing, make fun of the sunglasses, make fun of the attention seeking. Like it's a matter of time. A matter of, I hope it's not a turtle. God, for fuck's sake. Oh God. I fucking can't. Stop it, gonna make me choke on my popcorn, Leah. God damn it. Listen, I dance too, but this is embarrassing, okay? This is fucking embarrassing. I can't, all right? I cannot do it. That's a dance white woman do right before they're about to pass out. Kylie, you are fucking killing me. I can't. Yeah, it's praising Aiden. It's praising him. I can't. I mean, you have to put more than brandy in my coffee to be doing all this. I don't know what in the fucking, someone must have slipped something in there. You know, I don't know. It's, other one's got potential. Another one bites dust. Well, you know.
Do you think the shades are appropriate for tonight?
Yeah, put them over your glasses. Super appropriate. Makes lots of sense.
What do you
Don't get
think?
contacts or anything.
Should I not wear the shades?
Because that's what people usually do. Is they put them over their glasses. They don't get like prescription ones or anything, or put contacts in. They just put them
Could
straight
send
over
me
their
some good
glasses.
spot, some good coffee. Oh, really? We're on 6 p.m. Eastern.
Oh, he's gonna make fun of it. Yeah, over the
No
glasses.
bus stop on this ride.
I don't get it either. I don't get it.
You like the actual glasses, right? And no shades? Okay, I'll save the shades for later. How's that?
I fucking can't.
I'll save the shades for later when it's just all of us. Can everybody hear me good on the microphone?
No, we can't.
I just want to make sure that I'm
What do you
loud
think?
enough.
Do you think we can hear you? What do you think? So, I said that a lot, apparently. This is my first time watching this. What do you think? What do you think? I think I'm seventh-hand embarrassed right now. I don't know
Wow,
what's
that
happening.
sounds awesome. I love coffee. It's one of my favorite things.
Oh my
Who
God,
doesn't?
stop
I mean,
it
who
right
doesn't?
now. Okay. For you to pop up a comment from Carrie Brack, who is the literal biggest troll on planet Earth, one of the nastiest people you come across on X, okay, tells me everything I need to fucking know. Yeah, of course it was a dig at Nina, which is weird because like Nina helped her out, and what it seems like is she really just jumped into Nina's spaces to get people to follow her for the channel, which is really like, build it, bro. Build it yourself, one person at a time. I don't know. It's a good point, Lynn. I have no idea. No idea. I mean, what in the actual fuck are we doing here? Someone get her Matlock and some knitting tools.
Doesn't like
okay?
a good cup of coffee. I drink mine
She
black,
needs to
so
get
I
out
get
of the internet.
all the whole flavor. Good. Everyone can hear me well. That's good.
Just shitty.
Just
All
want
right,
to make
What are we
sure.
fucking doing here? Like, is this the
Love
next 10
always.
minutes of her
Our
saying, what are we
guest will
doing
be
here?
arriving. And in chat.
For fuck's sake. Well, it is just
Queen of
hurts her.
Pool said, if you support bullies like Jess Machado on TV, that's not being kind.
Bingo.
We know that there are plenty of bullies that are on the other side, and that's been apparent over the last few days. So if you support those people,
Let's stop that right there. Okay, here's the thing. If you're gonna call everyone else a bully for calling out the obvious, all right, let's be honest here. All right. You yourself, okay, you yourself told plenty of people privately and publicly how much of a piece of shit Aiden is. So for you to now magically pretend that like he's awesome and amazing and doesn't lie and tells the truth, like you're being disingenuous for an audience, for money, right? That's not bullying. It's calling out the hypocrisy immediately, right? Like that's the point. Is we don't need more sewer cultists who have no problem jumping on the bandwagon for the dollars and the attention, harming other innocent people. That's not bullying. It's calling out the fucking obvious, okay? You can't say that the last few days are bullies from the other side. No, people calling out your hypocrisy and the shit you told them privately and publicly just so you could do interviews with David and have his audience, you know, celebrate you is fucking weird, okay? Just saying. Like that's being disingenuous, okay? Queen of the Pool is right.
then you're not being kind. So maybe we can all just kind of, you know, support one another and stop
Oh.
being bullies altogether.
Well, you know what? You're right. We can support one another, but I will never support anything that supports fucking Aiden. Especially when you know what he's doing to other people. When you know that he's harming other people, when you know he is tormenting innocent people, when you know he's lying and tormenting innocent people, and you sit back and you praise him, then I have a problem with that. I have an issue with that. I personally take issue with that. I'm insulted. I am fucking insulted. Okay? Because I thought she might be better than that, you know? Like, take it from the people who have had to deal with the cruel harassment. Eventually, you'll be a target now when you say something he doesn't like. Yeah, anybody who supports him and his fucking behavior, I don't support, and I never will. I don't care who the fuck you are. I don't care what your name is. I don't care if you were the goddamn Pope, okay? If you are supporting Aiden and his bad behavior for clicks and likes and attention, like, no, I can't. I will never, ever support that. It's supporting the torture of innocent people. That's what it is.
Queen Valerie said, send me a DM on X if you want to be on block. Send her a DM and
I
then
can't.
she'll let me know.
I fucking
Or
can't.
you can send me a DM directly as well.
Playing like friends with Valerie is weird. That's weird as fuck. Weird as fuck. Weird as all hell, bro. Like, again, we're talking about very low self-esteem people, clearly. And I wish these people would know, like, you don't have to join a cult to feel good about yourself. Okay, there are better ways than this.
Love your positivity, Miss Sparkly.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way. Also, I need to get my cup. Please hold.
Sparkly
it is.
divorced Nina. We unblocked each other and have been Team Sparkly since. Always Team TB. You should gain at least 100 subs tonight. I'll be happy with whatever subs I gain tonight. I would appreciate people subscribing. It doesn't cost anything, and also like the video. It would be very helpful.
I fucking can't. It's all about gaining
Yeah,
subs.
I will ask Aiden a little bit about the Mellow story. I have that.
Ask him about how he lied about the Mellow
towards
story
the end of things.
and didn't care. Ask him
There's just
about
so much to ask that
Yeah, there's so much to ask. Let's ask him softball questions instead of getting down to why he lied and why he illegally wiretaps people and why he doesn't care or retract anything that's false. Like, let's just ask him, why he's Turtleboy instead. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll be over here sipping on turtle tears in my cup here while she's praising him because I felt like it was appropriate to go get my sipping on turtle tears cup. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes, Lisa. Apparently, yes. And it's so disheartening to me. It's so fucking disheartening to me. Mello is fucking dying, okay? This is the part that I don't get. The man is dying of cancer, right? Number one. Number two, Aiden's story about Mello, completely fabricated. Like, he doesn't owe any child support, right? He puts that in there about a completely different person with the same name. And then someone brought it to his attention. Jen Altman actually posted about this. And he was like, who cares? It's salacious. I don't care if it's not the same person and it's not him. So he knew it was a lie when he put it in there. Didn't care. He just cared that it was, quote, good content. Okay? Good content. Didn't care that it was wrong. And the man's dying of cancer. Why do you need to shit on a man who's actively dying of cancer? Like, I'm sorry, but there is something seriously fucking wrong with your brain.
I really want to ask more personal questions about him, like questions about who he is and things.
Again, and I said this to her before on a space, like, he's going to tell me the fucking truth, okay? He's going to say he's amazing and awesome, and like, are you fucking for real right now? Again, the gaslighting. Oh, he can't gaslight me, she says. Oh, he can, and he did 100 times already.
Like that. And I think there's a lot of new people here. So a lot of new people, they don't know who Aiden Carney is versus Turtle.
No, you don't know who Aiden Carney is, clearly, okay? And let me make clear. She says, they don't know who Aiden Carney is versus Turtleboy. Turtleboy is Aiden Carney and Aiden Carney is Turtleboy. They're not separate, okay? So when people are like, oh, it's a separate shtick and it's no, that's who he is. He's a shitty human being, whether you call him Turtleboy or Aiden Carney or Dickhead or Dick Nose. Like, he's one shitty human being. There is no pretending to be a shitty human being and just pretending to be outrageous. Like, he actually is, even when the cameras are off, a shitty human being and completely devoid of any, like, accountability, anything that has to do with helping anyone else in any capacity or caring about anyone else in any capacity. It's only if it benefits him and helps him, and that's it. He doesn't care who has to step on, lie about. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, doesn't matter.
Oh boy, the person versus the persona. So that's what I'd like to find out.
There is no person versus the persona. This is what you're not grasping. This is what you apparently can't grasp, is it's one and the same. There is no persona. He has adopted the persona as who he is. Okay? Like, that, just come the fuck on. Like, they are one in the same. It's just not, it's not a thing, dude. It's not a fucking thing, dude. They are the same person. It's one in the same. His persona, he adopted a long time ago as his personality. That's who he is, a narcissistic, egotistical piece of human garbage and an oxygen thief. The rest of us, normal, adulting human beings. Okay?
Oh, TV was on Billy Bush today? Oh,
Stop calling him that. I can't. It's a fucking cringeworthy, bro, okay? It's absolutely cringeworthy at this point.
Brown. Well, I wouldn't call it a celebrity status, but my boys are surprised that I've done as much as I have. They never thought that their mother would be a content creator.
Okay, I don't think this is content. Let me just throw that out there. This is this is not content. Dancing on a stream is not content. Okay. Asking Aiden softball questions when you know who he truly is and you're pretending like you don't, like, again, I have to lose respect for that. I lose respect for the fact that you're pretending you don't know that he's a shit human being, that you're pretending that he's a good human being that doesn't lie and brings the truth when you know that that's not true. Okay? Come on.
Oh, so I think we have a guest that's just arrived. Let me
I mean, it's pretty
let me go
apparently
and pull him up,
he's full of shit.
and we'll see where we go here.
Hi,
Or ass
Marie. How you
kissing, I
doing?
assume.
Good. How are you, Aiden?
Good. Give me 1 second. I just got to get a drink real quick.
Yeah, sure. Do what you have to
Be
do.
right back. Be right back.
No, I think she knows it. I think she chose it, and it's disheartening. I'm disappointed in her. You know, I'm disappointed in her. Very disappointed. Yeah, I mean, of all the people you could support, you support the man who tortures innocent people for a living and gets paid to write hit pieces on them. Like, come the fuck on. She damn well knows exactly what she signed up for, in my opinion. It's about it's about the subscribers. It's about the money. It's about, you know, it's about that, and that's really disappointing. Where's the integrity? I don't think you have to subscribe to any one side. I just think you have to remain respectful, you know?
All right. We're good. We're good. What's happening?
Excellent. How you doing?
I'm good. Thank you.
Throw
Thank you
throw
for
him the
having
fuck
me.
out.
Yeah,
Throw him
no,
the fuck
thank you
out.
for being here. I appreciate it more than you know. I mean, I
Oh.
know how busy you are and you have a lot going on.
No, you got so much going on. You're being sued by a bunch of people because you're a fucking twat waffle. But, you know, no worries. You're so important, Aiden. Let's kiss your ass more. Oh, I can't. This is so cringe. I got to sip more on my turtle tears here. Hold on.
Obviously.
Yeah. Kind of been in the news a lot lately.
Yeah. Well, you know,
Oh my God, he pats himself on the back. I've been in the news a lot, lady. I'm so important, Marie. It's me, Aiden. I've been in the news so much. I'm so important. Like, oh my God, the ego. It's I fucking can't. I can't do it. I fucking can't do it.
you'll get through it like you always do.
Well, thank
You
you.
know?
It's going to be a long ride, but it'll be worth it in the end, hopefully.
Well,
oh my
one step at
God.
a time, and you have a lot of people behind you supporting you. So,
Ew. Ew, ew, ew. Ew. Fucking ew.
Thank you.
you know, I'm sure that everything will come out fine. So I thought, you know, it'd be interesting to talk about
Yeah. It'll be just fine.
person Aiden Carney versus the persona of Turtleboy. I just thought it would
Probably.
be kind of an interesting talking point. We have a lot of new people on here that are just kind of getting to know who I am. They're asking questions about you and who you are and things like that. I have a lot of people asking me, and
Why? And here, ask yourself this. Why is Aiden going on a channel that has 1,000 subscribers? Why? Why? Why would Aiden be going on a channel with 1,000 subscribers? Ask yourself that question. Ask yourself that question. That's how desperate he is for new money. Okay? New money. He needs that money, honey. He needs that money, honey. Exactly. You guys get it. You guys get it. I didn't hear her go on about that, but it's, you know, I mean, he's got 1,000 subscribers. I mean, what the fuck? Like, what? He would never have been caught dead on a channel with 1,000 subscribers. Why? Why is he on a channel with 1,000 subscribers? Because he knows that he can gaslight and he can, you know, let's bring in some of these people to help me with my justice for my dick nose. Like, I mean, just saying, it's the fucking truth. Sorry if you don't want to hear it, but
I know you've told the story a million times, But if you could just give
But it changes every time, Aiden. But tell us again the story that changes every time you tell it, please.
us a quick little synopsis.
I need my popcorn again.
We
I
have
can't
people
with this.
asking how you came up with the name of
I
Turtle
can't.
Boy.
Oh,
can't
that's
do
an
this.
easy one. So there's this.
I can't
I'm
do
from
it.
Worcester. Are you from Mass? You have a Mass accent.
Yeah, I'm from
Is he
Revere.
serious?
Okay, gotcha. So,
I fucking can't.
you know Worcester then, obviously, and in down, I'm from Worcester, and there's this statue in downtown Worcester called the Turtleboy statue, and it looks like a boy. It looks like
I can't.
you Google it, like
Can I
he's
drop
like
my popcorn?
having sex with the turtle. It's a funny statue, but he's not. He's like releasing the turtle into the wild, but it's just like a bad angle, and it's like a
can't
wicked
do
funny
it.
statue that people associate with Worcester. So
having
when
a
I
hard
started
time.
doing this anonymously, I needed to come up with a name for the blog that what am I going to call it? And something like, so there were some names thrown out there. Somebody wanted to do wordfromthewoo.com. That was almost the name of it. Somebody wanted to do the jogger blogger because I run a lot. But then somebody was like, no.
Sir, the only thing that you're running for with those fucking boobs is your accountability. All right? Stop it. You run a lot. Yeah, away from accountability. Like that's the only thing you'd be running from. And hopefully soon you'll be running away from those silver bracelets that show up outside your fucking door. Like, stop it.
Call it Turtleboy. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's it. We're gonna call it Turtle. So it was called turtleboysports.com. I since changed it to Turtleboy Daily News. But yeah, that's where it came from.
Well, when you first got into doing this, you were doing mostly sports, right? You were focusing.
Yeah, a little bit.
No.
Yeah, but sports
Wrong.
doesn't sell. Like a lot of people don't, especially women, like they're not as into sports as men. And you can listen, if you want to hear sports talk, you could just turn on 98.5, the Sports Hub or WEI. These other places or Barstool.
I mean, if you want to see douche nozzles, all you really have to go to is the local prison. So, I mean, I don't see how this is any different, Aiden.
Sports, like that market is already like saturated. And so I quickly realized that that's not, I mean, people like to hear my thoughts on sports, but it's not
Nobody
really
wants to hear your thoughts
what
on
most
sports.
people are here for, you know?
Well,
No one.
what
No
made
one.
you want to start like
Fucking no
being
one.
an independent journalist or an online creator? I know you were teaching in the school system.
Mhm.
You were a
Yeah.
teacher, but then you got an interest in doing these types of things. So what kind of drove?
Kylie. I love you. Botox rabbit. Listen, I could totally use some Botox. I'm just saying. I have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. We have a link at the top of the chat. You can use a credit or debit card for the answer to your question. Listen, I'm telling you, anytime you want to pop on, I told you, I'm more than happy for you to pop on. Me and Benny literally have like 2 or 3 hour phone conversations. We are like, and we're always laughing because we're just like a bunch of little kids. But I mean, no, he's not that smart, Corn Dad. You're giving him too much. Listen, I need some Botox, but that was pretty funny. He's not that smart. You're giving him too much credit. He's not that smart. Okay. He's not that smart. All right. Not even a little bit. Not even a little fucking bit. Yeah, the man doesn't even understand what the fucking Allen wrench is or how to use it. Like, I put this shit together myself. I put my dresser together myself. Like, my husband oftentimes will put the things together for me just because I'm like, I don't feel like doing it. But if he's not home and he's at work, guess what? I put it together if I want it. Put it the fuck together. He can't even use the damn Allen wrench. I fucking can't. All right. But he is not that smart, right? It's not to show that like he doesn't have that much reach because that's not going to do a damn thing. He's doing it to hopefully just gain a few people from her that like him, because he can tell at this point that she's simping for him, right? She's saying nice things about him. He's got Valerie and Causey in the chat, all right? And so, yeah, he's doing it for money purposes. He needs anybody he can to give him money for his civil cases that I'm not sure he's going to be able to even find a lawyer to deal with, you know? He doesn't want to fucking be there. He doesn't want to be talking about any of this. Like, first of all, half the shit he says is a bold-faced lie. Anyway, oh my God, yes, that would be so much fun, a Botox party. And actually, I know I don't have a car, but you don't live too far from me. I'm actually not far from Rhode Island at all. Ashley will be here to pick me up Monday for a doctor's appointment I have. And she comes from near Providence. And it takes her about, it seems like 25 minutes to get to my house from her house. Me too, Freeze. Listen, I need veneers, like all veneers. Like if one day I hit the lottery, like that'd be one of the first things I do is like veneers, you know, and they're so stupidly expensive because you have to have separate insurance for your eyes and your teeth, right? Which again, it's your whole health. It should just be in regular health insurance, but you need to have separate insurance for your eyes and your fucking teeth, you know? Oh, absolutely. Well, he was already saying someone was, and then he said it was like the city, but I'm like, that doesn't make sense. It has to be a process server. It can't be the city. The city doesn't stalk your house. They send a letter. You know what I mean? Like they don't, but I mean, can you imagine how much shit he's going to shit when he's actually served with your lawsuit and realizing he's now dealing, even though I've already reported on it, now dealing with the 2 civil lawsuits, your lawsuit and the Alberts and McCabe's and Higgins lawsuit, like at the same time, but basically around the same lines, like, once he's served with yours, that he knows is happening, right? Like he's gonna shit. He's going to shit, right? Like it is what it is. I'll keep the donation information up while we listen to some of this nonsensical fucking bullshit, and I'll keep drinking out of sipping on my turtle tears cup here. And yes, that's actually what it says. It actually says sipping on turtle tears. Yep, sure does. And yeah, because I can't listen to this in large batches. It's literally that cringeworthy. Okay, 7 figures to represent him. Shut the fuck up. Law said someone said today he had an attorney quote him 7 figures to represent him. I don't doubt that. I think it should be covered under all insurance as well, Freeze. All of it, like eyes, because I have to pay for my contacts, right? I've had contacts since 6th grade. I'm not kidding when I say I am fucking blind. Like I am without my glasses or contacts, I can't see anything. And right now I don't have another pair of contacts. I already used my last pair, so I'm not getting new ones until Monday. So I've been wearing my glasses lately. It gives my eyes a break anyway. But I am fucking blind. Let's put it that way. I am freaking blind. And it's expensive to pay for contacts. And teeth are way more expensive even than eyes. But I mean, something's just not right. I don't know. It's the simping that gets me. It's the fucking simping.
You want to do that.
I didn't even really want to. I never saw myself initially as like an investigative journalist. It just kind of happened that way. I just kind of wanted to share my thoughts on things and like.
Stop. I never saw myself as an investigative journalist, but it just happened that way. Let me rightly point out that he's never actually investigated anything. He has been paid to write things. And this is how, again, if you go to an expert that does like body, and I've thought about trying to maybe do one, have someone, a body expert, body language expert on. If you talk to body language experts, this whole like scratching his head thing while he's talking about this is a sign of him lying. He's never investigated anything, nothing. Every story, quote story he has done has been fed to him by someone else. He's never actually gone out and made sure that what he's writing is true. He's never gone out and tried to confirm the things people are saying to him. He says, oh, this person said it and this person said it, so that's 2 people and that's good enough. When in reality, one person is 7th party information and one party is 4th party information, and it's what they think happened, not what really happened. And so like, this is what we're doing, right? Like, oh, I love lip reading. I used to, my ex-brother-in-law passed away. He was deaf. So you would have to talk slowly so he could read your lips. And so, unless you knew sign language, right? And he didn't really even like to use sign language. So you used to just have to face him and talk slowly so he could, read your lips. And I would have to remind my husband. My husband would like turn around as he's talking and I'm like, it's your brother. He's deaf. Like, turn around. He can't read your lips from the back of your head, bro. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Right? Like, I don't think he's going to find an attorney that's going to want to take it. His pool cleaning guy. Yeah, my husband worked on pools, built and maintained pools for 10 years. My husband's like, I hope he gets a fucking hole in his liner that cost him 30 grand. Yes, he writes hit pieces. He doesn't actually investigate anything. Even in the Karen Reed case, Karen and himself have both already admitted whatever Karen gave him, he put out there. He didn't check to see if it was true. He didn't check to see if any of it actually made sense. Whatever she gave him, he put out there. That's not investigative journalism. You have to then go out and try to corroborate what the person's telling you, right? On your own. Not just be like, oh, hey, so-and-so, did you hear this? Cool, okay, it's cooperated. That's not how it works, right? That's not how it works. He's never actually investigated a single fucking thing, you know? Oh yeah, and you notice none of these law tubers are gonna cover his criminal case. Why? Because they know he's fucking wrong. They just don't want to have to talk about it. They don't want to have to say it, because if they have to say that and cover it, then it shows that they're pandering or saying what's popular for their audience.
Read opinions
gross.
about like what was already out there. But I did remember, so before Turtleboy, I had a blog called aidenfromworcester.com. And, you know, I used my real name on there. And I was a teacher, and I had a lot of controversial opinions on there. And you can't really have controversial opinions as a teacher. So they made me kind of shut the website down. And that's when I started Turtleboy. But when I was on aidenfromworcester.com, I remember in 2013, I was at the Boston Marathon. My brother ran it that year. And I met him on mile 21. I took the train in to Riverside, I think. And, you know, or Chestnut Hill, I forget. And I just went to the top of Boston College where Heartbreak Hill is. It's mile 21. And I waited for him to run in. And then I jumped in the marathon with him. And I ran. You could do that back then. You could just jump in. And I ran the last 5 miles in with him. And I recorded it, right? And I used some of that footage and stuff on a blog. I was going to write a blog about it, right? And so he finished. He was pretty fast. He finished in 2 hours and 53 minutes. And then we went and we watched. Yeah, he's really fast. So like we went and watched the rest of the marathon from the Prudential Center food court, which overlooks mile 26. And we're sitting there, and then all of a sudden we hear an explosion, right? And I'm like,
Yeah.
People are like kind of looking around the food court, like, what the hell is that? And I'm like, that sounded like a bomb. That was like my first thing. Like that sounded like I'm like, maybe an explosion. I'm like.
So full fun fact here, during the Boston Marathon bombings, I was just a few streets over during the chaos. My sister, actually, the one who's going to have brain surgery, had asked if she could bring my 2 oldest to the marathon. And my sister was still fairly young. I mean, she was an adult, but fairly young at the time. And I thought, no, there's going to be too many people down there. Like, I don't want to, like, just way too many people with one disabled kid, one smaller kid. Like, I don't know. I think it's probably too much without like another adult there, you know? And so I said to her, no, maybe next year, right? But the kids were at my mom's and with my sister and my mom. And so they ended up doing something else. And then me and my husband at the time were in Boston, just a few blocks down when the bombs went off. And the only reason we heard what sounded like a loud bang, it didn't sound like an explosion from where we were from, a couple blocks over, and then maybe it was like 2 minutes. I want to say it felt like forever, but maybe 2 minutes. And then there's people just running, just fucking running, away from the scene, obviously. And we're like, what the fuck is going on? And then you have people screaming, there's bombs, terrorist attack. Like, you don't know what the fuck is going on. They shut down South Station. They had bomb sniffing dogs. We couldn't even get home we got there. We were living in Attleboro at the time. We got there on the Purple Line. They shut the trains down. We couldn't even get home, right? I had to have someone pick me up who from my family and friends lived closer to Boston. And so I had to have someone pick me up and then drive us home, because we couldn't even go home on the Purple Line train because they had it shut down. They were sniffing everyone's luggage. They had the bomb sniffing dogs. They were questioning everyone. Like, it was crazy. It was fucking crazy. Like, absolutely fucking bonkers and crazy. Yeah, he is planning some weird 12-hour fundraiser. But of course, you know, these people who are helping him are going to benefit from it. These people aren't going to do it for free. Let's be honest here. They're going to have to benefit in some way, shape, or form from it. You know? They're going to have to. The hearing, I've heard about that school. I don't actually know where his brother went to school. I know they're from the Boston area, like Roslindale, but I don't really know where they went to like school, or if he had to be. I know like he wasn't born deaf; he became deaf after like numerous tubes in his ears and whatnot. And you're right; it isn't just picking up a camera and putting. It also requires having ethics and boundaries and unbiased coverage and looking at both sides, contacting both sides. Even if one doesn't give comment, you still have to contact and ask them if they want to give their side. Aiden doesn't do any of that. And no, they don't make themselves the focal point of the story. Ever. You know? Ever. And no, you couldn't just jump into the marathon back then. And he did that, but you couldn't do that. That was not a thing you could do. Like for him to say that is just crazy. No, you couldn't, you know? I mean, there is something wrong with it though, because it's not reporting. It's not reporting if you're just repeating a hit piece that someone, you know, your old neighbor doesn't like you anymore because you didn't let them borrow $20, so they make up this wild story about you to get back at you, right? And he doesn't corroborate anything. He just posts it and starts ruining an innocent person's life. That's what we're dealing with. We're not just dealing with, you know, a guy who does reporting and then makes it, you know, Jerry Springer like. It's worse than that, you know? It's worse than that. Fucking worse than that. My aunt knew sign language, so she was able to teach me some things way back then. Well, that's the thing. He sells it as facts, and it's not. Yeah, I forgot about that. You were there too. That was so long ago. I feel like it was just yesterday almost, you know? I wish I kept up with it too. I didn't, you know? Yeah, well, that's what he wanted, the clout. And he wanted the interview. And make no mistake, he hounded Bradel for that. I have no doubt in my mind that he hounded Bradel for that. And Bradel just gave it to him so he would shut the fuck up. And I don't think he did his client right by doing that. I don't think he did Kelsey right by doing that. I think he did you know, an injustice, you know? Oh, yeah, I forgot about the cell towers shutting down. You couldn't get a hold of anyone for like, I don't know, it was like 40 minutes or whatever it was. It seemed like forever. All the phone lines were just like going, it would be busy, busy. You had no idea why they weren't working. You had no fucking idea. You know, it's because so many people were trying to call their family and loved ones, you know? Medium. I forgot about that magazine. Brighton and Roxbury, yeah. Yeah, he wanted to do it on Mother's Day. Like, who the fuck does that on Mother's Day? You know? Oh, that's probably right. He probably did. He was probably like, make these two people your mods so that they can get rid of anybody who says anything bad about me, you know? Yeah, no, you can. They actually do need ASL translators for courts and stuff. Courts are always looking for translators, even in other languages and stuff too. And if you speak more than 2 languages, it's help. Is that what it was? Oh, yeah. I never think I don't even know why, but I remember hearing that like so many people were trying to call their loved ones or something that it was jamming up the cell towers. But you're probably right. It probably had to do with the feds shutting it down, thinking that it was like remote detonations or whatever from a remote detonator, and they didn't want them to blow up. And that's smart. Yeah. I remember hearing, I feel like that's what they told the public though. Like, oh, there were so many people calling your loved ones, you know, but that makes more sense. FBI shutting it down so that nobody remote detonates a bomb makes way more sense, you know?
Did a manhole blow up? Like what a gas leak? I don't know what that was. And then 12 seconds later, like you could see the flash.
Yeah.
So we were like overlooking mile 26.
I remember them saying like, oh, there's too many people trying to call family and loved ones. So it like jammed up the cell towers or whatever. Volunteering to interpret for the deaf community is used nowhere, vetted. And yeah, you should be. I think there was that one lady that was pretending to be a sign language interpreter, and she was jumping. I think it was like a mayor or a governor or something who let her do it. She like was like, oh, I'm an interpreter, and they let her do it. Like, and she wasn't even signing. She was just like making weird, like, and because she hadn't been vetted, she hadn't been hired. Like, there was a whole story on a lady who did this shit, you know? There's a whole fucking story on a lady who did that stuff. It was crazy. Fucking crazy. Oh, I forgot about the curfew. I forgot about that.
Boom. Second, it was so loud. And, you know, that was the second bomb, obviously. And the whole food court just cleared. I went outside to see what the hell was going on and, you know, get a better view. And I just saw smoke everywhere. Everyone was running around screaming. Cops were running, telling people to get away from the trash cans and stuff. And, you know, and so like I, you know, ended up going home and I wrote about it. You know, I wrote about my day, and that blog got way more, you know, attention because I'm like,
well, it was a fucking terrorist thing, so of course it got fucking attention. It wasn't because you wrote it, Aiden. And again, here he is giving. It was because everybody wanted any information they could on what happened. So sorry, Aiden, but it wasn't about you writing it. That was what people were watching. They were following any coverage on the marathon bombings they could find. So if they Googled it and it popped up, they read it, right? Like, here he is giving himself a pat. That was one of the best ones I wrote about the marathon bombing. Like, no, sir. It's because people wanted to know what the fuck was going on.
Actually on the scene, you know, I can report about things that I saw that other people didn't see. And then a couple of 3 days later, there was like the manhunt for the terrorists, right?
Like,
and
Oz.
just I stayed up all night covering that. Like that was the craziest night. The night that, I don't know if you remember that night when they were like
That was
looking
Yeah.
at the town
Yeah.
forum. Like that was the most.
They
like,
found one of them in a boat. I
in a boat,
believe.
right? And he had like run over his brother. And like earlier in the day is when the FBI released their images, right? And so like as soon as they released the images, people are going to find out who they were. And it's funny because their uncle Ruslav went on television, this guy, and he was hilarious. I don't know if you remember Uncle Ruslan. And he
I
went
think
on
I
there.
do.
And he
That's
was
crazy,
from
yeah.
Maryland, but he went on. He was the only family member that would speak. And he's like, "They are losers. Turn yourself in. Turn yourself in. You are a loser, Tamerlan. You are a loser."
I mean, is he talking to a mirror? I'm just wondering. Like, Aiden, have you told yourself lately you're a loser? I'm just asking, right? I mean, sir. I mean, to be fair, Aiden's family has sort of told him similar. His mother has told him he's a narcissist before she passed, which again is simply true. And his ex-wife, as we heard in that wiretapped conversation, told him he is everything everyone says about him, that he is all of those things.
And Joker does not know what he's
It's pretty
doing because he
painful.
listens to his idiot brother. And it was kind of funny. And anyway,
Oh yeah, so funny.
so I covered that whole story.
People died. It's funny.
And then a couple weeks later,
What the fuck is
they
wrong with
wanted
you?
to bury, like they got to bury Tamerlan and so they had nowhere to bury him. And so there's this guy in Worcester named Peter Steffen who runs this. He buries people like paupers, like poor people. He buries them because they don't.
Yeah,
have
like in Potter's Field or whatever it's called.
Yeah. And so like, he offered to bury the terrorist.
Oh,
And
God.
there was all these people who were so mad about it around here, and they went and like protested it.
Yeah.
And I thought about it at first. I mean, I'm upset about the marathon bombing too, but I'm like, yeah, but who cares? Like, you're just gonna get eaten by worms. Like, who cares?
Right.
Where if he's buried here, who cares? And so I wrote about it,
We
and
care.
I kind of made jokes about some of the people holding signs outside demanding.
Ew. Okay, imagine making jokes about like family members of people who just lost limbs or died because you don't want the terrorist buried in your state where he created all of this heartache, all of these lives that were altered, ruined, ended, right? A little boy, Martin, died, right? His sister and parents lost limbs, right? Another woman died. She was a student. So, and she was a foreign student. So like, what the fuck would make you think it would be even okay to make jokes about people like holding signs saying like, we don't want him buried here in Massachusetts where he created all of this heartache and carnage and hell on earth and ruined lives, ended lives, changed lives forever. Like why would that be a thought in your brain? Funeral directors, yeah. Well, usually it's a funeral home or a cemetery it depends if it's a cemetery or not. He might have already been cremated. I think this. So I will give you guys a fun fact. At the time, I had a really close friend. He has since moved to a different state and moved back. He took a better job, but he was one of the chief medical examiners in Boston. And he actually had to take pictures of like Tamerlan's body and stuff. And like, it was bad. Like I saw the pictures on his phone, like it was bad. He was run over, he's all fucked up and a couple bullet holes. Nonetheless, I think the state at the medical examiner's office cremated him, I believe. I believe he was I can't remember if he was cremated or whatever. They're the ones who hand over the body. And so they couldn't find anyone to hand over the body to. And so like, that's where and no one in the state, no cemetery in the state, no funeral in the state would take it, basically. They didn't want it, right? Nobody wanted to have him buried there. Yeah, and Martin's parents, like he played in Little League in Savin Hill in Dorchester. It's just this whole sad fucking story. Like for you to say like, oh, I made jokes about people holding signs. Like, how do you know those people aren't loved ones, family members, friends of the people affected by this tragedy? And here you are making fun of the people holding signs. Like why would that be the first thought in your fucking mind to do something as despicable and disgusting and heinous as that?
Then he not be buried here. And that article actually got me in
Gross.
trouble because one of the people I made fun of called the school and was like, he's being mean, he's bullying, he's saying, making fun of me and blah, 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 blah. And, and that's when I realized I couldn't, I had to be anonymous if I want to do this. But like that, my coverage of the Boston Marathon bombing in 2013 was my first taste of like journalism, and like, oh, this
No, it was your first taste of getting a little bit more money for a little more views. Let's be honest. Like when he said taste, the look in his face that was my taste of a little bit of people paying attention to me, right? Like, let's be honest with what he actually is fucking doing there. Like, it's not like, oh, it was a little bit of journalism. Like, no, that's not journalism. Making fun of people holding signs for a man that created carnage in the state that we live with a terroristic attack is not journalism.
This is interesting. This is fun. This is like, I like doing
it's an opinion column that you turn into other people's, again, using other people's strife, other people's trauma as some sort of fucking joke. It's gross.
this and providing insight that no one else kind of has, you know?
That's not insight.
Yeah, it
There's no
sounds like
insight
that
there.
was probably really the beginning of your journey into investigative journalism. And then
Yeah.
What did he
you continued
investigate?
it on in other areas, many other stories that you've
Nothing.
done and about corruption
fucking
and
can't.
things like
I
that.
can't. I can't.
So,
Yeah, I got a taste for it. It was fun, you know?
yeah,
It
well,
was
that's
fun.
great. That's
Making fun of
great.
people was fun.
So I have a few questions I'm
can't.
going to ask, if it's okay.
I'll allow it.
The
Okay, great.
drumsticks
So,
Holder
first of all,
for my
I
daddy's
was
drumstick.
talking about trying
He's
to
on fire.
figure out the person versus the persona, right? So Aiden
What are the
Connie
sayings,
versus
Sparkly?
Turtleboy, because
I
they're
remember about
really, you have to be able to open your eyes and see that, you know, they're two different things, even though
can't.
you're both of them.
They're not two
Mhm.
different things.
They're
That's
two
where you're
different
wrong.
things. So,
Sparkly,
so
wrong.
who is Aiden Connie, the man? Aiden
piece of
Connie, the
shit.
person.
An oxygen
Aiden Carney,
thief,
the person is,
How would
Bully.
you describe
a
yourself?
toddler.
I am a
Egomaniac.
normal dad, I guess. Like I'm a father of two kids, aged 10 and 8. She's going to be 11 soon, but I coach my kids'
A normal
sports
dad.
teams.
Okay.
I get them on and off the bus every
Okay.
day. I, you know,
And we already established it's not a
yes, so
fake
it's really,
bus.
it's really, yeah.
I fucking
So like,
can't.
you know, I do all that stuff. Just regular dad shit. And, you know, my father lives close by. I'm the oldest of 7. There's 13 nieces and nephews on my side of the family. So there's always kids running around everywhere. And
Yeah, I'm
so
sure.
like, I love sports. I love watching sports. I love talking
Yeah.
about sports. I like politics to a degree, but not as much as I like sports.
Of course.
And yeah, so, and then I do Turtleboy for a job.
Yeah,
Or a
and that's what I think
but it's not
people
anyone
need
else's
to
job.
understand and don't always
That's it,
understand,
guys.
that you are Aiden Connie, the person, but your job is Turtleboy.
Wrong.
That's right.
And that's your career. That's what you do.
No.
Mhm.
And I mean, it's no different than,
Nope.
you know, looking at people like, I'm probably dating myself here, but like looking at people like Captain Kangaroo, right? Or Bozo the
What?
Clown, because that's not who they are in real life. That's their persona of
It's
what
true.
they're
Oh,
doing
God.
for their
Yeah.
job.
She didn't
for their
actually
work.
say that.
So I think sometimes
Stop
people
it.
get that a bit confused.
That's
Yeah,
embarrassing.
like with the Turtleboy persona, it's like it is
That's-
me. Like I'm
that's
not faking who I
embarrassing.
am when I'm on there. I am
can't.
opinionated, right? I am loud.
Yeah.
I do
Stop it.
make jokes. I do offend some people, you know.
Stop.
But also Turtleboy.
There's no, first of all, let me be clear here. He doesn't make, quote, jokes. All right. Jokes are funny. Okay. Jokes are meant to be joking. He is an egomaniac who bullies people into submission. Okay. First of all, no. Right. Like, isn't that the highlight of irony? Isn't it amazing? Like, isn't it amazing? Like, I would not want him fucking coaching my children. That's for damn goddamn sure. Okay. Number one. Number two, Sparkly's misstep here is assuming that Turtleboy and Aiden are two separate people. He has adopted what Turtleboy is in his everyday life. It is not two separate people at this point. He is exactly what Turtleboy is in every aspect of his life. He is literally the King Ratchet, and his life is a fucking dumpster fire. He is cruel on purpose, okay? And again, if eventually, I'm sure this will come out after this interview, but in his phone extractions, right, what does he say privately to people when he thinks no one's looking, right? He makes fun of his audience. He laughs at being cruel on purpose. He laughs at lying and says, oh, it's just good content. I don't give a shit if it's not true. People will still read it and people will still think it's true. So I don't care because I don't like that person. Like, that's cruelty on another level. That's making money off of other people's pain and then lying and trying to make them a villain when they tell the truth about the really awful things you've done. And if you take Ashley and Kylie's cases, where he gets them charged with crimes that they didn't commit, both of which end up having to fight, and both of them, end up winning, right? That's years of their life they had to fight that. All because this man got paid to write hit pieces on them and manipulated people. If that's not okay, then he tries to get false charges on Meredith. Then he tries to get false charges on Lindsay. Then he tries to get false charges on Kate. Then he has tried to get false charges on many other people, right? He helped Fliphead get charged, yet Flip is up his ass. Make that make sense, Oh yeah, I mean, he needs to pat himself on the back 24/7, guys. But this right here, this whole debacle here is why I fight. It is why I fight, and I continue to 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 talk about it, because his victims don't have the option of brainwashing people, right? They have the truth. That's all they have. They have the truth, and they have a few of us who are willing to talk about it. Everyone else who's willing to talk about it gets fucking, harassed until they go away, because they end up realizing it's not worth their mental health. It's not worth their careers. It's not worth, all of the pain that they're going through to just fight for these people, right? If I just gave up, right? People like Kylie and people like Ashley, I'd be giving up on everything that I've watched them go through, all the phone calls I've had with his victims, all the in-person times that I've watched them cry, and I've sat on the phone for 6 or 8 hours with them. The pain that they're going through, the pain that their families have gone through, the constant harassment that I deal with, even daily, from these fucking people, the threats, all of it. I would be giving up on not just myself of a victim of his, but of every other victim that I have helped of his, right? And all of the work that we've done to show people he's not a decent human. He's not just a satirist. He's a fucking liar. He's a liar who hurts people for money. And when he gets caught doing something really bad, like setting someone up, the way he hides it is by going after the victim more and pretending that he's the actual victim. This is something he's done over and over and over and over and over again. It's a pattern of behavior. It's not something he's done once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. It is something that happens over and over and over and over again. Come on. I mean, that's just gross, right? Guys, I'm reading messages in his extraction to the woman who paid him to write about me. She literally sent a picture of a basket of snacks she set up for one of my court hearings. I mean, that's fucking gross. And this woman paid him $5,000 to write this hit piece, right? This is what I mean. He doesn't give a fuck about what the hit piece says or if it's true in any capacity. Doesn't care. What the fuck? I don't know. That's a good point, Rose. I don't know. I don't know. 6 years of her life, dude. 2 of Ashley's, how many of everyone else's put together? Oh, you can drop F-bombs here. We don't mind. I drop them all the time. I'm from Boston. I have no excuse, but, it's, we swear a lot, all right? I apologize, but we do. But this is also why I depend on my viewers as a whole to support the channel, because I can't depend on, I don't depend on a cult. I'm not willing to compromise my ethics, my integrity, or the truth to get paid more money by people who are easily misled, right? And I don't want those people as viewers. I want people that use their own brain cells and that aren't easily led by something that a moron like him says, or someone who praises him to get more viewers or more subs, or this whole thing is gross, okay? But the man lies like he breathes. And I depend on my viewers to support the channel, because otherwise, this is how you get people like what Sparkly's done, right? Which is completely pandered to Aiden, and now she's got songs about how awesome he is, and it was just not that long ago, probably not even a month ago, that she's privately and publicly calling him out for his bad behavior, the things that he's done to people, the way that he operates, the really shitty shit that he continues to do, and yet here we are. after she launches the YouTube channel, now all of a sudden he's, you know, of truth and he's good, and her mods are all, you know, the hottest TV writers, and like, I'm sorry, but like I've lost respect at this point. I can't in my mind make this work when she knows the horror and the hell that his victims have had to deal with, and she knows that he knows he's lying. She knows he gaslights. So I just can't rectify in my mind why you would do this other than financial benefits and attention on YouTube. And I've watched so many people do this. So many people, they realize the money is not in telling the truth or calling out the bad behavior or standing up for the victims. It's in the lying. It's in the pandering. It's in the getting with the program or fitting to a mold that these people want you to fit into. I refuse. I refuse that outright, period. I will not do it. I'm not fucking gonna do it. Sorry, not fucking sorry. I get why they do, but you have to look yourself in a mirror every day. And I know I do the right thing. I don't have to question it. I don't have to go to bed and be like, damn, I pandered to this motherfucker, but I made $5,000 today, so who cares, right? Like, I don't have to live with knowing I did the wrong thing for extra dollars. I have to just hope that my audience supports what I do, not just here, but behind the scenes, in order to stop this from happening to other people and to help his victims. Because this will go on until the end of time, until we show people that the support can come from the truth, that the support can come from doing what's right. Because the more that these people buy into the bullshit and the more, like, quote, attention or money that gets given to the bad behavior, well, that's where people are going to go, where the money is, right? We need to show people that that's not how it works. So we need to start supporting everyone that speaks truth about all of this, because it gets smaller and smaller every day. There might be 5 people, and then, you know, 2 fall off because they're not bringing in enough to sustain. And so they pander, right? And so this is why I say, like, even with small creators, I suggest any small creator for any genre. Like, I mean, there's all different things that people do on YouTube, all different, you know, things they talk about and go over and whatever. But make sure you're supporting the people that you care about, because a lot, especially smaller ones, are holding on by a thread, right? Holding on by a fucking thread. And they need your support more than ever, no matter what small creator you watch from any genre, because it's a lot harder to remain on the platform as a small creator than it is a larger creator. Aiden has no problem making money or lying to people and letting them buy his bullshit, right? And so people see that and they jump on that bandwagon. They're like, oh, his viewers will send me the same as they send him, and eventually his viewers will subscribe to me and I'll be all set, right? We need to show them that that's not the way to go. Like, it's just simply not. I mean, this
like that's the thing, is like, I wouldn't be popular if I was just a jerk all the time. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, you can't be cruel. Like, there's a difference between, like, being
Okay.
you know, rough around the edges and cruel. Like, and you got to be compassionate too with people. You got to be like,
What?
you know, I get messages from people all the time.
Somebody tell me when he's ever been compassionate to anyone ever. I'll wait. I'll be waiting all day, but I'll wait for someone to ever tell me when he's been compassionate to anyone and not cruel. Get the fuck out of here.
Telling me, you know, like, hey, you wrote about me 5 years ago, 6 years ago, whatever. I was up to no good. You know what I mean? I was going through a phase. I was, you know, on drugs. There was this and that. And, you know, like that kid, and I'm having trouble finding a job now, because when you Google me, this article comes up about me, and it's no good. And I always tell them, oh, done. It's gone. Say no more. Like, I don't.
You know,
No, he doesn't.
that's something that
No, he doesn't. No, he absolutely fucking does not. So wait a second. What he's saying is, you have to message him and pander and be like, listen, you ruined my life, but I love you now, so can you please take that stuff down? Like, get the fuck out. Listen, I'll tell you a little story. Here's a fun story about how Aiden one time tried to send his third parties, as he always does, okay, to tell me that he would take down everything about me. And I go, what now? I go, why would he do that? And she goes, I don't know. You're going to have to contact him. That was his way of trying to get me to contact him, was like trying to make like a quote deal. And this is how I responded to her. I said, absolutely fucking not. I don't make deals with fucking terrorists. Okay. Number one. Number two, no, the damage has been done. I don't give a fuck whether he keeps his lies up till the end of time. Sorry, not sorry. There is no deal I am making with a man like this. He can keep it up for all I give a fuck. There is zero reason for me to ever have any contact with him, period. Okay? None. Zero. And that's exactly how I left it. Within days, he tried to contact another friend of mine, Julie. Same thing. I'll take down anything I ever wrote about her. Why? Well, you have to contact him. Nope, not doing that. Sorry, go fuck yourself. I don't think he's ever had anybody tell him no like that. Like usually like, yeah, sure, go take it down. What deal do you want to make? No, fuck that. And I think what he really wanted was, he probably wanted information on Lindsay at that point. He probably wanted like me to tell him what he wanted to hear about Lindsay or something like that. And my immediate response was, no, go fuck yourself. No, go fuck your actual self. You can keep it up for all I give a fuck. The damage has been done. You lied already, right? You can't undo the damage you did by lying. So you're saying people have to pander to you to get shit taken down? Get the fuck out of here. I know, Rose, right? Isn't this crazy? I agree with you, Rose. Rose is like, I'll take things that never happened for 200, Alex. Like, he's such a fucking liar, dude.
Most people I don't think realize or recognize that if somebody does reach out to you and that you are compassionate enough to say, okay,
No,
I'm going to
he
get rid of
isn't.
this.
And no, he doesn't.
Can I share an article?
Sparkly?
Actually, I want to show you about
Sure.
one example of this. So, all right.
He does not do that. That's not a thing.
So I just shared my screen. I don't know if you can see it on your end or if you have to bring it up below.
I fucking can't.
Let me.
This
Oh,
is
wait a minute. I
hard to
can bring
watch.
it up.
I'm
Yeah.
not kidding.
Give me a
This is
second
really
here.
fucking hard to watch.
So yeah, so this guy, I got an email the other day from Angelo Ramsey.
Okay,
some
why
guy
are you
named Angelo
telling us
Ramsey.
that? Like,
And he said I could read it, so I'm going to read what he wrote to me.
so again, like here he goes, like throwing someone under the bus. I got an email from this person and who wanted me to take it down. He's going to tell a whole story about, I guarantee, how he took it down. And he said I could read it, right? So I guarantee, and I haven't seen this yet, but I'm going to guarantee that this guy probably had to like be like, oh, I changed my life, so I need you to take it down. But like, you're cool now, bro. Like, you have to actually pretend to like Aiden to get him to take something down. Like, never would I. Sorry, not fucking doing it. Nope, never, ever.
He says, hello, I guess I really wanted to say thank you. I was a product of a post back in 2017 when I crashed my car. It's been almost 9 years since that most humbling experience that changed my life. I have a family life, a good life. I contribute to society, and it doesn't take back what I did, but I strive every day to give back and be a positive role model to everyone. And I feel like I owe you a thank you, if that makes sense. I love what you do. Keep going. God bless. And I said, hey, I'm really glad you're doing better, man. Are you saying that being featured on Turtleboy humbled you and changed?
And see, that's the other problem, right? Is like, hey, how do you know it's from that guy and someone didn't just do that, or he wrote it himself? He faked emails between him and John DePetro. He's faked shit like this before. So it wouldn't stand to reason that he could have faked this as well to pretend he's like some good guy. He's done it before and then got caught doing it, of course. But like, no, bro, no, just fucking no. Like, yeah, it sounds like PR for me. Like, no one being featured on Turtleboy other than Jess Machado is ever going to be like, oh, yeah, it made my life better. No, every single person who I've talked to who's been a victim of his fucking lies and making mountains out of molehills has said they wanted to unalive themselves because of the harassment that they were dealing with. Not because they did something wrong, because their families were being harassed into oblivion and the lies wouldn't stop, right? Like, come on. I don't know, August 21st. It doesn't say what year, but that he's saying he just got this email. So Kylie said she's going through the extraction. It's very clear that his stories all come from people wanting their exes written about or random people from the community wanting a politician put on blast. Yeah, shocker. You know? I mean, it's fucking gross, you know?
Your life. And he said, hey, Aiden, yeah, it really did humble me. It changed everything for the better. I was young and learned a hard lesson, I was compelled to tell you to take it easy on your endeavors. God bless. So like, and I offered to take it down. He said no. And I'm like, okay, but I probably still will eventually. But like,
oh my God, you guys, look at the side of the screen. You guys see this? PayPal has permanently banned TB for being inconsistent with their user agreement and not creating a safe community. You can't use PayPal anymore. Does anybody see that on the side right here? This little link that was like on his website at one point. Like, he is permanently banned for, quote, being inconsistent with their user agreement and not creating a safe community. What the actual fuck? Not creating a, quote, safe community. No shit. Like, what the fuck? I can't. I wouldn't have him at my fucking dinner table. I mean, to be fair, I don't think his own family wants him at the fucking dinner table, but they don't really have a choice in the matter.
Like this guy, I don't even remember what he did. I don't remember this guy. There's an article from 2017. He drove drunk, split a woman's car in half, and posted on Facebook that he was so drunk he tried starting his car with a fidget spinner. I don't even remember this story, okay, because I've written so many stories like this, and it's like stuff like this, like the fear, not fear, but like,
oh yeah, there it is, the fear, because he's so fucking stupid.
Not wanting to be featured on Turtle.
The fear of not wanting to be featured on Turtleboy. Yep, there it is, folks. And that's exactly where he gains his power. The fear of not wanting to be on Turtleboy. And that's what he uses. He uses it right there. And he told on himself, of course, dry stitched on himself without realizing. And that's why immediately after he said fear, he said not fear. Yeah, no, fear. He uses that. So I'll put you on Turtleboy if you don't do this, this, and this. I'll do this, this, and this if you don't do this, this, and this. That's called blackmail, and it's illegal.
Boy, that used to be a thing, like, because it's embarrassing. It's just like you're publicly shaming.
Well, it's humiliating.
Yeah, but at the same time, it keeps people in line.
Who keeps you in line, Aiden? I mean, you say it's totally acceptable for you to do all of the things that you've accused everyone else of doing, right? I mean, you say it's totally okay for you to do all the things that you've said it's not okay for other people to do and that you quote shame them for. So rectify that for me.
Like, it's just like,
well, in this case it did. It seems that he, it helped him to recognize that he needed to make some serious changes in his life.
Sparkly, I can't. Okay, again, this is called pandering. This is buying what he's selling, hook, line, and sinker. Stop, dude. Use your own fucking brain cells for a second. Stop taking from what the audience is like feeding you an ego, and use your own brain for a second, dude. Aiden equals not a good person, okay? He has shown the world who he is. No company wants to touch him with a 10-foot pole. Why do you think that is?
Life.
Yeah, it's rock bottom. Like, it's like rock bottom. You get featured on there. Yeah. And, the guy writes me an email 9 years later telling me, like, out of the blue, he remembers me writing about him, but I don't remember him. And
of course you
I'm
don't.
Like, I'm glad to see he's doing better. I don't want this stuff to follow people around forever.
Yes, you
unless
do.
they're not sorry, unless they're, when the Karen case first came out, who I felt bad for initially?
Who?
Jennifer McCabe, because I thought that, like, she was in a tough position. Because I thought, like, I'm like, what if I was in that position, right? What if, like, a family member of mine killed someone, and, like, how far would I go to protect them if it was an accident?
That's a legitimate question,
Yeah, like, initially because I didn't know anything about her besides what I was reading.
Initially I felt bad, but then I decided it was, it would be better content. It'd be better content to just make shit up and mislead people. Got it. Made you more money, so you decided you didn't feel bad anymore.
The more I got to know Jennifer McCabe, the person, the less empathy I felt towards her.
Right.
But, like, when I first.
Gee, I wonder why nobody has any sympathy or empathy for you, Aiden. Because you're just a steaming pile of dog shit and an oxygen thief.
Read it. I'm like, what a tough position to be in. It sounded like a.
Yeah, it is telling. And he uses that to this day to his benefit of threatening people with it if they don't do X, Y, and Z. If they don't stop posting about him, if they don't stop talking about him, that's a big one. Always, if you don't stop, and he did the same with Meredith. If you need to do this, this, and this to stop talking about me forever, I'm going to keep doing X, Y, and Z. That's called blackmail. It's coercive control, and it is illegal. Illegal. Yeah, but you never notice how much they don't like, highlighting any of their own faults. We are humans. We are perfectly imperfect. We are beautiful disasters, okay? Everybody does something fucking stupid when you're young. Why do you need some jerk off whose life is a complete dumpster fire on its own trying to point out that you made some mistake in your life? You don't. No one needs that. Yeah, and it's enabling is bullshit. Why enable this bad behavior? I don't get it. For any reason.
This was an accident, and she's like, how far would you go to protect your kids?
Yeah.
And I kind of felt for her. But then the more I saw what a horrible person she was, the less
spews bullshit.
empathy
Sure
I had.
is.
He says, oh, it's just a horrible person. Like, he doesn't know anything about her. He's never hung out with her. He's never had a conversation with her. So how do you know someone's a horrible person? Other than Aiden said so. Right? Like, anybody who's interacted with Aiden knows he's a horrible person. See, that's the difference. Okay? Oh, yeah, he is apparently the ultimate authority of proper behavior, and he can do all of these things and then explain them away as okay, right? But if someone else does it, then they're horrible and they're bad and they're a villain and they're the shittiest person on planet Earth and deserve to be shamed. That is exactly what he's saying. Yep. 7 deadly sins. He is the judge, jury, and executioner because, he's Turtleboy, so important and whatnot. Meh.
Yeah.
Yeah, she sure is. That's for sure. And it's it's continuing on. But with this new lawsuit that they have against you and Karen Reed, the defamation suit. I mean, I don't know what they're thinking by doing that because
I do. I know exactly what they're thinking by doing that is they can absolutely prove that he defamed them. That's what they're thinking. Here's the thing. When you don't have to lie, it's pretty easy to know what they're thinking. If these people didn't have proof that he defamed them, they wouldn't have brought a lawsuit, darling. And they certainly, think about this one, just use your brain cells, not Aiden said so, not whether you think Karen's innocent or not, but use these brain cells, right? Maddie, who's the attorney, would not have agreed to take this suit, okay, if he wasn't very, 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 very sure he would win, okay? Just throwing it out there. This false idea that Maddie took the lawsuit right now and doesn't know what he's doing. I think the lawyer, and a DUI guy, and maybe a couple other people were like, oh, he just took this suit. He has no idea what he's in for. Wrong. He has been literally delving into this and fucking investigating this for 2 years, okay? He has literally forked through every fucking piece of evidence and every ongoing piece that he has as a team, okay, against Aiden. They know exactly what they're doing. These attorneys did not just jump into this willy-nilly. They had to vet this entire thing before they ever even agreed to take the case, okay? And ultimately, once they agreed to take it, they have been investigating all of it and ongoingly to this day for 2 years, right? I know exactly what they're thinking, that they're going to get justice for fucking being defamed, and they will. Civil is not criminal. All they have to prove if it's more likely than not that Aiden knew some of the things that he was saying were lies, and he did. Or that he reasonably should have known. That's it. That's all they have to prove. And they more than can prove that. They can more than prove that. I know exactly what they were thinking. They were thinking they're going to get some fucking justice. And Aiden thinks this is going to be some weird fishing expedition for John O'Keefe because, well, he doesn't think that. He knows that's not true. But he thinks if he tells his audience that, they'll give him more money. This has nothing to do with John O'Keefe. It has to do with whether he defames them or not. He's not going to get to ask them endless questions. He's not going to get endless phone records and this and that and the other thing. Like, that's not what's going to happen here. Right? And he's feeding these lies to his audience because he needs them to donate. Well, I'm going to get justice for John, guys. Donate. My whole case is going to get it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with whether he defamed these people or not, period. That's it. It has nothing to do with it. Good luck finding an attorney that's going to take this shit show, bro. Good luck.
they're only opening a can of worms for themselves.
Wrong.
And that's what's going to be coming down the road.
Do you really think if there was a can of worms to open, they would have brought this suit? Use your brain cells now, people, okay? No, obviously not.
Trying to bankrupt us, I think, because they know that they're not
Bankrupt
going to
you?
win.
No, I'm not trying to bankrupt you, dude. I'm trying to get justice. Justice. Stop it. Justice. And also, if they bankrupt you in the process, bravo.
But it's the process of getting there. Like, it's going to be
But also, you're going to have to deal with Kylie's suit now, too, Aiden. Bravo, you fucking buffoon. Bravo. Kylie has her civil lawsuit against him now for defamation as well. You know? Yes, that's exactly that in a nutshell. That's exactly what he believes. If I write about you, I believe you're a trash human, and my blogging and reporting may just, quote, help people, quote, redeem themselves to be a better human. That's his talking point right now, which is bullshit. And I don't think he thinks any court is ever going to buy that, but cool. You know, he convinces himself of these lies that he feeds other people, you know? No, he doesn't. That's a good question. No, he does not. He doesn't ask anybody anything about their own lives. He doesn't care. Everything is to get his own money, you know? She is someone he wrote a hit piece on, was paid $5,000 to write a hit piece on, and had to deal with the legal consequences of his lies and his blogs and the people who were, you know, against her from the beginning. It was really like more of a political thing, really, because she lived in Napa County. Shocker, right? So this lady paid the $5,000 to have the hit piece written. And so then she had to deal with the legal fallout of that, of one rogue officer just buying into Aiden's bullshit. And that, again, that's the same shit that Ashley had to deal with. One idiot, one DA, one cop that buys into Aiden's crap or whatever he spews, right? And that's all it takes for someone to have to deal with years of fucking misery for no reason, you know? No worries, my friend. Glad to see you here now. Yeah, I mean, you're 100% right, Rose. No one's personal life is any of his business, you know? No, not a new charge. He has a new civil case. He has Kylie's civil case on top of the McAlbert quote. And I don't like calling it that because they're the Alberts, the McCabes, and the Higgins. They're three separate families, but that's what he's calling it. On top of the Albert, McCabe, and Higgins suit, he has another civil defamation suit from Kylie. So he's got two right now, civil defamation suits. So... yeah, he's the one who gets apparently to determine who fits that bill, even though he fits that bill to a T. You know? Well, that's the difference. Who did make him in charge? Oh, himself. Himself. I mean, to be fair, there's dozens of charges that Norfolk County could have charged him with by now, but they're too big of a coward to do their fucking job. And I will say that with my chest. Okay? They could have charged him with blackmail. They could have charged him with filing false reports. They could have charged him with a multitude of other crimes, criminal harassment. They have chosen to do nothing. And that is on Norfolk County. So every victim that has been made since they refused to do their fucking job is on them. It's on them. It's fucking on them. Yeah, he is the fucking can of worms. Just Gator Boy. No, that's a different person. That's a teacher, actually, which is disgusting, in Weymouth. It's just fucking gross. She was here earlier. I don't know if Kylie's still here, but she was here earlier.
very expensive. I'm not going to lie. Like I said, a long conversation with my attorneys about this, and like we're hiring new counsel, and it's a lot of money, man. And you know, so whatever. Like, and if you win, you know, you don't get that money back. You don't get.
He's not going to win.
You know, like that's the thing about suing people, and I don't know who's paying for them. I don't know who's paying for their attorney or who's bankrolling this. So, you know, we'll see. But I have, like I said, I have a huge support system behind me that they're not going to let me lose.
Oh, they're not going to let me lose. See, that's the problem, Aiden, is no matter how much money your quote support system, and let's be clear, it's not a support system because he doesn't give a fuck about any of these people. He cares about their wallets. He could give a fuck about them as human beings or getting to know them or, you know, even saying hi to them when he's doing his live stream. He doesn't give a fuck about them. He cares about their wallets and what they can give. That's it. No matter how much money they give him, it doesn't help you win the lawsuit, right? Ultimately, it's the evidence that helps you either win or lose. And there is about 0.0% chance he is going to win that lawsuit. And he knows
absolutely, 100%. And I'm sure Karen, you know, will have adequate counsel for it as well.
Okay, well, again, Karen and Aiden are two different people and have nothing to do with one another when it comes to like hiring their own. Like Aiden hopes and prays that Karen hires a defense attorney that says, "Oh, I'm going to take this with you too, bud." Like, no, absolutely fucking not.
So, you know,
make no mistake, they're going to point the finger at each other if they have to. That's what's going to happen.
So another question that I have is when you started out, did you consider, now, you consider yourself as an independent journalist, right?
This goes on.
Yeah.
You're
For
an
sure.
award-winning independent journalist.
Yeah, just repeat that you think you're an independent journalist. That'll definitely be good for your defamation suit, bud. You are such a fucking clown. Yep, definitely an independent journalist that doesn't actually do any journalistic anything. Sure.
When you started out, did you consider yourself just a blogger? That you were just blogging?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's what I kind of did is like, if you look at like some
No, sir, you are just a blogger. That's. I mean, I don't even think you're even that at this point. Now you're just a fucking disgrace. Just a disgrace.
of my earlier articles, like about stuff, it was,
Yeah.
Why does
me
that
making
look
jokes
like
and
that?
commenting about stuff and whatever. But like that kind of stuff was entertaining. It was funny. People liked it. It was amusing. But I would also mix in some real journalism there. The more, and
No, you
that
wouldn't.
those became the stories that really got a lot of attention.
Right.
And starting in 2017, probably the biggest article I ever wrote before Karen Reed was about this woman named Allie Bebo, who was driving under the influence of heroin, and she crashed her car. And her dad's a judge. And the state police responded to it. And a trooper named Ryan Skevior, who was
Even that case was fed to him. Let's just throw that out there. He didn't investigate that. He didn't find out why or how that happened. Literally, someone had to tell him it did. And that's
a former
he didn't investigate anything, right? Now, it's one thing when someone tells you, like, hey, there's a story over here. You go look into that, right? You go in and look at that and try to get your own documents, talk to your own witnesses. And like, that's how you do investigative journalism, okay? You don't just take whatever someone says and then go, here it is, folks. That's the journalistic part of it. Like, that's not journalism at all. Not even a little fucking bit, all right? Will it be decided with a judge or jury? I don't know. That'll be up to them to decide later on whether they're going to do a judge or jury.
cop, believe it or not. He showed up and he arrested her. And in his report, he wrote that she asked him, and I apologize for my language on here, but this is what was in the report. She asked Trooper Skevior, do you know how many dicks I had to suck for that? Because he confiscated her heroin. And then she offered to, give him a blowjob in exchange for leniency. And he wrote this all in his report. And this is obviously humiliating for her father because he's a judge. And they read this report the district attorney's office did, and the DA, Joe Early, contacted Major Sue Anderson.
But he actually does believe he possesses that kind of power. It is stunning. It's egotistical. It's narcissistic. And there's no other way of explaining it, And the fact that people give it to him, like I say that all the time. I say, people allow him that, right? He doesn't have power if you don't give it to him. Don't give it to him. He's so proud of the fear that he invokes on people. It's weirdly bizarre. And again, narcissistic, because it makes him, he's a very insecure little man, right? He doesn't feel good about himself daily because he's a shit human being. I don't know what person would feel good about themselves daily. With narcissists, they don't understand why they feel so shitty about themselves. They victim blame. It's everyone else's fault but theirs, right? It's not anyone's fault, but it's everyone's fault. It's not their fault, it's everyone else's. And so when you're dealing with someone like him, okay, who uses that sort of fear to harm people, it's to make themselves feel good inside for just a moment, even a minute. Because that feeling that they feel so shitty about themselves all the time, they just don't understand why. They think it's everyone else's fault that they feel so shitty inside, that they're so insecure. When in reality, it's all their own behavior that makes them feel that way. Instead of correcting that behavior, because they don't have the capacity in their brain to give a fuck about anyone else, right? Instead of correcting their own behavior, they continue to just blame the victims of the things that they do wrong and why they feel so shitty. And they use the quote power in a way to harm other people to feel better about themselves. It's Psych 101.
And said, you got to get rid of those sentences from the report. That's embarrassing. It's not relevant. Get rid of it. And so she told, the Trooper Skevior to get rid of it. And he refused. He just refused to do it. I'm not getting rid of that sentence because that's what she said. And I'm not doing it just because she's a judge's daughter. He got disciplined over it. Okay.
Well, see, there still are a few good cops out there.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, he was definitely a good trooper. And, so he got contacted. He was like
is a good trooper. If that trooper came out today and said Aiden is a walking, talking piece of human garbage, Aiden would then say that trooper's the worst person on planet Earth. Make no mistake about it.
29, 20 years new on the job too. So it's like he's ballsy to do that. And he's like, I'm not.
If that trooper came out today publicly and said Aiden is a piece of shit, Aiden would say him putting that in a report was a horrible thing to fucking do, and he shouldn't have put it in a report. Guaranteed. He would switch his fucking shit right away, simply because the guy said he doesn't agree with Aiden, he doesn't like him. Guaranteed.
Doing that. And so a lot of troopers were outraged about this, and a couple of them reached out to me and said, we want you to write about the story. Here's what's happening. Here's like this trooper did his job and he's being punished because this politically connected defendant whose father is a judge, and his buddies with the DA has decided that they want that gone. So I wrote about it, and it turned into a huge scandal that they called Troopergate, and it led to the resignation of the Colonel Richard McCune, Lieutenant Colonel.
This is also part of the reason why, though, I fully believe that Norfolk County didn't do their fucking job and consistently doesn't do their job when it comes to arresting him and charging him with the crimes that the victims have come forward and shown with evidence and signed statements that he has done. And it's because they're so worried about what lie he's going to tell about them or how much he shits on them so that they might lose
Francis
their job
Hughes
for a
and
tweet they made 20 years ago or a fucking thing they said 5 years ago or something that happened on the job that someone can claim afterwards that they're a bad person for. Like, they're so worried about themselves. They don't even want to do their own fucking job at this point. And I have to say it's disgraceful. It's disgusting. Norfolk County needs to do better, because if it was any other county in the fucking state, you can bet your ass they would have arrested his ass and charged him.
Major Susan Anderson, they all had to resign as a result of this. And yeah, it's just, like that was kind of the first real big story I wrote. And then 3 months later, another story came into my inbox in 2018 about a trooper by the name of Leah Genduso. Okay. And
here he goes bringing up Leah. And once again, what does he do? He lies. He's now called her a money launderer and basically a fucking, she's Pablo Escobar, right? See, the problem with that is she testified against an old boyfriend before she was a cop, okay, about him selling weed. All right, that's what happened. He took that, ran with the story of calling her a money launderer and a drug dealer, and she shouldn't be a cop. And then he said he got her fired. No, wrong. She quit, actually, and I would at that point, if you feel like the MSP is covering for themselves and they don't have your back and they're lying by saying like they didn't know about it when they absolutely did when they hired you. Like, again, she didn't commit any crimes. She testified against someone. Okay? Testified against someone. That's fucking crazy, right? Like, so he turns that story into, she's a horrible fucking human being. Like, what the actual fuck are you talking about, bro? And he consistently continues to lie and change that story to this day. To this fucking day. Like, just consistently. It fucking drives me insane that he's allowed to lie and go unchecked.
And I know you're familiar with her. And,
I am.
And so you can quite literally get away with murder.
Well, that's what happened in the whole town of Canton, right?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
From, phone extract.
The best of me. It's just not going to happen. Pick on someone else.
That's true. That's true. And you have a lot of support behind you. So
oh my God, how many times
you're good to go with that.
You got tons of support behind you. Make sure you throw some my way. I mean, again, the respect is just, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing? Did your belief magically become that he's not a shit human being? Like, did you magically change your mind overnight in the last 3 weeks and say, now he's not a shit human being and he does everything? I mean, I'm sorry. I don't know how you go from like being vocal about what a shitty person he is and how he gaslights and how you recognize the gaslighting and coercive control because you were in a relationship like that to then this. That's the part that I have a problem with. If you recognize the coercive control and the abusive behavior, how do you go from that to this? How? That's the part I don't get. Make it make sense to me. Someone, please, for the love of God. As a survivor, like that just it doesn't sit well with me. It's fucking insulting, really.
What would you, if I asked you, what would you want people to know the most about you?
What would you want people to know the most about? I mean, not for nothing, but these aren't great questions. Like, he's not going to tell the truth. Well, that's what he wants. He wants to keep others from, he wants them to stay silent, though. That's what he wants them to do. You know? I mean, that he keeps people silent by threatening them, right? And many people have shut up, gone away, stopped saying anything publicly, stopped, calling out the bad behavior and telling their own stories because he's threatened them. And that's called blackmail. It's illegal. You can't do it.
Whether it's you and Turtleboy as part of you or just you alone.
That I have good intentions, that I'm not like a jerk. Like,
Cool. What's the good intention? Like, this looks like a PR stunt to me. Give me what your good intention would be when you're knowingly lying. No, okay? See, that's the thing. Aiden isn't writing these stories and then not knowing some of this shit is lies. He is full-fledged revenge mode, writing things he knows are fabricated or lies on purpose. So what wouldn't be bad intentioned about that? Anyone? Anyone. Like, please, for the love of God.
like I'm not mean at all. Like I can be, and I'm a counter puncher. When people punch me, I punch them back,
Oh, please.
But I'm
No, wrong again. Like, how many lies can one person tell in one breath?
I don't have bad intentions. I really don't.
Oh, okay, cool.
And
Got it.
like, I want to get along with everyone else.
No, he doesn't. No, he fucking doesn't. Dude, during the Karen Reed case, he gatekeeped the fuck out of the case. If somebody had information he didn't have, he got so mad he would throw tantrums. Well, you shouldn't have put it out. I'm the one who needs to put it out first. Like, this is what? The fact that you want anybody to believe any of what's coming out of your mouth right now, and make your actions fucking meet that, because they don't. The facts don't meet that at all.
I want, the Karen Reed case, why did I do this? Because I thought it was wrong what was happening to her, but
Wrong. He did this because he saw money and fame. He didn't do this because he thought this was wrong. That's not what happened.
I initially, like I said, had some empathy for Jennifer McCabe when I first started reading about this story,
Oh
right?
God, how many lies can one?
She made choices to do certain things. So,
Mhm.
I mean, it's just the way that, it works out. So I kind of have a fun little question for you. What is your, out of all your TV monitors?
To be fair, I don't think Leah would ever take the time or the energy to bother, because she's moved on with her life. She does well for herself. She's a hard worker, a good person. And at this point, she just laughs at his need to say her name after all these years. He needs to talk about her. He has to. Has to. You know what I mean? He never has had good intentions. That's just a bold-faced fucking lie. Agreed, Maestro, agreed. Yeah, I mean, it's what he does. He tries to keep people in line by doing it too. He uses it as a threat. That's not good intentions.
That you have. What is your favorite one? Dr. Turtleboy, First Amendment Daddy, Fridge Daddy.
Oh my fucking God. Is this real? I mean, I feel like I'm in a movie right now. Like, which one of these weird nicknames you gave yourself is the best one for you, sir? Like, what? Like, what the fuck? What? Like, no. No worries, Maestro. Like, is this supposed to be an interview, or what the, which one of these weird nicknames you gave yourself is the best one for you, sir? Oh, I fucking can't. I don't.
Timothy Connie. What is your favorite one, Aiden?
I like doctor. I like being called doctor.
Yeah.
No, I'm clearly not.
Why? I like when everyone pats me on the back and I feel important. I like to feel important, and doctor sounds important. So call me that, guys. If you're a fucking doctor, I'm the president of the United States. Okay. As a matter of fact, I own every country. I'm the president of everywhere. Okay.
But
That's okay.
but if Judd Welch is a doctor, then so am
Call me El Presidente of everything. All right. The fuck? It's fucking like, what are we doing here? Like, I mean, is there any more patting on this back we need to do here? Like, I don't, like, what the fuck, dude?
I. That's what I say.
There's a lot of people out there that claim to be doctors, and
Yeah. I started doing that with Joe Biden. I don't like, not to get political, but like, I'm like,
Okay.
when people like, you got to call her Dr. Jill. I'm like,
Okay. He fails to understand that, like, people who have PhDs are more than just like a doctor of like medical doctor. Like, I mean, he fails to, again, we're not dealing with a smart human who understands what a PhD is or why someone else would be called doctor if they're not doing surgery on someone.
okay. Well, you're going to call me doctor too, then, if she gets to
Yeah.
be called doctor. I know she's got a PhD, but
Okay, well, she's got a PhD. That's why she's called doctor, you fucking clown. Once again, failing to understand what a PhD is or how much work it takes. I can't. You can't make this shit up. I can't.
like, I always viewed doctors as like people with stethoscopes that could save your life. This is what I thought a doctor was, And
A doctor is a person with a stethoscope. What's that thing called, you guys? A stethoscope. It's a stethoscope. That's what a doctor should be, because Aiden said so. He's going to write a new entry in his diary. Dear diary. Dear diary of a wimpy sewer turtle. Doctors are people with a stethoscope. That's what I think. Can't be a doctor with a PhD. Has to be a stethoscope.
we're called people like her a doctor. Okay, then I'm a doctor too. It's kind of a joke. It was kind of tongue in cheek. But
Yeah.
the first time people start
No.
calling you a doctor, it feels good. You're like, ooh, the doctor's in,
yeah,
Ooh, I'm important for 1 second of my miserable dumpster fire life.
it does. I mean, people started calling me Miss Sparkly, and I actually
Sparkly.
like that.
Yeah, the sparkly.
I have no words right now. I can't. I have no. Oh yeah, Federal let him have the crayons. He gave him his purple crayons. Harold allowed him to have some of his purple crayons from his letter writing days to the court, and said, "Here, Aiden, you can have these for your diary of a pursuer, turtle, sir." And the stuff in the stethoscope.
Have it,
It's interesting, but yeah, you have a lot of different monikers, a lot of different names that people call you, and you're like, whatever you want to call me.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I like being called daddy with some people.
We'll just call you dickhead. We will call you an oxygen thief, Aiden, because that's exactly what you.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird when guys call me that. That'd be kind of weird.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure you probably don't have too many guys calling you that.
No,
He does,
that'd be
actually.
very
That's
weird if
weird,
that
but he
happened.
does.
Yeah.
But it's fun. It's playful. It's flirtatious.
It's
It's fun
not.
to do it. It's just
Yeah.
like in whatever. And the origin of that
I can't.
started when I forget what the exact scenario was. I think there was some sort of rift going on
I can't.
in the community between
Right.
I think it was during
Me.
when
My green crayon.
between the two trials when a lot of Karen Reed supporters were arguing over drama.
Aiden's also got a magic wand in his back pocket where he magically bippity boppities that he's a good human in everyone's eyes. When he does his brainwashing, he's like, bippity boppity, stethoscope. He thinks he's Harry Potter. And he can just bippity boppity. An attorney who will actually take some of these civil cases and not want to look like a fucking clown while doing it.
And stupid shit online and blah blah blah, and I just came in and I shut it down and I called myself. I'm like, okay, daddy.
I am amazing, and I shut down the arguments online. No one on planet Earth can shut down the arguments online. How egotistical of a human being do you have to be to actually think that that's a thing? I shut it all down. Like, no, you didn't, dude. No, as a matter of fact, you didn't. And what you did was you cried and bitched and whined like a big baby about how you needed to run the Facebook page because you didn't like things that were being said on it because you didn't say them first and you didn't approve of them. And people were making things to help quote Karen Reed, and they had turtles on them, and you wanted a piece of their $4 bracelets. You needed them to give you $1.50 of it, or they weren't allowed to put it on the page. Like, this is how far it went. Okay. Like, he's kidding himself and everyone else at this point. You know what I mean? Like, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't, that would be painful. You know, I can't fucking do it.
He's got to shut this shit down. Everybody cut the shit, focus, we got a trial, blah, 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 you know, like that. So that's the kind of the origin where that came from, I think.
Oh my God.
And people just picked it up and ran with it.
Yeah, you know, it's like daddy's here, you know.
He's
It's like,
You've got so many different names. We have to, you know, I when I was writing them down to ask the question, I, you know, wrote down the ones I could remember off the top of my head, and I'm still sure there's probably half a page more.
I can't.
no, ask me whatever
Like,
you
I
want. I
can't.
don't give a shit. I'm an open book.
Oh, are you? Cool. Let's ask some non-softball questions, and let's ask him about his lies and inconsistencies and bad behavior. Let's ask about that. Well, no, we don't do that. That's not, you know, let's not do that.
No,
Right.
you got the bug.
Let's not
Like,
piss him
you
off.
see people going through it in real time right now. Like Jim Altman's going through it. Jason Broyles is going through it.
Oh, it's turtle derangement syndrome. They're all going through it. Or maybe they just all realize you're a liar, a gaslighter, a victim blamer, a fake perpetual victim that blames everyone else for your own bad behavior. And when they figure out what a shitty person you are and the bad shit you've done to other people to hide your own shit, they believe that they need to call it out because they unfortunately contributed in a way to it. And so doing the right thing, as they're doing now, is saying, shit, I did not, A, realize it was in a cult, B, realize I was contributing to this behavior, and C, I now realize what had happened. And now I feel like since I contributed to this shit, I need to shut it down. I need to help show people that he's not a good person. He's fucking lying as he always does. He's fooling people as he always does. So I love that he brings up Jen Altman and Jason Broyles. Oh, they're all going through, it's all turtle derangement syndrome. Oh, it's derangement syndrome. No, it's the truth. And he just doesn't want to hear it. You know,
They're showing all the signs, all the symptoms of it. And you're
And
just
that's
watching.
the point.
signs and symptoms of a fake medical condition.
That's the point. When you said it's like a bug, it is. It's just like a contagious virus.
You're right. Yep. Reading his bullshit and feeding into his nonsense is a contagious virus. It's called a cult, Sparkly. Say it with me. Cult, darling. It's called brainwashing. You told me that you could understand gaslighting and coercive control. You told me he couldn't gaslight you. He's doing it right now. And you're agreeing with him. Like, what the fucking actual hell is happening right now? Like, what, ma'am, he's talking about a fake medical condition he made up. Like, what the fuck? What?
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's bad as COVID.
Ma'am, stop it.
Right,
It's that
right.
contagious.
And it just takes over I mean, Krusty's the worst of them all when it comes to Turtleboy derangement syndrome because it's been going on for so long. Mike Gaffney's up there too. But like, I mean, these are people that I wrote about 6 or 8 years ago.
Yeah, bullshit.
And they just can't stop. Like
I don't know. Someone said she's a retired nurse. I'm not really sure. I would hope not. But yeah, he needs a pat on the back for that, unless it's bad, and then he doesn't. You know, like it's a lot. You know, yeah, deep undercover my fucking ass.
every day, if you go on Kate Peters' Twitter, which I try to avoid, I can't talk to people like that because they're not interested in learning who I am.
It's not about learning who he is. We all know who he is. Okay, he wants to be able to gaslight people. He wants to be able to lie to people. That's what he wants to do. And if you do not allow him to gaslight, if you do not allow him to lie, if you do not allow him to sit there and play fuck games, and he doesn't want to fuck, right? He only wants to talk to people. And I warned Sparkly, and so did many other people about this. He only wants to talk to people he can manipulate. And he thinks he can manipulate you, and he is manipulating you, and you're allowing it. No. He can't manipulate me. He can't gaslight me. I know he's doing that, but he can't gaslight me. I said he just did. He just was, right? In the space. And he did it again in the second one. And we all told her, right? No, I know he's doing it. I know he's doing it. Okay, cool. Clearly you don't. It's very clear that you don't. It's either that or you don't care that he is. And you need him to just be nice to you so that you can jump on this bandwagon. I don't know. You know? Right? Like, I mean, what the fuck? Like, what? What? No, he's not. He can't, in order to actually get treatment for something, right? You have to be honest with your therapist. Aiden has fucking diabetes. All right. He can't be honest with himself, never mind a therapist.
Or, you know, thinking like finding common ground or whatever. But I thought you were, so I found you reasonable. And I thought the same about Valerie, right? Like,
please. He did not think the same about Valerie because he bashed Valerie into oblivion the second she didn't agree with him. He's such a liar. And that's the point. If she can't tell that he's lying to her face, it's a problem, right? It's a problem. Then you're just buying into a cult at that point. You know? Exactly. That's his thing. Once you disagree with him and choose not to support him anymore and be part of his movement, then you magically have Turtleboy derangement syndrome. Like, no, the simple answer is they just don't like you anymore and want to support you because you've shown yourself to be a shitty human being who lies. Nobody wants to participate in your torture of innocent people to hide your own bad behavior. Bottom line. That's the bottom line. She did spaces. She did spaces, and people slowly saw her sort of like pandering to him, and like, you know, so like people saw it coming from a mile away. People pointed it out. I gave her the benefit of the doubt. It's like, bro, this is embarrassing for you. You were vocal enough to know that he's a bad person, yet here you are sort of just patting that bad person on the back and being like, you have so much support. Who is Turtleboy? Turtleboy is Aiden. Aiden is Turtleboy. There is no differentiation, okay? He literally believes in his persona. He has become his persona, okay? If you know narcissists like you claim to, you would know this, right? Like, come on. Right, exactly. The derangement is people who buy hook, line, and sinker the lie or the lies that he feeds when it's clear as day. It's very clear that anybody who knows law even a little bit would know that his civil case, where he's being sued, has nothing to do with justice for John O'Keefe. It's never going to have anything to do with justice for John O'Keefe. He's not going to get endless discovery where he can just ask people questions for no reason whatsoever and delve into anything. It has absolutely nothing to fucking do with any of that. But he has no problem feeding to his audience. I'm going to get justice for John O'Keefe, guys. Donate to me. And they believe it. Now, had they taken one brain cell and said, you know what, that sounds a little funky, because wasn't he just saying that Karen couldn't get that in her own civil case? Had they taken 1 second to be like, yeah, that sounds weird. That sounds a little funny. It's the opposite of what he was just saying when it was someone else doing, you know, raising money for their civil case for the exact same thing. They would do research and they would say, okay, that's not how this is going to work. And that's not how this is going to go. And he's just saying that because he needs people to donate a lot of money to it. But they don't even have the capacity to do that because they are so brainwashed into, oh, he likes the First Amendment. People just don't like him because he tells the truth. He just has receipts. Someone does not have receipts if they're making up emails and framing people with them. People do not have receipts who are using fake phone numbers, okay, and framing them with them. People are not fucking have receipts if they're using fake Facebooks to frame them, right? Like, the stupidity it takes to believe that this man is any sort of truth seeker or tells the truth. The man has fucking diabetes and lies more than I've seen anyone on planet Earth. He contradicts himself constantly and they don't even catch it. He can contradict himself in one sentence and they don't even catch it, or they excuse it away, or they pretend they didn't hear it. It's the most amazing thing I've ever seen. It really does need to be studied in real life. It needs to be fucking studied because it's bonkers. Okay? It is bonkers. I don't get it. That's a good question. I don't know. I started off the show asking that very question. I could make a ton of money if I just pandered to him and his audience. A ton. A shit ton. A shit ton. But at what expense? At the expense of every fucking victim? At the expense of myself, my own ethics, my own boundaries, my own morals? It's blood money, dude. It's attached to bad karma and torture of innocent people. No. Oh, thank you, my friend. I mean, no, it's just fucking no. Like, no. Yeah, exactly. A lot of these people saw how he operated behind the scenes, including Jen and Jason. They saw a lot of what we already knew, as I've been telling you guys for a really long time, of what the things that he was doing. And they started to put two and two together, that he is not just the victim, that he did these things to other people, and he's now hiding the shit that he did, right? He doesn't want the general public to know all the stuff he did, because then he would lose support and money, and a lot of it. And so he's got to become the victim some way, right? They don't want to be a part of you harming people, and that's okay. Who gives a fuck, right? But he doesn't know how to move on. He'll never move on, ever, ever, ever. I mean, it's a possibility for sure. It's a possibility. I mean, it's disappointing to see Sparkly pander like this and to do this. I mean, it's really seriously disappointing, because from what she told me, she's a survivor of abuse. So if you're a survivor of abuse and coercive control and you can see it, then how do you not see what's right in front of your face? You have told me and Nina and many other people publicly and privately that you know he's a bad person. You know what he's done to other people. Why all of a sudden is he not all of a sudden? I don't get it. It's really disappointing.
Before, like, her and I have had our differences. I've said some mean things about her for sure. But I always, like, there was always things that Valerie would say that I'm like, oh, see, she's reasonable. She gets it.
There's nothing reasonable about Valerie.
The rest of my family members who would have to pick up the slack while I was gone or anything like that,
Yes.
like forget about me, like whatever. They want to see me suffer, but it's like other people suffer with incarceration, not.
They don't want to see you suffer. They want to end you harming innocent people. And you can't do that when you're behind bars in prison. You can no longer threaten or blackmail, which are crimes, sir, people, when you're in prison. Stop it.
Just the person that's sitting in the jail cell, right? Like, so.
Again, this whole, everybody just wants to throw me in jail and they're hurting my family by throwing me in jail. No, you're hurting your family by you being thrown in jail, because your actions are what led to you being thrown in jail, sir. Again, everyone else's fault. They just want to throw me in jail and hurt my family. No, you just want to throw you in jail and hurt your family. Your continued actions, constantly and consistently, commit crimes and break laws. That is on you and nobody else. Stop it. Stop it.
And, it's like, you don't care about that at all. I mean, that's just heartless,
Well, you don't care about my family? You want to put me in jail? You don't care about my family? It's heartless to not care that putting me in jail would hurt my family. Is that real life? Like, I'm sorry, but if a judge took that argument from every defendant, Your Honor, I murdered 5 people, but you can't put me in jail because that would hurt my family. Do you not care? Do you not have a soul, Your Honor? Like, what? The fuck are you talking about, bro? If you commit crimes, you go to jail, and it's your fault, not everyone else's. And if your family suffers, that is on you, sir. No one else, not the lawyers, not the state. You, for your behavior, for your actions, for committing the crimes, it's on you. You're not the victim. You've never been the victim, and you never will be the victim. The pretending is fucking diabolical.
And that's what happens when you view somebody not as a human being. But
it's just insulting to every other person that he is victimized, right? Like, him pretending that he is the ultimate victim of anything is really just disgusting.
A character online who you just don't like, and it's a game for them. You know what I mean? Like,
it's a game for them. No, it's a game for you. Here's the thing. No one would have to talk about your bad behavior if you just left people alone. It would really be that simple. You could just not lie about people. You could just not hide your own bad behavior. You could take some accountability for your own actions, your own behavior, your own lies, your own spin. Nobody would have anything to talk about. We wouldn't have to talk about you. We wouldn't have to point it out, right? Like, stop it. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I didn't attack everything about Sparkly. I attack her position. Her position magically changed overnight. You know what I'm saying? Like, he magically became not a bad person. Sorry, not buying it. I'm not. And it's not that she chose to interview Aiden. There's more to it than that. So again, you can believe what you want. All right. But there's no such thing as TB derangement syndrome. That's a fake made up medical condition. And if you have to repeat that as an argument, then you've lost the argument, because there's no such thing as TB derangement syndrome. No such thing, dude. Doesn't exist. Like, the fact that anybody has to invoke, this is what TV derangement syndrome is. So not agreeing with him. And him going on a channel that he would never be caught dead on otherwise, with only 1,000 subscribers, right? See, that's the thing. Like, pointing things out about something isn't attacking anyone. I've said I'm disappointed in her, which I am. I've said her opinion, privately and publicly, magically flipped and changed from he's a bad person to magically all of a sudden he isn't. That's a fact. Okay? It's not attacking. It's a fact. And someone asked if she was a nurse, and I said, someone said she was a retired RN, I believe. Didn't attack her. Okay? But when I feel like you're being disingenuous because I've had private conversations with you about this very issue, then sorry, not sorry. I'm not going to put your private conversations out there because I'm not Aiden, right? But I have every right to say you're being disingenuous, right? You're pandering. That's my fucking right. For someone who helps victims who are ready to unalive themselves because their families are being harassed into oblivion over lies so Aiden can hide his bad behavior, I have a very strong opinion. And I have a right to that. If you don't like it, don't fucking watch my show. It's really that simple. It's not that hard. Don't watch the show then. I don't know what to tell you, right? Like, if you didn't live through the shit that he's done to people, then I don't really think you have an opinion, all right? Well, that's your opinion, right? I didn't say it. Just people have opinions, right? I think it's disingenuous and I'm disappointed. And I stand by that. And I say it with my fucking chest.
Like, oh, putting him in jail is like a game. That's what it is for KP.
Putting
like,
him in jail is
it's
a game. I'm sorry. Was it her that tried to have him falsely charged with a bunch of shit and got a restraining order on him 100 times over, like to say he's, no, that was him. That was him. So who is it really a game to? Aiden literally walked over to where she was during a protest and told the officer he needs to tell her to leave because he walked over there. This is all on camera. And the officer was like, yeah, I'm not arresting her or telling her to leave because you went out of your way to walk over to where she is. And he's like, I'm going to the store over there. And they were like, you could have walked on the opposite side of the road. You literally just crossed the street to come over to where she was, dude. Like, that's called a game. That's called a fucking game. Okay? Right. He does the same. So it's, but that's the thing, right? Like, I can't put my commentary or opinion out there, or it's turtle derangement syndrome. But he could just say all sorts of wild shit that simply isn't true, and that's totally okay and acceptable, right? Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
That's how they win the game, is they put me in jail.
Well,
And
for
she's
someone like Kate Peter, it is game. It's a constant game.
Now, listen, I'm not friends with Kate, but again, what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. Me and Kate aren't friends. We don't talk. We're not friendly. But Aiden did use the restraining order as a fucking game. He did try to have her charged with multiple false charges for funsies, right? He has admitted multiple times to multiple people it was just to get her to shut up, to get her to go away, to get her to stop talking about him and pointing things out. And Lauren Murray told me herself that she knew that Aiden was using her to get a restraining order on Kate, and that she was just going to drop it. She didn't end up doing that because he ended up calling and screaming at her and threatening her and doing all these things that he does. But she admitted that to me personally. So who thinks this is a game exactly? I've never seen another man walk into court and claim they're afraid of multiple women. Certainly have never seen that before, considering the multitude of evidence that shows that he was the one with the bad behavior. Like, stop it. Like, stop it, please.
Mhm.
You know, for other people, I think that there are people that just can't separate, you know, that you're an actual person.
Yeah.
You know, has feelings
You
and,
meddling
you know,
kids.
you're considerate, and they're not able to separate that from what they consider, like, which when you say something mean, or Turtleboy says.
Okay, let me explain this to you. Okay, Sparkly. There's no differentiation, okay? If Aiden says something mean, it's him saying it. Turtleboy, him. They're one and the same, darling. They're not two separate people, okay? His public persona is to pretend everything's gravy, right? That's the only part that's different, is when the cameras go off, he knows he's fucked, right? Other than that, what you see is exactly the way he behaves, and even worse behind closed doors. Okay, that's real life, right? I feel like it kind of is like Scooby-Doo. You're gonna get him into court, and like he's gonna rip off his mask and be like, I would have got away with it if it weren't for you meddling kids. Like, I feel like it's like a cartoon. Like, I would have got away with it if you didn't read the diary of a wimpy sewer turtle here in court.
Something mean,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
Yeah, exactly. And
What kind of human
and you know, like
operates
it's
like this?
if you got to know me, you might like me. You know?
Wrong. Every single person who's, quote, got to know him has been burned, okay, lied about, and then when they come out and tell the truth, he then tries to file false charges, threaten them into oblivion, etc., etc. He has one real life friend, and his name is Ernie. That's it. And that poor guy can't even defend Aiden online because of all the shitty shit he does. One fucking friend. One. Okay? One. Like, what the fuck, dude? I mean, see, that's the thing is I will not conform to any one side. I don't conform to what the, quote, certain people on the anti side want me to be, and I don't conform to what these, certain people on the free here. I'm my own channel, right? That's it. I am my own channel who gives my own experience, information, and commentary on the things that are important to me and that I know about. And the one thing that's really important to me is making sure that Aiden can't keep hurting people. Okay? He has hurt a lot of fucking people. And if you talk to these people in the abundance that I have, for the amount of time that I have, you see the damage that's been created. He doesn't give a fuck who he hurts or why, as long as he benefits from it. That's the sickest part, is it's diabolical. It's disgusting. I know, I honestly, the first time I found out who Ernie was and about him, the first thing I thought about was like, is there a Bert? Is there a fucking Bert? Is there a Bert? Is there a Bert? Well, that's also because I wouldn't lie for Aiden, right? Like if I simply wouldn't lie for him and didn't lie for him. And so that caused a problem. I was a villain then. I was a villain because I didn't lie for him and he got caught cheating on like 4 women at once, including his wife. So I was the problem because he couldn't keep it in his pants. Right, because that's somehow my problem. Like I'm somehow supposed to lie for him because he couldn't keep it in his pants. Yeah, makes sense.
Like you might realize that I'm not the big bad villain. I'm not trying to like just hurt people for the sake of hurting people.
Aiden, stop. Like I mean, I really feel like he's trying to convince himself of this. Why else would you be doing it? I mean, he's admitted again several times that the reason why he does some of this shit is just straight revenge because they said something that he did do. Like, so it's like, do you forget the things that you've already admitted to in a way, or things that you actually have admitted to in very rare instances? Because like, it doesn't jive with what you're saying right now. Okay, it's just like, come on, stop it. It's fucking nonsense.
Well, I'm a counter puncher. Like if you
Yeah.
come
No,
at
you're
me
not.
and start,
You're not a counter puncher, dude. You're that dude that jumps in the middle of a crowd and goes, oh, that guy just said your mother sucks. And then he watches people beef it out. That's you. You're that. And then you write a story about it saying how you were the hero in the whole thing. And then you also became the victim because, these people came out and told the truth. So now you're also the victim. Like that's you. That's who you are.
doing fucked up shit, I'm going to fire back. But I'm not.
Well,
gonna,
People do fucked up shit. I'm going to fire back. What about all the fucked up shit you do? Well, they were just going to pretend that doesn't happen, right? Like, come on, stop it. A lot. Oh, I mean, what do you mean before his ex-wife? Like, you mean before he got married to her? Or you mean like during the time he was married to his ex-wife?
go out of the way to like hurt innocent people.
well, you
I
you
don't
definitely
go out of my way to hurt innocent people. Well, that is the biggest lie I think I heard him tell this entire time is I don't go out of my way to hurt innocent people. Oh, for fuck's sake, dude. Are you serious right now? You actually said that with a straight face. That whole lie you said with a straight face. I don't go out of my way to hurt innocent people. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, again, who are you trying to convince? Yourself, Aiden? Like, come on, dude. That's bullshit and you know it. It's total bullshit. And you know, and there's plenty of evidence to back up. You're a fucking liar, dude. You've hurt many innocent people for money, for clout, for clicks, for views, because they didn't lie for you, because they didn't do what you wanted them to do. You didn't give a fuck what you know, whether it was going to hurt them or not, to lie, to cover your own ass. All you cared about is that everybody believed you and you could hide what you did that was bad. That's it.
Definitely are a counterpuncher. I mean, that's who you are.
Not
I mean, you
not
can
a counterpuncher, dude. Again, these are softball questions. Why not call him out when he's lying? I don't see
It's
any
like
calling
I'm
out when he's
doing
lying.
it like because I'm passionate about it. I love what I do. You know,
Right.
I love
I love shitting on people for funsies when they don't do what I want. You can literally see that he actually does love it. Look at his face. He actually does love shitting on people for fun. I love it. I love it so much because it makes him feel good inside for that 1 second because he feels so small and insecure. He will forever feel small and insecure until and unless he changes his behaviors and realizes what a shit human he is, which is about 1% chance that'll ever happen.
exposing corruption. I love pointing out wrongs.
I love pointing out wrongs, but my own, we're not going to talk about those. Nope, we're not going to. It's none of anybody's business. We're not going to talk about it. Who fucking cares?
You know, I love being the first to
The hypocrisy is amazing.
report something.
I love to be the first to report something. And I will point out that, again, he threw many tantrums during the Karen Reed case when a lot of us had information that he did not up front. Okay? He went as far as to tell his audience it wasn't true because he didn't report on it first when he knew it was. When I reported that Natalie had immunity, he told his entire audience it wasn't true. She had no immunity. She would have no reason to have immunity. He knew he was lying, but he didn't report on it first. He didn't get the story first. So he got really mad and really upset and had a whole fucking tantrum about it. Okay. He asked to be the first to say something or do something. You don't got to be the first one, bro. Okay. Because that means that you were in a hurry. It means you probably didn't check all the information. That's a problem. Well, I don't think what work does he actually fucking do? Like, at least I know what the fuck I do. And most people, like Benny, or anybody who knows me in person, knows what I do, right? Even when these cameras are off, the amount of time and energy that I put in. Like, it's ridiculous. The fuck does he do other than surf the internet for 21 hours a day and talk shit from fake accounts, you know? Yeah, well, that's the thing. Does he say that exact same thing to the people that he's fucking with and about their families, about himself? No, of course not, because that doesn't apply. It's hypocrisy at its finest. You know, doesn't care about putting anybody else in jail or their families, does he? Nope, sure fucking doesn't.
It's like a high that you get when you're like the first person to get the truth out there. Like
Not the truth.
nobody knew that Karen Reed was framed, right? Like
Oh,
in the
framed.
media, no one was talking about it. She was just another defendant.
That's also not true. I actually heard about the case first thing from my local news, and it was on the night after it happened, like the morning after it happened, or like the evening, like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, whatever. Like that's what time I saw it on the news. Like that's what time. I did not hear about it from him. I heard about it from the local news. The local news did do stories on it before he ever touched it. So that's just a bold-faced lie.
Who claimed she was innocent? You know, what defendant isn't claiming that? And I'm like, no, she actually is. Like,
Yeah.
and
exactly.
where like did Proctor know? I don't know what was going
Oh, for
back
fuck's sake.
against those types of things. So
on.
fortunately, Karen had, resources and help, and then you brought light to the story, and that
She went
Oh,
to the
for
police a
fuck's
bunch
sake.
of times and claimed that, like we said this about me. Thing there is they like that. They like if you lie to the grand jury that to indict someone, that's how you get a case dismissed, right? And the big lie that they told the grand
It's just
jury
fucking
was
crazy.
that my shows were named something that they weren't named. Entitled.
That wasn't a lie, and they did not tell the grand jury that. What they did was they went and used, like, they filed them and they titled them what like his motive like for it was, or like some of the things that he said in it, so they could know which ones to play at what time. They did not say to the grand jury, he titled this, and this. That is not what happened. He's a liar. And that is not why his case was dismissed or no true bill. Like, that is completely false and not true under any stretch of the imagination.
I remember that.
Yeah, titles are really important.
Yeah, I've talked about it
It's like the first.
probably a fucking billion times at this point, honestly. Probably a billion times. I remember one time Aiden tried to say that, like, while people were live streaming, how dare they take money in it. And I remember one of my viewers asking for me to put like my Cash App or Venmo up or something like that, and I hadn't had it up the entire stream, and they asked I to put it up. And then I remember after he like lost his shit because I didn't lie for him saying something about it like being on or something like that, and I'm like, what's it to you, bro? Like, what is it to you? Now, meanwhile, he's at a charity event telling everyone it's for charity and that he donated his time while taking a $1,500 check. That's not donating your time. You got paid to fucking do it. And then he lied to everyone about it and then shit on other people for not donating their time. I mean, you can't make this shit up, bro. You know? Like, come on. Am I the only one who thinks he did something that night? I would have never left even if I was in a fight, I would have never left him there. So, I would have never left my boyfriend at a house. I don't know. That's ever, not ever. But yeah, I've gone over that a bunch of times, and all of his hypocrisy after, simply because I didn't lie for him
on Google searches.
What's unfortunate though, Nanny, is that people didn't start figuring out that he was just lying and shitting on people until long after, because back when he did to me, nobody would speak out. I got plenty of private messages from people who were like, oh, we support you. We fucking know he's lying. We were there. But we can't say anything publicly because we're too afraid of what he's going to do to our families if we stick up for you, you know? So the fuck, like, I guess you assume an Uber, but Uber and Lyft does not, here in Massachusetts at least, Uber and Lyft will not run during a blizzard. So it'll literally be shut down. Like when I was here, when I moved, remember you guys, I moved the day of that blizzard, the day of, and then so I was stuck in this house. They didn't even plow my road until I think it was 4 or 5 days later. I couldn't even get an Uber or a Lyft for 3 or 4 days. It was shut down completely. Completely.
It's like the first thing people see. It gets.
Wasn't that Kate Peters that changed like the names of the titles?
It was either her or Tully.
It was the state that changed the names of the titles, and they did it to know which one to play at what time. And what they did was they used the words that he said in it, right? They didn't change the titles of the streams. They can't change the titles of the streams. They filed them. So like in a file, they named the file this, this, and this. They didn't change the name of the stream. The name of the stream was still the name of the stream, okay? They changed the file name to know which one to play when, right? Like that's not, he's completely misrepresenting something and lying about it. And again, why? Why lie about something for no reason?
And they both kind of point the finger at each other because I didn't name them those things. But they said to the grand jury, Tully was like, okay, now we're going to go to Exhibit B from the intent folder, and intent matters a lot.
Okay, again, they're allowed to name their folders whatever the fuck they want. So that's completely irrelevant to anything. That's not gonna, like, does he think he's gonna like get his case dismissed because they named the folder or something? Like, how fucking delusional do you have to be, honestly?
Went on some spaces a few months ago and said that she told Chris Albert that she was going to send me a lie and tell me that Colin Albert was dealing drugs out of D&E Pizza so that I would report on that.
He did.
And it would prove that like I report lies or something like that.
And it did, because that's exactly what he did. It's exactly what he did. Someone sent them an anonymous email, Colin Albert deals drugs. What did Aiden do? He immediately reported that Colin Albert deals drugs when it wasn't true. And it did prove that all he does is just fucking gossip monger, and then out it goes into the public.
And so she sent me this email. She claimed to be some girl named Mia. And I read it, and I read it on my show with the disclaimer that like, I don't know if any of this is true. This is.
Okay, to be fair, this man, I mean, the fact that he has to gaslight this much is crazy. This man went on to call Colin Albert a drug dealer dozens and dozens and dozens of times without any fucking disclaimer at all, right? So, like, again, downplaying his own behavior. He went on to call Colin Albert a drug dealer a bunch of fucking times without any damn disclaimer. So it's like he's being disingenuous.
Just what if somebody's telling me, I'll look into it, but it sounds crazy. I don't know if this is actually true.
I would have left him. I'd be peeing on the ground if that's what it took, or shitting in the fucking bushes. Like, I'm not leaving. No.
And that was the beginning of this false rumor that Colin Albert sold drugs at D&E.
Yeah, I remember all that happening. Yeah.
And a lot of people ran with it, like, oh shit, like that's crazy.
But he didn't correct it. Why? Ask yourselves why he didn't correct that misinformation. Because he needed people to buy into the bad.
Like, and then it kind of took off from there. And Chris
Come on.
Albert, you know,
Chris had nothing to do with anything. Chris wasn't even there. Chris went home. They were at the bar together and then he went home. It's like so crazy to me that like people are still outside of his business. He's not like, again, do these people not realize that also he's not on the select board anymore. Okay. And you're outside of his private business. That can actually turn into criminal harassment because he's not on select board. He's now a private citizen. And here you are still outside of his business, right? Also, the people who are standing outside of the police station, like Peter Murphy, like not for nothing, but shame on you, okay? You're not outside of the police station because you want change in the police station because you got a new chief and y'all like him, right? You don't want anybody else fired, right? Right? Okay, cool. So why are you still outside of the police station, Peter Murphy and your crew? I'll tell you why. And this is the God's honest truth. They're outside of that police station because the older Alberts live across the street. Elderly people and children live across the street. So every weekend, they go to the Canton police station with no intent of getting anything changed at the Canton PD because it's already been changed, right? To picket outside to harass elderly people and children. The Alberts' parents and the children that live in that home cannot have a peaceful weekend ever. What intent would you have? You don't want a new chief. You guys like the new chief. You got a new chief, right? The other people have left. So like, what reason would you still have to be outside of the Canton PD? There isn't a reason. They use the Canton PD as like a way to harass the elderly Alberts. I mean, that's sick. I don't give a fuck who you are. Why are you outside trying to give old people and children grief? You can't let these elderly people live out their lives in fucking peace. Like, come on, dude. Like, I mean, how would Peter Murphy feel if people brought a bunch of people outside of his house every weekend? Do you think maybe his wife or, I don't know, his family would tell him like, hey, maybe time to cut the shit and leave these people the fuck alone? Like, there's elderly people and children that live there. Elderly people and children. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Y'all need to take 10 steps back and think about if it was your parents, if you would appreciate people, and again, the parents live on the first floor, and then there's children with their parents live on the second floor. None of the people, quote, involved in any of this, right? But you want to harass the elderly Alberts and children. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I'm sorry, but anybody condoning that shit still? And them using some sort of weird excuse about why they're still at the police station? It's not for changes at the police station. They're not facing the police station. They're not turned around facing the police station demanding change there. They got a new chief. They like the chief. They've talked to the chief. So why are you still there? What? Why? I mean, shame on you, dude. I damn sure would not appreciate, I don't think anybody who's watching this right now via X or YouTube, any fucking over 450 of you watching this right now would appreciate it if your elderly parents were harassed by a bunch of idiots standing outside a police station asking for no real change in the police station at this point. They're just standing outside because elderly people and children live across the street. I mean, people really need to stop for a second and say, that's not okay. We don't condone that anymore. There's nothing that you would be there for business-wise. You're not facing the police station. You're not picketing them, right? It's not what you're doing. Why are you harassing elderly people and children? Like, that's fucking weirdo behavior. Really, though.
is claiming that this hurt Colin. That this like, and so like in our filing, like part of it's redacted about what was actually said in these text messages that he wrote to the DA's office, but you can infer from context clues that he's complaining to them about this rumor that's been spread about Colin. And here's K. Peter claiming that Chris knew about that Chris gave her the okay to start this rumor. Well, guess what? Either she's lying or she's telling the truth. And if she's telling the truth, that means Chris Albert allowed her to cause emotional.
No. See, that's the difference, Aiden. Your choice to report something that wasn't true is what caused the emotional, right? If you get something that's not true, you don't report on it if you know it's not true. You don't just spit it out and say, I'm reporting this when it's not true, right? Like, it's your action that caused it, right? Like, he doesn't seem to grasp where his accountability lies, right? Like, I feel like he's going to tell them next that UFOs are coming to pick them all up and they'll just be outside in tinfoil hats. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Harm to Colin Albert.
Colin.
If- Yeah, if she's
Like, please don't
lying
steal my
about
brain,
this,
aliens.
that means that
Aiden
she's
said
throwing
so.
him under the bus, making him seem like a bad parent, right? And my question for the foreskin girls, right? These, the
Yeah.
Big Red and them who have had both of them on as guests. I'm like, are you guys going to get to the bottom of that? Are you guys going to ask Kate?
The bottom of it is you reported something that wasn't true, Aiden. That's the bottom of it. You've gotten to the bottom of it. You reported something that wasn't true, like you do all the time, right? You're a liar, and that's what you do.
Peter, if
That's
she's
the
telling the
bottom of it.
truth that Chris Albert knew about that,
That's the
are you
bottom
guys-
of
they
it.
did, and that they should tell the truth. And there's nothing wrong with that. And guess
Oh, for fuck. He's grasping.
what? None of them changed. I didn't think for 1 second, like, oh yeah, I'm trying to scare them.
That's also a lie. He's already, again, his own words are going to sink him. He already admitted that he was scaring them and that they were afraid and that he was doing it on purpose. He actually at one point said it was to taint the jury pool. Like, again, their attorneys have all of this. So it does no good now to claim that you didn't do or say something that you did on tape and that you put out to the world. Like, it's fucking stupidity, really.
I'm trying to get him to change.
And no attorney would let him like continue to talk about this. Like, really, any attorney, had he hired one, had one take in his case at this point, it would have been like, shut the actual fuck up. He also doesn't know how to listen to his attorney either, though.
Their testimony. I was just like, I was sad for John O'Keefe that he's not getting
please.
justice, right? And that these people
I'm not fucking sad for anyone but himself.
are lying about it. And so what else can I do as an American besides vocalize that and peacefully protest? It's like the most American thing you could do.
Yeah, I mean, and really,
Where have we heard that before? It's the most American thing you can do. Oh, wasn't that when he was talking about fucking cats and dogs? Oh yeah, that's right. It was. Like, shut up, Aiden. Shut up.
it's not any different than an investigative journalist or any journalist for that matter,
Mhm.
going to someone's house and
Actually, Sparkly, it is. And this, again, is where I'm disappointed because you have agreed before that it is different. Now, all of a sudden, it's not different. It is different. You're showing up. If you show up, an investigative journalist shows up to someone's door and knocks on it, and they say, no comment, they don't come back because that's trespassing. That's harassment. You can't do that, right? A rolling rally past people's houses to call them murderers on a blow, like a horn, like you can't do that, bro. That is picketing. It's harassment. Okay. First of all, you need a fucking permit to do a rolling rally, which clearly didn't have. All right. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with this scenario? It is different. You notice no other journalist has been charged with this? Why? Oh, because everyone else knows where the fucking line is but him. You can't show up to kids' sporting games. You can't do rolling rallies, right? These are things you cannot do to witnesses in a murder trial. Everyone else on planet Earth knows that. Also, ever notice that most journalists don't go knocking on the doors of witnesses in a murder trial? They might go knock on the door of a defendant or a plaintiff. But do you see them knocking on doors of witnesses in a murder trial? No, you don't. For a reason, because witness intimidation laws apply. So just saying that and agreeing with him is just pandering. Like, you know damn well there's no other journalist being charged with this shit because everyone else knows where the fucking line is. Like, come on, man.
knocking on the door to ask questions or
It's not
it's
just
no
knocking
different.
on the door. You're using a bullhorn and going past their house with cars and cars full of fucking people, dude. Like, you need a permit for that, number one. Number two, they're witnesses in a murder trial. That's the difference. Like, dude, what part of that are you not, like, grasping? There are laws and statutes. Go read the witness intimidation statute. And also, I'll point out that it has been found to be constitutional. So this whole idea that it's, like, not constitutional, like, that's already been thrown out the window. The court has already decided on that. It is.
Oh,
I mean,
you're allowed to
you
do
don't-
that.
And you don't see those people getting charged with witness intimidation.
That's a good point. If she thought something was wrong, don't you think she would have at least texted Higgins and been like, hey, where's John? Hey, I mean, there's so many questions in that case that it just, like, don't make sense. You know what I mean? Why not? If you thought he was at the house, why not ask the people at the house? You know what I mean? Like, what? This doesn't make sense.
You know? At
No,
all.
even though, like, and I brought this up with the Scott, there's a Scott Peterson documentary
Oh,
that came out in
God.
2024. Scott Peterson was, a lot of people thought he killed his wife before
He
he was
did.
ever arrested, right?
He did.
And so, because the story
Definitely.
wasn't adding up, but they didn't have a
It-
body for her. And so, like,
Dude,
there were
homemade
reporters
anchors.
and other media.
He made homemade fucking anchors to hold her body down. Like, what do you mean? People thought, no, he did murder his wife. Like, he's a convicted murderer, sir. What the fuck are you talking about?
personalities camped outside of his house in the weeks leading up to his arrest. And there's video footage of
He was a murder defendant. And he was the last person to see her alive, so they're allowed to do that. He wasn't then a witness in a murder trial, sir. Okay, the fact that he's even trying to compare the two is wild. He wasn't a witness in a murder trial at that point, okay? He was the spouse, the last person to see him, and a person of interest. Like, those two things are not comparable, sir.
one guy on a megaphone of all things saying,
The gaslighting
Scott,
is
why don't you
amazing.
just come out and tell the truth?
Again, not a witness, therefore not witness intimidation. He was a person of interest in his wife's disappearance. He wasn't a witness in a murder trial, sir. Witness intimidation, completely different things. Apples and oranges, my guy.
You know, and it's like this is exactly what I did.
No,
And
it's
The
not.
difference between, I viewed Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert in the same way that those people viewed Scott Peterson, as people who were not yet arrested for murder, but who were indeed involved in a murder, and that they would eventually be held accountable. Like, if you go,
Yeah, see, the problem with that, no, he's beyond grasping at straws. See, the problem with that is this case has already was brought in front of a judge, and there was already a defendant, and there was already witnesses, and there was already a family, okay? In the Peterson stuff, he was a named person of interest. In his missing wife's disappearance, he was not a witness. There was no trial yet. He wasn't arrested yet. There are big fucking differences. It doesn't matter how you viewed them, okay? Scott Peterson wasn't a witness. He was a person of interest in his wife's disappearance. The fact that he's like not understanding, or that he's gaslighting his audience or her audience to actually believe what he's selling right now is fucking wild. Like, wild.
back and you play any of my old shows, I am convinced that Jen McCabe is going to get arrested. I no longer,
I'm
I think
convinced.
she did it, but I'm no longer
Oh,
convinced
please.
she's going to get arrested. Like,
Sorry, the only one who's going to get arrested is you. Stop it. I mean, the grasping is wild. It's fucking wild here. It's absolutely wild. I mean, I do think he believes his own bullshit, but there are times where I'm like, he knows he's gaslighting. He absolutely knows he is. I do believe he believes his own lies when he says them so often that he starts to believe them himself. Part of what narcissists do anyway. But there are times like this where I know he knows he's gaslighting.
I've
Right.
kind of given up, right? But like, if I believed she did it, I still believe she did it, right? The difference between now and then is I don't believe she'll be arrested, and
Oh,
because
please.
I just think it's too late, you know. But yeah, Brian Laundrie's another one. I see someone in the chat
Yeah,
saying, you know,
I was just going to mention that.
Once again, Brian Laundrie wasn't a witness. He was a person of interest in the disappearance of his girlfriend that he came back without. Sir, okay, big difference. He was not a witness in a trial that was already going to happen, that had already gone to court, and there were already established witnesses and a defendant. Like, that didn't happen, sir. Those are apples and oranges. It is not the same in any capacity, definitely not in the legal realm. Like, anybody who knows even this much about law should be laughing at that. Like, come on, stop it. Oh, they did. They absolutely did tell him he was crossing lines. They told him they're embarrassed of what Turtleboy is and they want no part of it. And he gets upset about that.
The Brian Laundrie and Gabby Petito situation. There were people out in front of the laundry house protesting with megaphones and
They weren't witnesses, you idiots.
and everything else.
and he hadn't been arrested, you know.
Right.
He was a person of interest. They were not already witnesses. I fucking can't.
He
Right.
clearly did it, but like he hadn't been arrested at the time.
Right.
So like those people weren't waiting for like, you know, the criminal justice system to play itself out. They were protesting. They were mad. They
Sir, the criminal justice system was already playing itself out when you decided to do this shit. That's the difference, you fucking buffoon.
they were upset about what he did. And so they
Yeah.
wanted to make they weren't going to put up with that. and they were they weren't there to intimidate him or get him to change his testimony. They were there to just say that, like, I think you did this, and I think you're a bad person, and I'm outraged about it. Like, that's what those people were doing.
The problem is, it's like the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. They wanted to put everything in a little box and tie it up with a bow and be done with it.
If you actually think that you lost your ever-loving mind, do you think they wanted to tie it up with a bow and be done with it? Like, first of all, okay, nothing was tied up with a pretty little bow, all right? There was nothing about this that was easy, and I don't like Morrissey, but let's be clear here about certain things, all right? There was no fucking giant, cover up that happened in the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. Like, Morrissey sucks, bottom line. But the feds looked into all that. Nothing. That I cannot stress that enough. Okay, the federal government doesn't usually take cases that they're not going to take to a court and win. All right. The fact that they took this and all these people were connected to Karen, and then there was no indictments of any kind, and that the case was done. I know there's still people who believe, like Peter Murphy and his nonsense of, oh, they're still looking into it. They're not. I assure you, they're not. The federal government is done with this case. It has been over for years. All right. For an entire year before it was announced, it was already over.
And say, okay, Karen Reed did this, and we're not going to go into any other situation or talk about any other.
I kind of think that one is the same because it was the parents they were harassing. They said they didn't know where Brian was. Yeah, but Brian was staying with them, living with them, and he left on like one of the days, and they were supposed to be following him, and I thought it was his mother, and it was him, and that's how he ended up being able to kill himself. And it's not the same because these were not witnesses. Brian was a person of interest in Gabby Petito's disappearance and subsequent murder, but disappearance, and there were already pieces of evidence that the cops had that pointed to the fact that he had something to do with it. They were not witnesses in a murder trial at that point. When Aiden started harassing these people, they were already witnesses in a upcoming murder trial. There's a very large difference, okay? That's why a witness intimidation statute existed and exists in most states. They're not witnesses. He was a person of interest who lived with his parents, right? He lived there. That's where he was staying. So they camped outside, right? And the cops had him supposedly under surveillance, and they thought it was his mother when he was leaving instead of him. Nonetheless, it's not the same. Not because they were not already witnesses in a case. When he started doing this, these people were already witnesses in a case. They were already witnesses. They weren't persons of interest. They weren't defendants. They were already witnesses. That's the difference, right? That's the difference. You have to read the statutes in different states. Like, that is the ultimate difference, is that these people were already witnesses. They were already witnesses. That's how it was. Well, it seems like she's just taking whatever he says and going, okay. But that's completely the opposite of what she had told not only the general public, but me and other people before this.
Other components of this, just stick it in the box and put it on the shelf and move it away. But you brought a different light to it, because you were doing some reporting, you were doing investigation, and you were coming up with some things solid things that
it is going to be
were
wild.
questionable. And that's what they didn't like,
That's not what they didn't like. Nope, that's not true.
Reads like the desire for power and money, which a lot of human beings are just born with that desire.
Sir, I don't think anyone has the desire to be a shit human being more than you do, right? Money, they say it can't buy happiness. It can buy less stress. Let's put it that way. It can buy breathing room, all right? But what it can't do is not make you a shitty human. If you're a shitty human, money isn't going to magically make you a not shitty human, as we can see here, okay?
It's never going to go away. People are always going to want power and money and influence.
No, Aiden, you want power and money. Most people are decent human beings who want to work together to make better lives for everyone. You only care about yourself. There's a difference.
Right.
Or whatnot. And so, if the people in positions of power.
Yeah, but regardless of if the cops did a bad job, you think the cops did a bad job investigating or not, it's completely irrelevant to the fact that these people were already witnesses in an upcoming murder trial, right? In none of those instances were any of those people witnesses in an upcoming murder trial. That's the difference. You know what I mean? Like, and you might believe that, but even the federal government looked into it. They weren't arrested. They weren't indicted. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, you have to take all these things into consideration. Like, they're witnesses. They're not persons of interest. It was very clear that the DA's office said they were nothing but witnesses. They're not persons of interest in any way, shape, or form. They're witnesses. The federal government looked into it, didn't charge anyone, which means they were cleared. Okay, like that's what happened, right? Like, so the reality is, it's different. None of those other instances he threw out were any of those people witnesses. You know what I mean? None, zero.
You know, and once you get to the position of power, you can decide who else gets in positions of power.
Right.
And
Well,
that
that's
can
what
lead
has
to
happened
corruption.
to a multitude of
Governor
people. It's just weird.
the governor of Illinois there that went to jail because he was
Rod
the guy,
Mankiewicz.
Rod right? Whatever his name was.
Yeah.
Obama becomes president and he's like caught on a hot mic saying that, like, I got this seat here and it's worth a lot of money. And it's like,
Right.
that's corruption because that guy realized he had power. And
Happens
what do you
daily.
do with power? You wanted to monetize it. And that's what a lot of these people do.
No,
And,
it happens daily.
sir, you are the corruption. Sir, blackmailing people into not saying things that are true about you because you don't want other people to know how bad you are, like telling people that they need to do this, this, and this, or you're going to make a blog about them even if it's not true because you don't care. Like, that's called blackmail. That's a crime. That's corruption, sir. That is corruption. Being paid $5,000 to write a hit piece and not actually seeing if any of it's true, that's called corruption, sir. That's being corrupt.
So just a quick little thing. I know you broke a Mello story today.
Oh, God. I can't
Go
listen
and
to
watch
this
the
because the Mello
Bruins game,
story has a
right?
bunch of
7
bullshit in
o'clock.
it, too. Like, that he knew was not true. So,
For, having additional fundraisers and getting money for that. So, give me a little plug on your show to let.
oh my God. All right. I'm done with this. This is it. It's over anyway. Like, that's it. It's done. And he leaves in a couple seconds. Like, after he goes fucking plug. I can't imagine this. I mean, I don't know what the fuck this is really, other than pandering and like plug your show. Like, yeah, torture some more innocent people that I know you do this with. Like, definitely plug the fact that you do this and, con other people out of their money, claiming you're going to get justice for something that you couldn't get justice for if you tried, because it's not about that. It's about you defaming people, right? Like, gaslighting people into fucking oblivion. Like, yeah, please take all of his information down so we can gaslight more people. That makes sense, Yeah, like, and I am okay with that. But you still have to it's the point is when someone is a witness, you can't picket them. You can't follow them around. You can't tell them to quote, you can't do that shit. You can't. There's laws for that. That's why you don't see other journalists doing it, because it's over the line, It's over the fucking line. You are committing a crime. Like, he is the only one who's stupid enough to do this shit. I mean, it seems that way. Like, I mean, from the conversations that I've had with her privately, they were the opposite of what this was. So, I mean, were you lying then or are you lying now? I don't get it, right? Like, you didn't just magically think Aiden became like a saint all of a sudden. So what changed, right? You have to look at what changed. What changed? Because make no mistake, this is going to look different when she disagrees with him on something eventually, or says something, or puts a comment up of someone and he doesn't like it. Make no mistake, this whole thing, he's going to make fun of, because that's what he does. And you can basically see it before it even happens. All right, I need to go eat something because I'm starving like a hostage right now. But I love your stinking faces. I do. And do me a favor. I might, this is a big fat might, because I've been down so many days this week with doctors and my health. Like, I might do a morning live stream tomorrow for about 2 to 3 hours. And it would probably be around 11 a.m. ish, because I've missed so many days this week. And, but that's an if. If I decide to do it, you'll see it pop up around that time. Otherwise, you'll see me Sunday, obviously. But as you all know, I would appreciate if you hit that like button on your way out. Thank you, Kylie, for becoming a member, my friend. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Also, keep your eyes out for that lawsuit. You know, he's going to have to deal with that too. You know, I always forget to do it because I'm always like, in that point, I'm usually like making a doctor's appointment or like, but I'll have somebody remind me because I'm bad at reminding myself. I'm so bad at reminding myself, to be honest. But I will definitely try to do that so that you guys know. But it's Saturday, so I don't usually work. But you know, I hadn't been here so many days this week that I figured maybe a couple hours in the morning would be all right. The kids aren't home. Kids aren't going to be home. I don't even know what to do with myself right now. I don't even know. When my husband gets home, it's just me and him. I don't even know what we're going to do, like with ourselves, to be honest. Like the kids aren't here. It's weird. They're always here. Like, what do we do? I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. I don't know. Well, I know, but like, what else are we going to do? Like, I don't know. We watched a movie last night, so it's like, all right, we're going to watch another movie tonight? Probably not. Like, we gotta figure something else out. But I do love your stinking faces, and I miss you guys, and I appreciate y'all sitting with me today and having some popcorn. I'm gonna finish the rest of this popcorn because it's actually delicious. But appreciate y'all. Love your stinking faces. Hit the like button on your way out. If you're catching me on the restream and you didn't watch us live, that's okay too. Well, it's whether my body can do it or not. That's the difference. I'm broken, Ski. I'm broken. My body is broken, okay? I'm broken. So I tell my doctor, fix me, Your Honor. He's like the judge of whether he's going to be able to fix me or not. So I'm like, fix me, sir. My poor doctor, he's like, I can't fix you. I can only band-aid you. I cannot fix you, ma'am. You are just broken. But I appreciate my doctors because they're very good at what they do and trying to fucking keep me alive. So I appreciate them for sure. All right, I love your stinking faces. If you're catching me on the restream, I love your stinking faces as well. And hopefully you guys catch me in the morning. If you would like to support the channel, you guys know how to do it. It's all in the description of the video. We have a link for credit and debit. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. We do have an Amazon wish list. We have Chime. We have Revolut. I love y'all. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye.